Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, today we're going to be looking at a handful of games, actually. A handful of odd games, strange games, from the land of Nihon. That sounded incredibly racist, but I digress. Yes, we're going to be looking at Japanese RPGs today. I have done 3 previous cases on Japanese RPGs. We've gone over a lot of games. However, this is kind of a special case because this is probably going to be the last one of the Japanese cases for a while. And I say it's going to probably be one of the last ones for a while simply because there actually isn't that much more to work with. It's a lot of more disparate books at this point. Until some big things get translated or come over, it's kind of a crapshoot at this point. But the games we're going to be going over today, you can argue to be the important ones. All of the games we are going over, bar one of course, are games that have done relatively well for themselves. Mostly in the idea of they've got actually formally translated in a, well, formal sense. The people are... And that by itself is somewhat of a unique feature. I've talked about Japanese RPGs before, quite a few times actually, and I do enjoy them. I think they're actually very fascinating. The unique situation with Japanese RPGs is that they usually don't get translated. And because they don't get translated, it's kind of hard to actually talk about them in some capacities. But if we go over here and we go to, let's do a Japanese tabletop RPGs. Tell me more about Japanese tabletop games. So, if you actually look, this is what's listed as the Japanese tabletop games. There are far more than these. There are a lot more than these. Yeah, it's not even dealing anything past the 2010s in some cases. However, the big thing with Japanese role-playing games, one thing you always got to remember, is that their history is a little bit more complicated than ours. So, way back in the day, you know, in the 70s and such, you know, in the early days, Japanese RPGs pretty much got American ones. You know, they ended up with things like D&D, for example. However, it was actually kind of hard, mostly because the translations were mediocre. Things like that. Translation mediocre, but one of the big things was dice. Dice were expensive. Pretty much a full set of dice that you would traditionally need to play something like D&D was actually quite prohibitively expensive compared to something else. It's like I could buy I could buy a third of a Dragon Quest game, or I could buy these dice, which I might be able to use a few times. The expenses didn't really weigh in the value. However, this led to a very unique situation. And people adapted. And because they adapted, they ended up making their own things. That was kind of a big deal for them. Because one of the most popular games for a very long time there was and still actually is the most popular RPG in Japan is Call of Cthulhu. Yes, Call of Cthulhu. And one of the big reasons why this particular game was so horrifically popular, so amazingly popular, was for 2 very distinct reasons. The first one was the translation was actually good. It was a very good, very solid translation, and that actually really helps. And because the translation was pretty good, people understood how to use the dice pretty well, so it wasn't prohibitively expensive comparatively. The second big thing was that the scenarios were written really well. Call of Cthulhu is very well known for its well-crafted stories and very detailed adventure paths. And the Japanese fucking loved them. Adored them. This also led to things such as, I believe is the Battletech RPG, the old one, which was also very structured, very story-heavy, but also the stories there were pretty much just, here's a role-playing scene in between the battles. Combining these together, these were the games that kind of inspired most of the Japanese, TRPG culture at this time. It was those really story heavy, very structured, very front loaded kind of games. Then, but you also have the idea of adaptation. We can't really afford all these big dice, so we are using what we have. Everyone was playing Call of Cthulhu, so we have D10s. You can buy D6s literally fucking anywhere. So people adapted, and people changed, and now we have you could say, the modern Japanese RPG market, which obviously dice have gotten a lot cheaper, and it's easier than ever to really do it. However, that initial culture, make a fucking Macross reference. It's the proto culture, story heavy, scenario based, and most importantly, character. Actually, how do you want to do this? Short form. Call of Cthulhu adventures don't necessarily need to be incredibly long. They never have needed to be super long, and some of the best written ones are ones that are actually very tightly written and only may take a handful of sessions. However, that's what effective horror is all about, using what you have to make it work. So because you have this as kind of like the proto-culture, the basis of what their games are designed of, you end up with a lot of weird games, comparatively to ours, which was born from war games. I'm curious about how the market looks outside of America, which is D&D dominated, in Japan, where COC is the main thing, and I think Germany. Well, the big thing here in Japan is that you also have Doujin culture. Doujin culture is effectively smaller groups, more fan-oriented, very smaller run, and it's a lot cheaper. Because you get things like, for example, we'll do probably one of the best known, indie Japanese games, which is Necronica. Necronica, for example, is a Doujin game. This is done by a circle by the author and his small group of people to actually do it. They probably don't make a ton of money on Necronica. That's not the point, really. They cover their costs with it. But that's kind of the point, really. Let's just get something out there. It's very much not exactly a fabulously wealthy hobby. In the US, we're more dominated by big names because that's what we like. And it kind of depends on where you go. It depends on whether or not it's more tourism. I believe that would be the correct term. Because in Europe, you have a lot of odd games. I believe that's the proper terminology for it. Would be odd games. And those odd games are games that usually have something unique tied to them, or are weirder in a way, because they're a little bit more experimental. You already have the thing that's there. We can try something different. But it's also hard to tell because our market is ludicrously fucking small, and any data there is usually prefaced by, but then D&D shows up. If you were to remove things like D&D from the equation, our market would be pathetically small. The horse and buggy industry is probably larger than us. But I digress. In Japan, though, tabletop role-playing games have taken a brand new kind of form in a way. They are very scenario-driven, very story-heavy, and most importantly, they are strange, and the people are allowed to make strange games, because they already have their big systems, you could say. Now, one of the major ones is, if I can actually type, FarEast Amusement Research, or FEAR. The FarEast Amusement Research team, these are the guys who do quite a few different things. If we go to fear.co, these are one of the biggest tabletop role-playing companies in Japan. And the rulebook and roleplay were replaced by Squeenix. Yeah, the official blog, this is your fucking, one of their largest, one of the absolute largest Japanese tabletop game companies available. And if we kind of look here, they have quite a few different ones, such as here's Angel Gear. You know, here's kind of a weird one. Here's what the fuck is Garden Order. Here's Garden Order. Don't know what this one's about, but it's here. You can definitely look at it. Because these guys use usually their main system called the Standard Roleplay System, or SRS. And that's what's kind of what they do. Yeah, here's DoubleCross. We're going to be looking at DoubleCross today, actually. And a couple other different games. Oh, there's Tokyo Nova. Tokyo Nova, we've gone over Tokyo Nova before, which uses fucking cards. Let's see. One of the big things, though, about Japanese games is that they're like, the best way to think about it is that they focus on the game part. They focus on the game part, which is, I mean, a lot of these games aren't really meant to be played for long. Out of all the games we're going to be going over today, I would say only about 1 or 2 can actually be used to play for like really long campaigns with. I always think about the market in the future if it were to do 180 or stay the same. At our current trajectory, we will experience stagnant growth, which is we're growing just because there's more people in the world rather than it growing like exponentially. Because the problem is we're just getting beat out in that regard because things like video games just do our job but better most of the time. And because that's how it goes. Which is why I'm usually fascinated by JRPGs. Because there's quite a few different things to kind of worry about. But the games we're going to be going over today are actually many from this particular company. But we're going to click on here and it's going to take forever to load because this is DoubleCross. Everybody likes DoubleCross. This is actually one of the very first JTRPGs to really make its way over here. That wasn't, I should say, first official, quote-unquote, JTRPGs to really make it over here that weren't, tourists. That weren't artiste. The Made RPG was not what we would like to refer to as a, how best to think about this. The Made RPG is written by a weirdo. Written by a fucking weirdo. You gotta remember that bit. So we also have the Konosuba RPG. Yes, this is the most recent one. But yeah, this is Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. Because don't you doubt, everybody, licensing is still a big fucking deal, and everybody likes licensing products, especially when it comes to animes. We also have Tenra Bansho 0, technically the Heaven and Earth edition. This is a 456-page book, and yeah, we're going to go over it. All of it at once. Yeah, so, and these are the big 3 we're going to be going over. However, because I hate myself and I find it funny, we're also going to be going over the literal art piece known as Summon Skate to kind of give you an idea of, welcome to the indie scene, where you're allowed to be a little bit weirder. So, now that we kind of know what we're getting ourselves into, we have to, let's get kind of started, shall we? Well, again, the first game we're going to be going over, actually, is just simply going to be Summon Skate. Because I find Summon Skate interesting, because I want to set you up as what is the outlier first. What is the weird games? This is not what we'd like to call a popular game. This isn't like the I'm going to produce more money than God. No, this is a weird fucking game by a weird fucking company that does weird games. One that we've actually talked of before. But this is done by a guy named Yasuda. However, if we go down here, don't worry, we will go over the lore. We will go over the lore. Where is it? Oh, god damn it. Where are you? No, that's not right. We got to go all the way down here. This is actually translated by, if we go right here, by Silvervine Publishing. You kind of see who the original publication in Japan was in 2019. Because this is not actually Summon Skate, this is Summon Skate EX. Which the US version was published last year, and it's translated by this guy, Ben Giselle. Ben is interesting. Very interesting. One thing to notice is that technically Lin Yasuda has done all the illustrations and game design himself. That's just what he does. So let's visit our guy. Okay, man, we aren't going to go visit that. We go to the blog. Because yeah, Lin here is a Japanese indie developer. Give me 1 second. Let's translate this. Yeah, welcome to Salmon Skate. Discover the essence symbol and draw the god figure. Yeah, this is Summon Skate. Yeah, this is Summon Skate specifically EX. As you can kind of see down here, that's the version that was fully translated because that's kind of the more official version of things. You know, case reasoning, gather friends, X-shaped board game. TRPG cooperative game that can be played in 1 hour. Yes, this is actually a very quick, a very tightly designed game. If you go over here, technically, this is the rulebook. This is the original rulebook he put out. If you want the Japanese version, it's right here. You can get it. And this is the official website. Now, I said that we've actually talked about this guy before, because if this site looks relatively familiar, it's because this is the same group that did Zombieline, the base building tabletop role-playing game we went over. Yes, the base building one. It's right here. This is everything you need for Zombieline, and they've actually done quite a few different little games that are all equally kind of weird in their own way. For example, where was the one that Dungeon RPG for Everyone, in which is literally like it's like a party RPG, which is like you're supposed to get as many people as physically possible to do this. Yeah, like, convention game, RP, like, where was it? Everything right here it's a weird RPG about literally getting as many people as possible to play it. We have some more URPG. We can kind of see that a little bit more like investigatory ones, or this is the escape room game. Yes, this is the escape room RPG, because you can make games like that. This is actually an SRS game, because again, one of the big things is that SRS actually has a open license. Anyone can make their own standard roleplay system game if they want. That's not really like a problem or anything. So this little indie company did already make an SRS game, as you can tell by the cat. That is a cat person. I don't know what this. I don't know what this game's about. It's a Japanese. Monono and SRS. Field Wars SRS runner-up is a free TRPG. The first one, it's only 196 pages in earnest. Oh. Yeah, this guy's kind of interesting, and if we go to his Twitter real fast. Oh, Twitter, nobody likes you. We go to Lin Yasuda. Let's see. Yasuda Lin. We'll look at you in a second, Silvervine. Where is it? Where is it? I found him, by the way. Here we go. This is the guy. As you can kind of see, the game designer and illustrator of Amusement arts that makes TRPGs and learning games. This guy likes making games to... I think the best way would be to teach you something, or learn about something in more ways than not. Skater died. Not part of this curious case. No, it is not. Yeah. We have to. We're suffering through all of it. This is what you all wanted. But yeah, Summon Skate is an odd one because, like, again, this is the writer. He is very much a teacher person. Like, he clearly wants to like teach you something about games. Using games as an example. Here's again Zombieline. Challenge Dungeon RPG Rulebook, translated by Eugene Ryan. PDF free, has been translated. Apparently this has been translated. I don't know where the fuck it is. June 16th. Let's do a little bit of Googling. Challenge Dungeon RPG. Good. Oh. Japanese? Japanese? Yeah, this ain't working. Welcome to terrible fucking names. Eugene Ryan. Yeah, let's actually see. Eugene Ryan. That's definitely not him. Actually, that reminds me. We gotta change this to Summon Skate. But yeah, generally speaking, guy's an interesting dude. However, you could say the main person we're going to be looking at about this is Silver Vine Publishing. Yes, we've talked about Silver Vine Publishing before. We've talked about them before. Say hello to these guys again. Yes. These are the guys who've translated quite a few, well, actually a few odd games. Most notably, their big ones are Summon Skate. If we go over here, about where... Yeah, their most notably are Summon Skate, and this was their first game, Floria, with all the additional issues. Dupli is actually on Kickstarter as of right now, if we go to Dupli Kickstarter. Because these guys play the Kickstarter game quite a bit. Yeah, this only $1,000 to bring this game to life. They made over their goal by $14. 14. Yeah. And as you can see here, Summon Skate initially failed its translation for these guys. They wanted a $10,000 goal initially. And it failed hard. Their second one was a little bit better. However, it needed a $13 goal. And if you really look at what the original was looking for, they didn't make their goal either. Yeah, so these guys have a unique approach to these kind of games. I'm gonna say I do not like I don't like this kind of Kickstarter games. I don't like the fact that the companies do this. They kind of manipulate the algorithm. I hate this. And Floria was a odd game. We'll say that. Floria was a weird game for all the wrong reasons. Let's just say that. Because Floria was not only kind of a weird game to play, but it was also a very weird game to just read, because there felt like there were some translation errors. And obviously, there might be, because Floria was $13 fucking on goddamn Kickstarter. Yeah, so these are what these guys do. And again, Summon Skate was translated effectively on a $13 budget. But and very, very low amount of budget. You kind of see all the... There's Ben. Hey, Ben. Hardcover copies. Let's see. Has everyone received their copies? Yeah. Like, nobody said anything about it. Nobody's talked about it, really. Yeah, that's kind of like the situation we're in. And these guys publish indie games. But that's Summon Skate in a nutshell, really. It's kind of hard to go over this game too hard, because there isn't really that much on it. However, let's talk a little bit about Summon Skate. Yeah, this game's an odd one. Now, obviously, I need somebody to come in and help me out. So, obviously, I'm bringing out my boy, Manly Salmon, to help me out. And you may be wondering, Notepad, why is Manly in a wheelchair? This is very specific and very important. We will get to that later. But as you can see, Manly here has been trained especially. He's a Russian. He is draft age. He's a landlord. His talent is bodybuilding, and he is in fact a Cossack, which is a samurai of Eastern Europe. Yeah. You may already be looking at this being like, what the fuck are you on about, Notepad? What the fuck is this? You and Manly are odd friends. I don't know what you're talking about. The wheelchair Cossack is... He is there, and I put him in the game every time. But yeah, this is an interesting game. Actually, give me one second. I need to explain the lore real fast. It's very important that I explain the lore, or the entire game doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, so here's the chart. Here's the very important chart. So I'm gonna have to give you all the lore. So interesting. I'll get to that in a minute. I'll get to that actually in a minute, Draco. I'll get to that. So the lore, very simply. So chaos is the embodiment of entropy and nothingness. It has invaded the world, which is also its own self. Now, this is the thing is, there's a defense mechanism called the world figure. The world figure is a... the world figure is a part of chaos who is pretty much tasked with keeping it reined in. It's to protect things. So what happens was, if chaos wants to invade something, wants to destroy the world in some case, the world figure creates a barrier, which is called the quarantine land, and the goal is to seal chaos out. However, it can't really fight itself, really. That doesn't how it works. So it has to empower people called summoners. Summoners are able to use figures, which are usually the either abstract concepts, but which are given form through historical figures or objects we understand, something such as a Valkyrie. And from there, the summoners need to fight back chaos wherever it goes, because people are trying to put it in. However, what happens when there's a crack in the world? Crack in the world, what happens? Chaos seeps in and causes a distortion. And when the distortion goes on, when there's too many distortions, what occurs is that chaos can be reborn inside the quarantine land and infect it, pretty much erasing it from existence. However, because these distortions exist, they hand out magic stones. These magic stones contain the spirits of these figures, which you can use to manipulate the world around you. There are also things called cosmos, and cosmos are not cosmos. That's very different. Cosmoses are entities and beings that are part of the world figure that are there to help you try to save the world. Because that's what they want to keep themselves alive in a quarantine land, and you have to summon everything using the power of figure skating. Welcome to Summon Skate, and I'm not fucking with you in any of this lore, by the way. I'm not fucking with you. This is the actual lore. It's all very simple, as you can see by the chart here. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with this chart, guys. I mean... What's really throwing you for a loop here? This chart looks like an advanced shitpost. It is. It honestly is, I think. Man, that's the lore of Summon Skate. Now that since we understand the lore of Summon Skate, we can actually understand the details of Summon Skate. So, this game is, and I do say, the fuck is really fucking weird. The game conducts the players based on the scenario they've planned. Okay, very standard RPG, 2 to 3 hours per session. The goal is you're going to be having to summon things by drawing summoning diagrams. And you might immediately hear be like, drawing? I'm like, yes. So basic how to remember to play an RPG, the authority of the game master, how do we roleplay? And what do we need? We need rulebooks, writing tools, a bunch of counters, character sheets, game board, many 6-sided dice, icons, and a clear folder with whiteboard pens and a whiteboard eraser. Then there's also the difficulty. Because yes, this game is one of the very few games I've ever encountered which actually has a difficulty slider, which is for easy, for the puzzle adverse, the normal experience, and a challenge. You can technically play this game without a game master, and arguably it would be more entertaining. Simply because Summon Skate is quite literally a board game. Also, here's oh, I forgot, you have to emblemize chaos to manifest its physical form. But that's also good and also bad. Don't forget, don't get the right one. Yeah, gotta get the right one. You got all the various brackets. This is entirely a D6 driven game. That's all you're gonna be rolling. You're only gonna be rolling D6s. Very important, we have our cards. Now, they do say on our website and on DriveThruRPG, you will find card sheets you can download and print. However, if we go to their DriveThruRPG, if we go to Summon Skate right here, you can't actually do that. Also, note right here, they actually haven't published anything, and this is, the PDF is $15. The soft cover of the book is fucking $40, and the hardcover is $60. Yeah, this game is not cheap. Yeah, you can't really buy any of the cards or like download the cards directly. You can't even really do it from the website. Have no fear, everybody. Have absolutely no fear. I do have Weed Loki. And I say specifically Weed Loki because Loki looks like he's on some shit. So let me just open this up real fast. Open this up. Summon Skate. These are the character cards. Now, mind you, you gotta remember, Yasuda did all the artwork himself. Probably got some help, but yeah, these are the various characters you can summon, the various figures. There's Thor. Yeah, there's Weed. This is what I mean by Weed Loki. Loki looks like he's on some shit, but yeah, you can complain. Let me see some other ones at the bottom here. Mars, Freya, Hecate, Venus. Venus is very important. Alaroon, Fortuna. That's a carbuncle. Look, it's Momotaro, everybody. Look, everyone. Millet dumplings. Sleipnir looks like he's fucking high. He's scary. I'm scared. I don't want to fuck with that. Elf. Dryad. Inar. Yeah, that's, the artwork is a hit and miss. I'm not gonna lie. The artwork is a bit of a hit and miss. Do you like Chaos Dragon, Chaos, Rondo of Souls? Like, yeah, this is... I have a feeling that the author, the writer, and the drawer, and the illustrator, and all that, really wanted to draw these, not much like people. But yeah, here's some sample characters. As you can see, we have this guy, this girl, this dude. Here's a 10-year-old. We can't forget that. Yes, she is technically 10. Actually, no, she's 11. Yeah, she's an 11-year-old person in this game on a fucking children's scooter. This woman just is in a wheelchair. No, have no fear. Here's a 22-year-old live streaming buff-ass skateboard dude. This bitch just got fucking Heelys. Because, yeah, you can use Heelys if you want. And, a junior figure skater that looks like he's JoJo posing on it. Why does Fortuna look like the most like an anime girl? Yeah, we don't, the thing is, like, every now and again you see some that be like, ah, yes, this is clearly an anime girl. Like, I have a feeling this is a... The thing is, what I've been getting at is, I think this guy is not really interested in drawing people as much as he is in drawing, weird chaos beings. Look, he's just Dio. Yeah, again, Weed Loki, like, the thing is with Loki, is you realize that, like, technically that man's got some ass. Like, that man's got ass, but, like, looks like his spine is also shattering into 1,000 pieces. Also, you know this is, like, focus on here, because you can actually see the, pretty much you can actually tell that they took time enough to draw out the fact that her pants are a little bit too tight. It is essential. You don't understand. Now, Manly only has the Valkyrie, hence why I chose this. Every time I look at this image, I laugh because it's funny. And I remember Iroh swore death against me. Yes, yeah. They did not appreciate the wheelchair Cossack very much. But yeah, we'll get to that actually. So you need mana tokens, you need lots of dice, the figure sheet, which we'll get to, the game board, because this is something called the stage. This is what you're actually going to be doing a majority of the game right here. This is the stage. And the goal here is that you're going to be drawing figures along this to try to summon their signs. Because you kind of see here, you need to use Eisenhower. You need to draw this symbol. You need to go 1, 2, 3, and kind of you need to go about 6 and 2 diagonals. Now, there's a very specific rule that you can't make it a 45-degree angle, but you can make it a 90, or you can make it or flat. You can't go 180, and you can't make it and 45 degrees either. So it has to look very similar to this. And some of these, as you can see, can get a little bit complicated, but don't worry, you can actually work with other people to build these. So yeah, already we have quite a bit of things to worry about. There's a lot of tools in this game. And the big thing is there are technically 3 different types of games you can play. You can play a short program, which is really small and very compact. The long program, which is starting the point, will be based around the world figure, creating the quarantine land, player fighting to defeat chaos. So pretty much it's like single session, multiple sessions, and this is kind of a weird one, which we'll go over, which is like a many post sessions. But chaos touches the boundary of our world and creates a minor crack. Small amount of chaos infiltrates our world through the crack. Distortions form. Humans are able to measure chaos due to the distortions. Someone emblemizes chaos. Someone literally gives form to the chaos. It manifests physically, acts based on its emblem to use to manifest. The quarantine land is destroyed, consumed by distortions. Destroyed land is isolated and becomes a realm of chaos. Chaos reigns. The world figure, very bad. Chaos, very, very bad. The world structure. Again, all of the artwork looks like it's a shit post of some... Like, all the artwork of, like, explaining the lore always looks like it's like, this is Persona 1. Yes, there's a little bit of Persona. Like, again, it's SMT Persona. That's what I think. That's what this had a little bit of figure, just a little bit. But we'll get to. It's not quite Persona. It's not quite Persona. So, yeah, this is the lore. Again, it looks like a shit post half the time, and I love it. It's great. Yeah, hence when we hit our complete shitpost look. These are Cosmos. Cosmos are manifestations of the quarantine land. That's his guiding figure. They can appear as either an anime girl or a biblically accurate angel. Kind of take your pick on that. They also have this important power. I want you all to remember this right here. Can rewind time within the quarantined world. This is a very important factor when we get to later. But here are the summoners. These are the sample summoners of figures, like a figure skater, two figure skaters, a girl, a kickflip girl, and some boomer on a fucking bike, on a BMX bike. You could literally, again, this is the BMX bandit in the future. Angel summoner, eat your fucking heart out. We have the BMX bandit. I can pick whether it looks like an anime girl or a biblical accurate angel meme. I can't believe this is not Persona 1. Yeah, we're gonna when I get to it, you'll understand why this isn't quite Persona. Because Persona actually has rules and logic to it. But yeah, you can technically play a boomer BMX man. That is entirely possible. Pretty much anyone can become a summoner. Hence why one of the sample characters in here is a 11-year-old girl. And why this man looks like he, opens the door at the theater. Very important. And here are the figures. Not personas, they are figures. So, supernatural entities manifest in our world in physical forms. These supernatural entities are known to humans and are connected to our world through art, song, and story. Summoning is the act of summoners forming a bond with these supernatural entities and cross into our world through the magical diagram drawn by the summoner, which acts as a gate and manifests our world as figures. Yeah, so these are also stands. They're not quite personas, not quite stands. And now these are the ancient evil chaos beings, which are also kind of like chaos seeds and chaos summoners. There's a lot to work with here, but don't worry. Now, to the right, you can see an example of character sheet for a level 2 NPC. Yes, the character we're going to be working with is level 2 because that's when you actually get shit to work with. That is very important to understand. You actually get things to work with at level 2. At level 1, you get fuck all. But you can technically start at level 0. This game, I don't know why. One of the big things is the idea of handing out mana. These are like Benny chips. You need mana for a lot of things, and mana is very useful, but you can also collect mana in-game. So it's kind of that one of those things you're always kind of putting it in, putting it back. Everybody has these two things, which is sprint and mana trace. These are very important things to understand, in which the idea behind sprint is you can make an athletics check, and if you succeed, congratulations, you can move farther, which is very important because that's how you draw. However, if you mana trace is you can expend 1 mana point and then draw a further line, which is, again, very important to, you guessed it, summon your fucking figures. These are very important. And if you don't have them, you're going to fail. Very important. But these are what most of the skills are going to look like. So here's our sample character. And I double checked to make sure that I'm not that. This is a very average spread. She was created in 2019. Arisu Sumabuki? Oh boy, look everybody. It's we'll get to you in a second, don't you think about it. Yeah, you got your tricks, you got backgrounds, you got what your rank is, your common skills, all of these. Then we get all of our different things. So we got to go over our player names. Then we got to choose our tables. Actually, no. Well, first things we have to do is this. Okay. Personally, I do not care about this, but I'm going to preface this by saying something's a little bit wonky here. And I had to go to Yandex, actually. Yes, I had to go to Yandex for this one. If you give me 1 second, I need to... So, one of the things I realized about this was even I was like, that's kind of weird. That doesn't quite sound right to me here. I'm going to do something real fast. Do that so I don't fucking dox myself like an idiot. One of the things that I realized a little bit early on, I was like, something doesn't seem right here. That's usually a very not a very common thing. So here's the pronoun table. This is the pronoun table that we know about. This is in the book. However, let me bring up the... Where is it? This is the gender table. Now, why I'm bringing this one up in particular is due to this. This is taken from the Japanese version. This is taken from the Japanese book that was free that we kind of looked at earlier, and I plugged it into Yandex, and this is what popped up, the gender table. Now, weirdly enough, and I noticed this a little bit like... Because there's this earlier translation about it, which is... where is it? They show a character sheet on one of these for like 2 seconds. And at one point, they actually had... I wonder if it's in the original one. That it was originally listed as gender. That's the thing. It was originally listed as gender rather than pronouns. I think that's kind of weird to make like a very dedicated change. And this is plugged into Yandex, but like, yeah, this was a deliberate effort on somebody's part to change this. I don't really care necessarily. I just find it interesting, which, as I kind of stated in the Floria video, which is translation is 95% about trust. I am trusting you to give me the accurate translation. This is like, that trust is already a little like, what else did you change? I do not know, but this is, I think, supposed to be the one that you're supposed to, which is a, hey, it's a same gender as player, male, male, woman, woman, other, which, fine, you have an other, like you're fucking weird, you're asexual or whatever. Cool, fine, whatever. You do you. But yeah, that's what, if you're like, the pronoun thing seems a little bit wonky, the answer is yeah, because it kind of is. It is a little bit wonky. Kind of comes out of nowhere. This is a political piece. No, I think, I wanted to be honest about it. I think that was a safety measure to enable them to kind of deftly avoid criticism from others. Well, you can't say this game is bad because we have this in here. That is because they are in the US. Inside. I don't blame people for putting those in. I don't blame them at all for that kind of shit, mostly because that's the game you got to play. And I've always said that. That's the game. But we also have the age chart. Technically, you can be as old as 80 years old. Here's all your clubs. These do nothing, by the way. These are absolutely fucking useless, and they do not do anything. You also see the ROC here. That's the roll or choose. That's a very common thing in Japanese games, which you have the option of, hey, you can either roll on here as for your job or your club or whatever, or you can just fucking choose. That's kind of what you can do. Ta-da! So, all of your stats are going to start off at 7. When creating a character, you can split 5 additional points between it. What I realized was that, like, as you can kind of see here, all the stats kind of feel a little bit similar at the end of the day, simply because you just have so few stats, but with so many points to kind of work with. 989 is probably the, like, most, it's the averagest version of it. And each of these are compatible with different figures. We have attack figures, healing figures, or special figures. That's important in its own way. And then name, which technically, it is possible. I want you to remember, it is possible if you roll a 6 and a 1 and a 6 and a 2 to become Tony Hawk. It is essential that I become Tony Hawk. Will not bother me if they didn't use that type. No, I don't think it's a necessary. Maybe I worded that wrong to avoid criticism. Mostly, it's the how do I want to word this? If you don't put it in, people are going to get mad at you. If you do put it in, nobody really gets mad at you. So you're going to put it in simply to avoid the criticism of the very loud people. We're weird for just pointing it out, and honestly, I didn't even need to point it out. I could have just ignored it. But I'm like, that's kind of an interesting little bit that seems a little bit weird. But yeah, if you really want to, you can play Tony Hawk in this game, which is technically very valid. Yeah, all summoners awaken at level 0. PCs start game 1 level during the closing part of each session. Level up faster or slower than others. Tech with the GM. Yeah, level 0. Choose your summon skate gear. And 1 trick. That's bad. Gain a possible contract rank equal to your magic attribute and form a permanent contract with 1 figure. Choose 1 style and 1 skill from your chosen style. There are technically 6 levels. And when it says, oh, form possible contract rank, that is its own very important thing. But pretty much you can summon up to people equal to your magic. That's the amount of people that you can contract with effectively. Which, oof. I can pretty much, it's for this, for example, I can't get someone with a contract rank of, say, 8, with a contract rank of, say, 10. But if anyone under 9, I can. But if I level up further, if I go up to, let's say here, level 4, I can form up to someone with 18 rank. And finally ending up right down here. So it's kind of useful to have that, but minimum you're going to have 7, which is most of the standard ones. Most of the standard ones are like 7, so yeah, relationships between the PCs. Oh boy, relationship tables. Oh boy. So, what is a summon gear? They're divided into 4 categories: shoes, boards, bikes and scooters, and others. The big thing is that each summon gear type you can choose a trick with it. What is with the sacrificing children, the fucking Moloch thing? Jesus. Let's see. But yeah, every type of skate gear has a variety of tricks, and these tricks can be actually pretty interesting. For example, if you are the other one, you can freely jump 1 to 6 spaces. Pretty much you can literally jump across the fucking field if you want, and avoid all that bullshit. However, the options here don't really matter, hence why ice skates, Heelys, anyone remember Heelys? I remember Heelys. And roller skates are technically the same thing. And you can say, hey, here's a step sequence. Hey, here's a triple kick up or a spin jump. Woo! Which spinning is very important, which you can literally use to like fly through the fucking air. Boards, you can have a skateboard. Yeah! A caster board. Cool. Or a fucking surfboard if you want. Yeah. For some reason, you can have a surfboard in this game because, you know, skateboards and surfboards operate on the exact same piece of logic. Yeah, if you want if you want to surfboard around Cthulhu, it's entirely possible in this game and encouraged. Yeah, if the character does not have their gear, very important. Somebody leave behind a trail of glowing mana wherever a trace line. Each summon has their own gear. When not used, can be magical shrunk and carried around and used as a key holder. A scooter, a unicycle, or a bicycle. Yes, there was at one point there was for about 5 minutes of me debating on giving Manly a unicycle just to have him drive around on a very angry Cossack on a unicycle. It is not only optimal to play a fucking clown in this game on a unicycle and just like roll around very aggressively, it's optimal in some cases. Because these ones get very useful ones, such as straight line, which just allows you to travel a bunch of, really fast in one direction, or trace 1d6 line space adjacent to your character, which is very useful, or just go fucking gamer mode, which straight line is usually better than full speed. Then we have the other ones, such as just a fucking toboggan sled, the the Segway, or a wheelchair. I would prefer an angry Cossack on a unicycle. Yeah, for some, yeah, this is one of those moments where it's like, wait a fucking second. Again, people are like, oh, the fucking combat wheelchair stupid. No. No. Combat wheelchair is poggers for this reason right here. Can you technically wheelchair Tokyo drift around Cthulhu and Hastur in this game? Yes, you can, and you should. Just fucking Tokyo drift around your problems. Have that fucking Eurobeat blasting. You can do it. And some of these can actually be very odd. Such as performance. Yeah, performance does technically allow you to spin a sled on its axis. Because again, these do nothing. There's no, ulterior motive or anything. There's no advantage to selecting ice skates over the bicycle outside the trick you can get. But the trick is, yeah, because remember, a bike and a unicycle are effectively the same thing. Maintain a constant summoning track with a figure whose combined rate does not exceed the... So, figures, this is where things get a little bit weird. And yeah, it's, I gotta kind of explain it a little bit more. One of the big things is during the initial part of the game, you're going to be hunting around for magic stones. These magic stones contain a figure, which means that you can pretty much, if you have a magic stone, you can crystallize it to get a figure. That's very important. You want to do that, because it allows you to actually get more spells, which you normally wouldn't. Technically, what you should have by the end of the end of the first half of the game is a couple of these different figures to summon. Now, your permanent one can always be used. That's the big thing. You can always end up using your permanent figures, while your kind of more temporary figures are ones that can going to be used at various intervals. For example, Manly may have Mars, he might find Mars, and because he's found Mars, he can, let's see, can he actually even use Mars? No, he can't even use Mars. He might find, this woman, the lolly with the stick. He might find her and add her into it, or he might add fucking Loki or Michael, the embodiment of justice. He might find these ones through their initial journey and he can add them to his list to use, but they have a very small amount of uses. Now, as you can see here, that's the goal. You want to draw these. And now you can create your own legitimate one if you feel like it. But there are also a little bit more, yeah. You can technically make ones that aren't necessarily cards in that regard, that aren't like necessarily on here, which are more like this. These ones are a little bit weird. But when I say these are a little bit weird, because they are not tied to any entity, they're just called Ice or Halt, and just deal 1 damage. You kind of need to find a few of those. But yeah, these are, let's go through, this is how they work. This is how you're going to do it. You need to draw these figures, and sometimes they're a little bit complicated, sometimes they're pretty easy to draw. It kind of depends on the situation. Now, sometimes these are going to be, you may be saying like, oh, well, this is adapted to healing, or this is adapted here. It doesn't really mean that much. Like, choose 2x2 area on the board. This is more like, if you have a high this, you're probably going to be better at getting it. If you have this, you're probably going to be better at getting this. The Tree of Spirits, the Harvest Dance, which is about healing, healing is important because you need to fix the board, but we'll get to that a bit later because that's its own fucking disaster area. One thing about all the healer ones is that a lot of the heal ones do the exact same fucking thing, such as Princess Kaguya, Choose a 5x5 area on the board. All shattered spaces within that area are repaired. All PCs are in that area return to full HP. Harvest Dance within Nari. Choose a 4x4 space on the board and everything happens. Oh, well, maybe I should go choose a 2x2. Yeah, there are pretty much 4 of these that do the exact same fucking thing. Yeah, so that's a little bit weird. And then you have some of the more gimmick ones. I'm going to say these are the gimmick ones. Increase or decrease the effect by 1 by 1. Really change the result of 1 dice roll. Fucking terrifying. During battle, grant 1 excel, +4 movement speed. Momotaro, during the battle, grant 1 PC tough, -2 all damage. Thanks, Momotaro. These are the attack figure diagrams, which you can just pick up, which are less like spells and more like just things you can do. For example, hey, you can draw an arrow, deal 1 damage to 1 enemy. You may change the result of 1 damage die to 6 of the main body of the enemy. Or it's like, oh, Ace, deal 3 damage to 1 enemy, and +1 mana will be generated by the attack. The user takes 2 damage. Crossblades, cavalry charge, and then we have all the healing hands. This is what a lot of the game is at the end of the day, is like teaching you how these fucking cards work and how they actually function. what are the styles? Styles are like your class. And yeah, the class is kind of weird. So it's kind of like you're only really going to get 2 style skills. And you have to choose one style from these 4. At level 5, you're going to be able to get additional style if you already do not have one of these 2 styles. And decrease your movement range by X if you ever have to pay a cost. So, for example, I literally use a legendary artifact with the power of God and anime on my side. Now, for the cost of 3, from 3 of my movement speed, 1 time per turn, I can reduce any damage to 0. By 2. Or, oh, Divine Medicine. Heal yourself for 1 PC within 3 space of you, 3 HP, which is quite a bit considering if you kind of look here, I don't actually have that much HP. Like, my HP is very low. And that's fine, really. It really is fine. Yeah, you don't really have that much in the way of health. But that's not the point. It's not the point at all. Yeah, and it's like, oh, you're this. I chose to pick up the Master, which is just good because all of their abilities are just really fucking good. Hence why I chose to take as my once I can just recover 5 HP whenever the fuck I feel like, at any point, with 0 consequences. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is where your HP is recorded. Right here. You don't have, most of the time you're only going to have about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, most of the time you're only going to have about 7 HP. So when he says like, oh, you heal 3 HP, that's a big fucking deal. Backgrounds. Wow, look everyone, no one gives a shit about backgrounds. Wow. 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 Yeah, so these are the 3 versions of the game. Short program is like 1 to 2 hours to play, and it's like, oh, here's a little unique one while we solve the puzzle and we leave, haha. This is like a traditional RPG. And the World Resurrection one is, it does not require a GM where PCs enter an area that's fallen to chaos. This may be used as a continuation of other sessions that have failed, allowing the chaos to win. PCs take turns rolling on the world creation table and speak freely about the area that has fallen. This is a session for players who enjoy world building and storytelling. When I first read that, I'm like, what the fuck are you on about? But then I realized this is literally like a weird roleplay thing. Yeah, it's a little bit odd. So, as you can see here, everyone gets health equal to their willpower. So since my willpower is 8, I get 8 HP. You introduce everybody, you investigate the area, oh no, and then you activate moves, and then you emblemize chaos, then you may trade your stones, we'll get to trading in a bit, and then we have the combat phase, which is enemies move, you summon, you do the turn cycle, you do it again, and then you end. Welcome to a incredibly Japanese way of approaching things. We'll just put that right there. Japan, and I'm going to say this very nicely, fucking hates things that go slow. Because you might have to rent a karaoke booth for about, a couple hours, and this is what you're going to be doing. It's very slow, very planned out in a way. And that's what they like. They like things to go have a very good rhythm to it and a very good speed. You're never going to not do something, and it's always very planned out in a way. You can write an entire scenario for this game for Japanese games very easily. That's why I actually say for like first time GMs are usually pretty good. Yeah, this game is the ultimate defense against people who say HP doesn't use meat points because your HP is directly based on your willpower. Yep. This is directly based on your willpower, not your athletic score at all. And that is your ability to keep upright. And that is also the main stat used for healing as well. But you're also fighting the crawling chaos, so various events. Then the world resurrection flow. This is really stupid. Like world resurrection's dumb. So the main system for this game is you roll 2d6, try to roll under. which actually uses the same relative system as Floria, but better, because this is actually a critical success. Not, again, and like I've always said, I think Floria was written wrong. I think this is what it was supposed to be. Double sixes is a fumble, double ones is a critical. Because the entire idea, for example, for Manly, I have a 9 in my magic, I believe. Yeah, I have a 9 in my magic. I need to make a magic check. I'm gonna roll 2d6, and I rolled a 9. I succeeded. I rolled a 6 and a 3. That's just bad luck. Like, I would have succeeded, but I would have failed the willpower check, for example. That's pretty much how the game works. Not exactly the most complicated thing in the world, but doesn't need to be complicated. This leads to the contract checks. Because, yeah, you need to form a contract with any of the figures that you're working with. So, for example, let's say I want to form a contract with Eisenhower, who's an attack guy. I need to roll under a 9. I rolled a 7. I succeeded. He is my friend now. If you fail, though, you can still spend one of your good boy points to get it. You can always end up getting it even if you fail, as long as you had good boy points, and trust me, you're always going to have some good boy points. You kind of see right here, mana. You're always kind of handing out these mana to people, except during combat, but combat also generates mana in its own way. So it's this constant flow of the good boy points. This is good. We like this. As you can see right here. Now, again, keep note of this phrase. I've been telling you a little bit every now and again to like keep note of like, oh, time travel or the retry mechanic. Yeah, we're going to learn. Okay, this is where things get weird. So, PCs with 5 mana over to the combat phase to return all but 4 as soon as the stage combat begins. Yes, so let's say you amass like 8 mana. You have to give 4 to the Game Master. And let's say you end up with 5 mana. You have to give 1 to the Game Master. You're only going to have 4 mana when you start. Mostly because of this. This is the strangest fucking thing I've ever had to read. Cosmos, the entity that governs the quarantine land, burns some of its own power to turn back the clock just a little. If the PCs fail in combat and get a game over, the GM can use 3 mana for each PC in the game to return the in-game time to just before the battle started. Any conditional skill or hidden skills that were used in the previous combat remain used, and any emblem that was sealed will remain so. Your struggle were not in vain. If necessary, it is possible to rewind the game time to the trade phase, the emblemization phase, or the resurrection phase. Any information is you have all the mana carried over, sealed chaos figures, and the uses of chaos figure conditional skills. This is a literal in-game written aspect of the game, literally an in-game mechanic to, you guys fucking suck at this game. I'm gonna rewind time so you guys get to try again. This is why you hand mana over to the GM. So in case you fuck up, you can literally rewind time and try again. This is a mechanic in this game, and I find that fascinating. I've always found this very... Like, the second I read this, I'm like, what the fuck? And like, half of me was like, what the fuck? This is... No, this is dumb. This is really dumb. And then it kind of dawned on me a little bit, being like, this is barely a fucking role-playing game, necessarily. This is more of like a board game, so yeah, having a mechanic like this could be kind of useful. Like, oh, okie dokie then. So yeah, this is the investigation phase. Kind of more along the line, everyone's going to be kind of doing the investigation phase in its own way. Now, generally speaking, anytime you go to an area, there's going to be a chance you're going to have an event there. And if we go to, if I open up the Curious Case of Japanese RPGs, we go to Summonscape. These are the 2 provided maps. You kind of see here. So for example, let's say we're in school. Everyone likes school. There could be an event occurring in the music room, There could be an event occurring in the student council room, and God help us all, one is actually occurring in the old school building. Oh no! Oh no! Or something like here, yeah, there could be various different parts and problems going on in this area. So, these are the distortion marks. These are distortions and these are bad. If you succeed in the checks, conversations, or investigations, will be erased from the area and you receive mana, which is good. Which is, the important thing is, you're going there to find out the distortion, to figure out what's actually going on. And some of these distortions are things like, okay, like there's a problem going on, like who's behind it, what's going on, what is happening. And once you figure out the issue, then you can start doing some funny things. Which brings it to the magic stones, which these are also there. So for example, we'll say in school map, Eisenhower, or let's say Loki is actually, dun dun dun, in the home ec room. Yeah, so if somebody makes their way down to the home ec room, sits there, they can try to make a contract with Loki. Yay. Or, oh no everybody, Freya's on the roof. We're going to walk up to the roof and we can make a contract with Freya. Not exactly as impressive in when I say it. But yeah. And then we also have chaos marks. The chaos mark is the most important one, and once you've kind of figured out what you think the distortions are all about, you go to the chaos mark and then you emblemize it. You have a certain amount of time to do this, and you need to be there as fast as possible. However, if you end up into the same place, you're going to form a bond. If you form a bond, congratulations, you can now use unison techniques, which are very, very good, and you can actually, the big thing there is your lines crossing over with their lines form the same thing. So you can have someone who is like, oh, I want to summon this, and you're like, okay, cool. You guys can start trying to finish each other's summons, as well as help each other in various other situations. However, you can only move a certain number of times equal to whatever the area destruction timer is. So, for example, I can move to the home ec room, and everyone's moving there, and then we're going to move over to the... And then we're going to move to class, then we're going to move to the student council room, and then to the roof, and then we all have to make our way kind of to the distortion mark, which we automatically know may or may not be the problem. Pretty simple. Again, this is a very tightly built game. So, discuss among themselves for exactly 1 minute which emblem to choose. Based on the distortion they saw, after 1 minute is up, to choose one emblem that best fits the distortions. Check to see if the correct emblem. If it is the correct emblem, they have named it and it's there. They gain the figure with the same name as the chaos figure. So pretty much, they have called you out. And they have said, you are this person, you are the problem, we're going to fight you. And if you manage to, you complete it, you get to do a big effect or something goes on. Pretty much, they're pretty sure what you're doing. You've given them purpose. You can fight. However, if you fuck up and choose the wrong emblem, you end up having to fight both the emblem you chose as well as what the correct emblem is, and you don't get any of the bonuses. That makes things infinitely fucking harder on you, and that could really fuck your day up. And then the chaos figure appears. They aren't really represented necessarily. They are just a overarching big threat thing that they have to be worked with. They aren't like put on the map at all. No, this is entirely based on you, the players. That's why I say like kind of a weird game in that regard, because you aren't necessarily going to be casting like, oh, I cast magic missile at this person and suddenly they're dead. No, that's not how that works. Oh, there's the trade phase. Okay, we're going to go up to the trade phase. Okay, fuck the world building phase. This is the stupidest fucking thing. It's dumb. Silly. Okay, this is the trade phase. This is why I say it's not quite like Persona, but it is also kind of like Persona. Gallery Solomon is a special quarantine land set up by Solomon himself, or may it not be. If you ever have a colorless magic stone, pretty much a stone without any contract in it, you can give it to him. Use the diagram engraving device, generally called the Magic Stone Gotcha, And then he seals the figure into the magic stone, in which it allows you to make a contract with a free one. So, for example, you have a small magic stone, small magic colorless stone, and ta-da, you can roll D66. It's like a magic stone from the table next to the page. You can make a contract with it. Oh no, you spend 4 mana, and that means you can do a colorless, or you have a medium colorless magic stone, in which you select the 10-digit yourself, and then roll 1d6 if for the one to make a contract with exactly the type of person you want. Or if you spend an absurd amount of mana or have a large stone, you can just select any figure of your choice. This is literally a gacha mechanic. I have no idea why a gacha mechanic is in this game. It throws a fucking loop in everything that happens. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I look at him like, what? Nanny? Nanny? Yeah, so technically you can, if you want to, let's roll, everybody. Let's see what our gacha is. Let's see. We're doing only a 1 pull, unfortunately. So let's see. Okay, my brown dice will be my 10s. I rolled a 46. What did we roll, everybody? Wowzers! We got the Mountain Diabarabochi. While this figure is summoned, select a 1x3 area at the end of each summon phase. All shattered space inside the area are repaired. Cool. Neat. Awesome. That's why I'm kind of like hesitant to call this a Persona game. I would call this more like in the line of like a fucking truly Subarashi. Like, I have this weird feeling like, is this like a weird Fate game? Like, did somebody look at like Fate Grand Order and was like, holy shit, guys. What if it was on ice? It was like, yeah, this does boil down to SMT on ice, but it's also like, here's Fate on ice. Like, it's a very... I looked at it, I'm like, what the fuck? Because this is the literal term used, is gacha. If they were like, oh, it's the diagram, if it was said like, oh, Magic Stone engraving, or it was like a type engraving, or like the Magic Stone collection, fine. I would have not said a single fucking word about this. I'd be like, this is kind of a weird mechanic, like kind of weird, but I get it. But no, they went out of their way to put fucking gacha in it. It's like, what? Huh? Gotta do that 10 pull. Come on, man. 10 pulls, baby. So, one of the big things is that once you start combat, everyone gets a base amount of range. This is how far they can actually move, which is dependent on the number of player characters, actually. So if you have 4 player characters, you can only move 6 spaces. Now, the big thing there is, hey, guess what? You are really going to already be doing, like, it doesn't matter as much because you have more people, more spaces. Generally speaking, though, I say about 3 to 4 player characters would be ideal. Any less than that, and it becomes a really weird game. And any more than, like, at 5 would be like you move fucking nowhere and you'll just lose. So I would say, like, right here, arguably, I'd say 3 people would be ideal because everyone can move and you can also work together a little bit more. Now, one of the big things here is that at the end of the day, most of the Chaos figures have a very simple goal in mind. They just want to break shit. That is their goal. And the big thing is they want to shatter spaces. And as you can see right here, this is what they mean by shattering spaces. So when you, let's say for you, for example, are an attacker and you've hit someone, you've hit the button, and they have done, like, they're going to form 3 cracks. The entire idea, they might form a crack, let's say, here, like here, here, and here. So let me just make sure. Yeah. They might form like here, here, and here. There's a crack right here now. You can't travel in any of these spaces. As you can kind of see here, you can't really actually travel in any of the spaces that are marked off, so you can't move very well. You have to use a very dedicated action called a jump. However, you fucking lose if they manage to get their cracks from one side of the board to the other. Up or down, doesn't matter. As long as they can get it from one side to the other side, you fucking lose. Also, this does look like a delirious shitpost. But yeah, you can see here, if you want, you can skate up to your distances. You can jump, which allows you to avoid that, but you don't put down trace lines. Spinning, which allows you to collect all the mana and adjacent to you, which is very important. And you can also do your trick. You don't use it once per battle. And then once you summon, if you successfully craft your line, if you manage to successfully build it, you can summon your entity. So for example, if I as Manly manage to draw this figure on the board, I can then summon Valkyrie. And Valkyrie is going to deal 3 damage to one enemy. That's all she's going to do. That is Valkyrie's job, or resolve whatever effect there is with it. You know, either flip, check, you can either use skill of the summon figure at any time. Pretty much, you can use the attack later, or you want to save it, or you want to wait on it. Normally, they do say like if you're using an attack one, it's probably best to use it immediately because that's what the fucking job is. If you're using like a heal one, you may want to keep it, but you can't like double summon it. It's like, okay, it's already summoned, I need to use it now. Maybe use it when it's something valuable is going on. Or it's like, here's an effect, like I want to trigger this effect when somebody is in danger or to prevent something. Is this a card game? No, but maybe, but sort of, but also not. Hello, One Question. Also, thank you for following One Questionable. It's not a card game, but it also is a card game. Because the big thing is, you need to use these cards. Like, this is an essential part of the game. You need to use these. Because the best way to think about it is you're going to start the game like this. You're going to have Freya put down, and what you need to do is draw an X symbol. If you can draw an X symbol, you're good. You flip Freya over, and congratulations, you can use Freya now. Now, choose 2 PCs can now perform in unison. You don't want to use Freya right now, but it's like, okay, well, these two are going to be going together real fast. And like, wait a second, you already formed something? Like, yeah, but we don't have a unison. We never went together. Hey, I'm going to use my Freya. You flip Freya back. She's now been used, but they're now a unison. They can get their summons to go off immediately. That's what that really boils down to in a way. But when it comes to things like Valkyrie, for example, once you finish Valkyrie, you're almost always going to just immediately use it because there's no benefit to sit on it, really. You might debate, well, maybe I want to use it on the big bad and, try to take off a limb or something, or maybe I want to use it on a pawn, but you're always just going to immediately use it. Or it's like, or you get things like, oh, Rising Claw and Aijin. These are different because they technically look different and they form different shapes, which are very important. And like technically Valkyrie is really good at taking care of bosses, but isn't really good at taking care of pawns. Same, similar to things like the big hitters aren't really that good at dealing with pawns, which only take 1 hit. So when you say, is this a card game? The answer is no, but cards are essential part of the experience. Like, if you do not have a card, it's going to be harder. So you can kind of see here, using this as an example, to build this, I need to trace this line, and because me and Red are working together, everything works together. Great. When you do summon it, though, you erase all those lines. Every line used in it. So technically, in this little diagram here, this line right here would remain, this line right here would remain, and these two would. The rest get immediately erased. Which, I realized this a little bit later, but it kind of dawned on me. Technically, you could troll the shit out of your friends by having certain abilities trigger right away. Because these aren't automatic. That's the thing. Like, you have to purposely say, I am summoning this creature. And let's say, for example, they have Eisenhower. Like, their entire thing is that they need to, you know, draw that symbol to do something. It's not the correct symbol, but bear with me. You as the blue player can say, oh, I'm going to summon Valkyrie and delete their line. Realize that? And I thought that was very funny. So yeah, you can make this entire game about fucking with your friends in various capacities. And it's also very important to note that building some of these are very awkward, mostly when it comes down to this. You have to use mana traits to kind of build the additional lines, because if you don't build the initial lines, things are going to get weird. Yeah. Welcome to, yeah, so PCs with 8, once you actually hit zero health, let's say you get hit by a few things, you're going to reduce, you can't move at all, which is very bad in a game about moving. But you can still summon. So if you have like lines that are good, you can summon and technically heal yourself, which is an entirely valid option, by the way. So you activate it, you summon it. If higher rank figure and emblem is higher than the PC's magic score, it cannot be resummoned. So for example, if I were to be using let's say Sleipnir here. Sleipnir's rank 10. Manly here only has 9 magic. It's too high ranking for him. However, if I use Sleipnir, I can still use it, but once it's done, I can't summon him again. But let's say, for example, I was summoning Alaroon. Since it's below my magic, I can use Alaroon constantly, as long as it's within my rank. Ow, 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 ow. So yeah, that's kind of how the balancing factor is with some of like the really big ones being like, why is this is rank fucking 12 or some bullshit like that. Being like, yeah, it's rank 12 because you could use it like once because it's very good. For example, Ishtar. Repair a 5x5 area on the board. All PCs with the area heal the full HP. 5x5 would be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pretty much almost a quarter of the board can be healed automatically, which is a amazing ability, which allows you to pretty much possibly save your ass. You can use it once. So it's like, all right, cool. Poggers, we're doing it. We're doing damage. We're hitting people. We'll get to what the chaos figures look like a little bit later. They're just a little bit weird. Most of these are pretty standard. You can repair shattered locations, but this is what a lose state looks like. You lose if this occurs. Where if you manage to go from top to the bottom or left to the right, you've lost. The board is broken. You have failed your goal. Chaos reigns and all the other terrible shit that goes on. And that's generally bad. It's bad to lose. Now, the thing is, the GM most of the time, you may be wondering, Notepad, wouldn't the GM be encouraged to simply just draw a line straight down for their attacks? Yes, however, the enemy actually has an AI, in a way. They have, like, things that they have to do, such as using abilities at a PC who is injured. And if the PC is injured over here, they might use an ability which is like, oh, I'm going to do 3x3 damage, but it's fucking useless. They just kind of put it in the corner here, but it's like, okay, we got to worry about that now a little bit. Like, that's a problem now. However, kind of going this is like, you got a few turns to at least possibly mitigate it. Not many turns, but a few. See, these are the random destruction objectives. So, oh, we want to kill a PC, we want to down a PC, we want to technically this is incorrect. Technically it would be down. I would say like number would be here. I don't know. Or it's like, oh, interrupt summoning, interrupt the largest number of trace lines. Because let's say, for example, here, let's do a little bit of an example here using this one as using this. Thanks, Japan. Wow, thanks, Japan. Let's say, for example, you had a line, let's say you had a good summon going on, you're like, I'm going to fix everything. If there's a line that forms, it breaks the line. So you could potentially get fucked out of your own thing until that crack is healed. You know, determine random center point for the selection. Very much like, yeah. Also, they never talk about this at all. Like, let's actually see. Insanity. When do they mention insanity again? Yeah, all PCs in the area, insanity. Okay, so it's down here. They never talk about insanity at all until the very end of the book. I have no idea why they do this. They just do. It's kind of strange. But yeah, that's kind of... Yeah, combat is actually very interesting. Also, this is what unisons allow you to do, such as being able to finish each other's. And if you're at level 3, you can use these, techniques, such as, a paired lift, pretty much allowing you to lift some, like, if they jump on you, you can mitigate the movement cost, but then you set them down somewhere else. Or, hey, you can throw someone for 0 movement. Or you can pair spin, and everybody gets mana. Everybody gets mana! After I, when do I activate a skill? Literally use it right after summoning, or special figures, use it right when you think it would be useful. Yeah, so 90-degree rotations, 45-degree rotations, that's it. Very specific. Game Master, pretty standard ones. They do actually have a very interesting approach to how to play online, which is don't. And we also have the difficulty mode. The difficulty mode, all easy does is give you more mana. And enemies don't do as much shit. However, one of the big things about easy and normal mode is how much information is revealed. And it's like, oh, okie dokie. Like, you can hide all the information you want, but you also shouldn't as well. Or, for 6 summon skaters, in this minigame, series of pawns are set as unpredictable. You can literally do chess games with this, by the way. Like, what do I mean by, like, a chess game is, like, the entire goal is to, how do I destroy all the pawns in this amount of time using this with my limited selection of movement? Like, if I do this in 3 turns, can I do, depending on how do I draw to, like, eliminate the highest number of pawns, the quickest possible route to eliminate all the enemies. What the fuck is this game? Yeah, I love various long program items for beginners. Items are exactly what you think are. Chaos Seeds are weird because Chaos Seeds are... If you put a Chaos Seed in the match, the drive the host to work toward the destruction of the world. If summoning a diagram is placed on a Chaos Seed, figurines can be summoned to serve chaos. Yeah, and it's like, cool. So if summoner not working for draws out a summoning your diagram engraved on a Chaos Seed, chaos is purified and becomes a magic stone. So the big idea here is there's a Chaos Seed, which what occurs is if it's placed on the map in some way, if you draw if a normal enemy draws a figure on it, it serves a evil figure. However, if you draw a figure on it, it suddenly gets everything goes, everyone's happy. You get a bonus for it. That's it. Don't think about it too hard. Time schedules, about distortions. Like, this is like one of the ideas, it's the idea behind distortions is that they're supposed to highlight one of the like big problems of like whatever the event is. So, for example, someone is stealing money from a rich person. If you succeed at athletics checks, you catch the criminal. The result is they were jealous of all the money the rich person had. We know it involves violence, greed, and envy. Distortion involving jealousy, isolation, and violence. Someone is saying horrible, jealous things about someone else while they're not around. Willpower checked. Because wounded emotionally. Is jealousy, isolation, and violence. Because, yeah, also response events, check events, what are NPC markers. They can help you out, but they might be able to summon contracts. But most of the time with them, what they want to do is you can find NPCs who are there to help you, and they'll give you contracts they've already made contract with, so you don't have to make a check for it. Well, cultists just want to fuck with you and make everything go wrong. Yeah, you can technically have enemy summoners. Also, here's some of the like NPCs that you can bring on. Coach with a knee injury. Technically, all these guys are jacked as well and way better than PCs in some cases, or a lot worse. Hip hop star currently taking a break from rap. A laid back lady of the upper crust. A wanderer's search of answers. Yeah, no, that ain't here. My personal favorite though, my personal favorite will always be female 15 middle schooler, an older twin, and aspiring goth. Don't know why aspiring goth made me laugh. Should I make chicken and dumplings or chicken pasta? Chicken and dumplings sound very good, actually. I actually have a pork loin in my crock pot right now. Hopefully that actually goes. So these are like the growing clouds of chaos, and like these are kind of the sample adventures. What I mean by like Japanese RPGs love giving you sample shit, it's shit like this. This is literally them handing it to you in every detail imaginable to help you out. Yeah, pawns are very simple. Chaos figures. Hard mode, they get more fucking HP and skills. Aces are your ability to just fuck your players over. Aces are hilarious. The emblems have both their innate desire to fill the world with chaos, as well as a characteristic of the emblem applied to them. So, yeah, so technically, you have a ranking system as well. Like, oh no, we want to fight the Chaos Witch. Or, oh wow, here's the tutorial, let's fight the Bayaki. Oh boy. Or technically, if you want to just fuck your day up, you can fight Cthulhu, Waves of Pawn, a boss that erases summons, a boss that creates many pawns. Creates fucking mines on the stage. Like, these are the bosses. Like, oh boy, you're gonna fight the Chaos Witch. Ooh, I wonder, is this gonna break horribly? Luckily, I don't think so. These are the pawns. These are all the pawns currently available. They only have 1 HP each. However, it's things like, oh, if the nearest PC must make an athletics check. If they fail the check, they take 2 damage. If they're just by them. Or an egg soldier, the random PC must make a magic check. 4 fucking damage, by the way, if you fail it, which is really fucking hard, by the way. Or it's like, oh, an angel soldier, which will always do damage to as long as they're even around on the field. Or whatever the fuck yellow signs are, which are just nightmarish. It's great. Yeah, move to a random location. If the nearest PC or PC with lowest HP and multiple in the same range, they must make a willpower check and fucking die. Or you get goat spawn, which all locations adjacent to the target PC are shattered. Even if you succeed, you're going to take 1 damage. Like, wow, this sucks. Then these are what ace skills are like. No one can resist fate. The objective for selecting Space's shadow ability becomes the GM can freely decide the next location. The fuck you move. Or hey, I can restore a body part, or assist people, or true evil. True evil never dies. Which, yeah, it's like, oh, that's great and awesome. Great, awesome, pog. So, yeah, chaos figures with emblems have both their innate desire to fill the world with chaos, as well as the characteristic of the emblem applied to them. So, sealing, you want to seal the emblem, and that means you have to you literally have to draw it. If you draw the emblem, you get a big bonus out of it. So, for example, let's say obsession. If you actually, let's say isolation right here. We've determined that, like, wait a second, the chaos wants to do this. At the end of each turn, any PC within 2 spaces of another PC takes 3 damage. Oof. Or chaos attribute nullified. All body parts take 1 damage. Or you can get some of the other ones, which are things like greed. Whenever a PC makes an attempt to spend mana, they must make a willpower check. If they fail, they can't use mana. Or you end up with things like, oh, if you manage to draw this horrific shape, after PC uses Unison Summon, the unison between 2 PCs who shared its trace line is erased. Yeah, that's really bad. These are what you're kind of doing. If you fuck, and the big thing is, if you succeed, you can actually get rid of it. If you fail, it gets a lot harder to get rid of it because they have fucking 2 of these things in one, including the one you got wrong. And this is what most enemies are going to look like. This is the big bad enemy. The big bad scary enemy at the end of the day that you have to worry about. There are quite a few of these. And as you can see here, they don't actually have much health. So let's say, for example, we're fighting the Chaos Witch. A formless chaotic shape of a witch who offers devotion to the devil. Who can stand and judge her? Can blessings be found in trials? Anytime she uses anything, she's going to roll on her fucking dice. So let's say, for example, it's her turn, she's going to roll. She rolled a 5. So, we need to do Witch Water. Shatter a 2x5 area. Any PCs with the area must make a willpower check. If they succeed, they take 1 damage. If they fail, take damage equal to the current HP of the Witch Water body part times 2. Which, as you can see, they don't actually have much. They only have, technically, 1. They don't actually have many HP for a lot of these. Most of the time, they only have about 3 or 2. Technically, Witch Water only has 2 HP normally. Magic Veins only has 1. Enemies aren't actually that durable. The catch being, here's the catch. The catch is that they're not really designed to do that. And it's going to take you time to draw out these things. And you still need to possibly hit, or you can miss completely and do a massive thing on like a crystal ball or something. And if you fail, it's like, oh, that's bad. Or it's like, oh, if all PCs are inflicted with hold, and oh, it's like, oh, you destroy the main body has 1 HP during the GM phase. So if you do 2 damage to her, she can inflict hold on all of you and just fuck your day up. Or you end up with like the Minotaur, who has a shit ton of health and can like really fuck your day up. Now these are the easy bosses, mind you, the really easy, simple ones that are supposed to be very simple. Some of these fuckers, let's look at we have the Chaos Angel, obviously, which Angelic Halo, which can just have a bunch of different things, which can really fuck your day up. Or how can we forget the Chaos Doll? Oh boy, the Chaos Doll, which can just spam fucking minions at you. Oh no, it's the Calamity Doll with all her fucking health, and just like, oh, she can just shatter a 4x4 area to completely kill you. Oh great, awesome. Or the Chaos Egg, or the Chaos Worm. Literally fucking Haster. Shub Niggeroth. Yeah, that guy. Cthulhu, Cthulhu, the funny deep one man. And then we have the final one, which is the Chaos Mother, which is, as you can see, she has 9 HP, which is quite a lot, and she can instantly kill people. And she can really, fuck your day up. Really fuck your day up. Yeah, and then they kind of tell you how to create your own chaos figures. It's not too complicated. Here's some example ones, as you can kind of see here, who has what. The BMX Bandit, obviously, and just some sample things. That's Summon Skate. Summon Skate is weird. Do I like Summon Skate? I don't know. I think my my opinion on Summon Skate is similar to my opinion on Floria, which is, wow, this would be a really cool board game. Ooh. And because I think it'd be a really cool board game, like, I like the ideas behind some of this game. I'm like, you know what? Here's something actually completely fucking unique that no other game out there has probably done a fucking figure skating chaos fighting game. And for good reason, because this game is fucking weird. Just weird. Not fun weird either most of the time, just weird. And some people are really gonna like that. Some people are gonna be like, this is it, this is my jam. My question does immediately kind of go to, if this is your jam, why do you want to play a role-playing game of it? Why don't you just play a board? If this was a board game, be like, yeah, I could see it. It could be kind of interesting. You know, like, hey, here's the boss. Oh no, we gotta find the right answers. Oh no. We gotta draw on the little board and we're doing stuff like that. But it's like, because it's an RPG, you have to put in like the fucking weird gacha mechanics and like, because of all the little factors outside of it coming together, you're like, what the fuck is this? I think that really summarizes my thoughts on the game as, what the fuck is this? But, okay then. Alright, like, you exist. And that is ultimately probably one of the most amusing aspects of it. It exists for some reason. What the fuck are you people doing in my server? Why are you talking about Project Moon? Oh my god, it was a mistake for me buying Lobotomy Corporation. I should have never done this. Oh no. Alright. So, Summon Skate is done. We've done it, everybody. We've successfully skated our summons. Summoned our skates. We successfully wheelchaired. So the next game we're going to be going over, I actually debated on which of the three I wanted to go in order, because all of these are going to be variations of the SRS system. However, I want to get this one out of the way because this one is hard. Welcome, my good man, to the Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. TRPG, you like it? You like Konosuba? Konosuba. Koko no Suna. Now, for the people who haven't lived under a rock, you probably know what the hell Konosuba is. Konosuba, at its end of the day, is actually a relatively popular anime. Well, actually, it was a web novel. Let's see if I can find the Konosuba. Konosuba here, if we go to the Wikipedia here, it started as a web novel back in 2012, and however, it then got to a light novel in 2013, and which is to 2020. Did it actually fucking finish? Yeah, it looks like it finished. Which then led to the manga adaptation of the light novels, which led to the anime adaptation of the manga, which was an adaptation of the light novels, which was an adaptation of the web novel. And yeah, no, it's very popular. It is, yeah, it is a very popular series. And it has done quite well for itself. Mostly because I think one of the big things about it was that, like, not only was it kind of like a... It came out at the right time, I think. And even just the fact that it was kind of capitalizing off the isekai bullshit. For those who don't know what isekai is, it's literally different world or other world. It's literally a genre about people going to another world. Welcome to Konosuba. Everybody likes Konosuba. Konosuba's popularity can be attributed to many different factors. However, over its incarnations, it's kind of changed a little bit. Because in the original web novels and early bits of the light novel, Aqua was the main girl. Because she was supposed to be a isekai as well. However, later in the light novels, and mostly in the manga, and in turn the anime, Megumi became the main girl because she was just more popular. She just rocketed ahead in popularity, so everyone liked her, so everything kind of became more focused on her. Hence why she got a fucking movie dedicated to it. Yeah, Konosuba, is kind of it's a parody almost of isekai tropes and a lot of the jokes that go along with it. And apparently it was influenced by tabletop RPGs that the writer was a part of at that point, and it is popular. Popular things generate hype, and hype is good. And tabletop role-playing games, if you were to say, hey everybody, my awesome, very popular series is based off of my experience with tabletop role-playing games, especially from this company who makes tabletop role-playing games, you're goddamn sure they're going to be like, hot diggity damn. So, Konosuba the Konosuba RPG got announced a while ago. Let me see. Let's see if I can find the correct. Let's see if I can find the correct thing, because Konosuba TRPG. This originally came out. This was a direct thing by the FarEast Amusement the FarEast Amusement Research Company. This is directly by them, and it was actually translated by Yen Press. The original book came out in 2019. This went out the sale this March, so it was about a 3-year translation title. And one weird thing is that this book, the game originally came out, and if you do to the Konosuba movie, the Konosuba Legend of Crimson, that's what it is, Legend of Crimson. As you can see right here, this came out in, if we zoom in a little bit, where did it go? August 30, 2019. The book came out in was put out about a month later. No, it was about a month before. So it was very much like, here's the hype piece for it. And why I say it's kind of a hype piece for the movie was because at the very back of the book, wow, look everybody, it's right fucking here. And I have a strange feeling there was a little bit of a crossover on both sides. As you can kind of see here, 2017, that's when the original movies kind of came out. There was an encouragement to probably get this game made very quickly to kind of capitalize off the movies coming out. And because, no shit, come the fuck on, guys. This is the hustle. This is the hustle, man. You gotta play the game to be in the game. And it did relatively well. Yen Press translated, they released it. Now, interestingly enough, here's the interesting thing. And one thing we got to kind of go over, this is $20 as a trade paperback. Which is kind of weird because I'm like, wait a second, Notepad, this is 165, technically this is about a 300-page book. You know, if I go down to the very bottom, this is with all the pages in it, this is a 319-page book. $20 fucking dollars? That's cheap. But then you realize this is Yen Press. Yen Press pretty much translates and brings you exactly what the Japanese end up having. And the Japanese, I want to tell you all a very distinct secret about the Japanese. The Japanese fucking hate PDFs. They hate PDFs. It was actually a very big, very odd case that Ryu Kamiya with Venticle actually made it a PDF relatively available. That was weird. That was considered very strange in the industry. And because it was very strange, it was like people hopped on it very quickly. But most of the actual like fan translated RPGs you find here are scans of the original book, or were scans. That's why a lot of the Japanese RPGs are in like weird PDFs that look like shit. Is because they aren't really official. They are scanned from books that they have translated, that sometimes they've adapted over, sometimes they just haven't, and are just white sheets, because that's what's available. So, technically, by the virtue of what this book is, you can't actually buy this book normally. You gotta buy the paperback version. And you may be looking at me and saying, Notepad, what do you mean we have to buy the paperback version? Well, good news, bad news, everybody. Let me just open this up real fast. Good news, bad news. good news, great news, awesome news, poggers news even. We are going to be able to view the book. We're going to be able to view the book very easily. However, we are going to be having to read the fucking Kindle version that has been fucked. Let me just re-emphasize that this game has been fucked because of it. And this is the only PDF really available. And I know a lot of people do not like actual physical books because they play with people online. I can't, like, for me, for example, I would have to use the PDF available here to actually play this game because all of my players are in the UK or not anywhere near. And I'm not going to be like, here, read the book. That I can't do that. So, bear that in mind, because this is a direct fear book. This was very much a book designed to sell something, and that was Konosuba copies. So, you're going to see some things in this that are a little bit janky, and that is because this is a Kindle rip. This is a Kindle rip, hence why this is actually in landscape mode, if you actually look at it. But here you go. Wow, look, sample characters. Wow, look, join Cosma and Aqua to a fantastical world where Megumin and Darkness join them. Welcome. Cool. Whoa. Whoa. We're doing it. Yeah, you want to be a reincarnated adventurer, a crimson wizard, another reincarnated adventurer, a fucking thief, or big boobs. Want to play Booba Witch? You can play Booba Witch if you want. But yes, this is the original story was done by them. The original illustration was not done by the author, but was instead done by this person, Kurone Mishima, and it was an adaptation by fear. Now, note this word right here, which is an adaptation by fear. Interesting enough about the translation. Alice here, Alice Prouse. I actually see if there was any notes on her, that there was any incidents of who this person fucking was. And, there isn't. All that I know for certain is that this is who it is, Prouse Translations. And they have done a few different works. The biggest, like, the books and light novels, like VTuber Legends, Secrets of the Silent Witch, that's not even out yet. Or Sasaki and Peep, that's not even out yet. In art book translations, Mayuku Labyrinth King Techno Fantasy World Survival Guide, which is a light novel translation. The King and the Dead and the Dark Palette. Yeah, you got a few of these books. Like, I've never read really any of these, except a certain magical index, which I think this is like the big thing that they were popular for, was a certain magical index light novel translation, because they were the big thing there, as well as a regular magical high school, which was stupid, as well as my personal favorite, Reborn as a Vending Machine. Now I want the dungeon. But yeah, translation, all the issue. Interestingly enough, and one thing we're going to have to remember is that next month, technically, the Goblin Slayer RPG is coming out. Actually, there we go. Technically, next month, the Goblin Slayer RPG is coming out, and they also translated this. But this is Alice. TRPG. And this is possibly some of those boring shit. Let me see what other things. Manga-wise, Holy Grail of Eris, Reborn as a fucking vending machine, more magical index. Guess what? I honor student at a magical high school. Wow, I'm so fucking amazing. Whoa. Games-wise, apparently she did a translation for the 3rd chapter of Higurashi, and some other games I've never really heard about. I try to find like oh, does anybody know this person? And no. Interestingly enough, this is the big thing. There's some notes on translation which I find very interesting, being like, also she's from Philly, otherwise known as a goblinoid. Continuous project to date. I pride myself in translation are precise and faithful. Yeah. Like, my big thing will always... Ever since someone actually pointed out about translation work, I always found it fascinating to me personally that Actually, good translators don't do this. Not a single fucking one of these people actually translates like entertainment stuff. That if you're actually a good translator, you don't do this. You do legal stuff, medical papers. That's where the money is. That's if you're good, that's where you go. You don't do this. And ever since, and like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You don't really think about it, but like, yeah, I guess that would be the case of like, why would you ever want to translate anything else other than that if you were actually a qualified good translator? That's why people always meme on translation services because of that, but that's its own bottle of words. But yeah, this is the translator. Popo. Yeah, 2022. It came out originally in 2019. But what is this game? Well, it's fear. Also, when I say this game is going to look really fucking weird, I present to you this. You may be wondering, why does it look like this? Why are things so off kilter? This is a Kindle rip. You gotta remember that. First things first, this is a Kindle rip. Someone took this from their Kindle that looks good on a Kindle screen and tried to make it a PDF, which sometimes makes it look a little bit weird because Kindles are weird by itself. But this is the only fucking PDF available of this game. So, yeah. Welcome to me trying to explain this game to you using a botched fucking look. Replay. Yeah, replays are very popular as well. We're going to skip the replay because I don't fucking care. And this to kind of give you an idea. This is the first, let's see, okay, so the first 84 pages of the book are not actually about the game itself. It's a replay of a game. I had a cough. It is a replay of the game. That she's actually wearing a shirt. I was like, what the fuck is she wearing? But yeah, that's just something you kind of got to accept in that regard. And if you accept it, awesome. Everyone's going to be happy for it. However, understand that it's sometimes a little bit easier. Oh boy, you're not to force them to be Axis followers. Oh boy, preface. Oh boy, what is this game? Oh boy, we learn a lot about games right now. Wowzers. So the big idea is what you're going to be doing for most checks is going to be rolling, you guessed it, 2d6. 2d6 for most checks. However, sometimes you're going to be making different checks depending on it, the kind of the skill you have with it. We're going to be using Oxygen, bro. Oxy, my good friend. The otherwise known as the merchant from Resident Evil 4. We're going to be using him to kind of give you an example of what things are. So if you want to say, let's say we need to make a strength check. If I want to make a strength check, I'm going to take my dice, I'm going to roll this, I'm going to roll, and I rolled a 5 and a 2, otherwise known as I rolled a 7 plus 5 for 12. Congratulations. I rolled a 12 on my skill check. And in case these attributes look fucking weird, it's because they are weird. That's just something we're going to have to work with together. So here's all the terminologies. What they want you to do, they don't want you to make a character, which is another very common thing in Japanese RPGs. They want you to kind of get into there very quickly. One thing about this game as well is that you have 3 races. You can play a reincarnated Japanese person, a native inhabitant, or a member of the Crimson Magic clan. No other race is available. No other race. I find it fascinating they do add the Crimson Magic clan as like a separate entity. Mostly because that's why my theory of like, this is a game not necessarily designed for like the world. This was a game designed to sell, to say, hey everybody, are you hyped for the brand new Konosuba movie? Here's the new Konosuba movie. And you can play a Now Fear game with it. You want to make your own Megamines? You can make all the Megamines you want. So better suited for when choosing a race, you want to make sure what class you'd like to pick. Oh boy. You know, your basic classes, how you operate, your various ability scores. Ability scores are pretty standard. Strength, dex, agility, intelligence, perception, mind, and luck. There's quite a few more, but these all kind of factor into different aspects, as you can kind of see up here. And that's on purpose. Oh, God. I am coughing up a storm already. Don't know why. But yeah. We have our basic skill. Oh, God. Someone's pinging me. There we go. Generally speaking, most of these end up being fairly standard. I mean, this is literally called the standard roleplay system for a fucking reason. Also, you understand what I mean by this is going to be a little bit janky. So when you're you can two ways to create a character: quick start, or you can actually make a fucking character. You have the option. These, optionally speaking, you can use, you know, the background, and you can optionally use cheats. This is one of the other things that tipped me off that maybe this game isn't what we're going to be called a good game. Or more accurately, this isn't a game which is going to be very, I would not say not well made, but more along the idea of being like, this is a game with a very specific purpose in mind. The fact that, like, cheats are optional in the fucking Konosuba RPG, which is, like, the one thing that a particular franchise makes fun of quite a bit. Like, yeah, it's kind of funny that they are using these. And they kind of want you to make the quick start. This is literally quick start. If you can print this page out right now and be done with it. You print out the character sheets, you're done. D-O-N-E, wrap it up, and let's get going. We can start playing immediately. And you can kind of see, so if we, let me see, we want to, I want to actually, so we can see what a character sheet actually, tools, zoom tools, measuring tools, basic tools, where the fuck it, okay, rotate pages, current page, it'd be counterclockwise, 180, okay, there we go. Aha, I've done it. Yeah, this is what a standard character is going to look like, and this is what they want you to have, and they're going to hand it to you, and that's, like, congratulations, like, here, it's all yours, have fun, you've done it. We've done it, everybody. Ta-da! Ta-da! This is great. We're having a fun. We're having fun, everybody. Now, most of the time, this is what you're going to be doing. As you can see, like, he's a warrior. He gets you know, his class gets him a certain amount of modifiers, and oh boy, like, here's all his stats and shit. Generally speaking, warriors are really good at hitting people. I chose for Oxygen to be an adventurer because I wanted us to raw amount of stats across the fucking board because I find that funny. As you can see, my stats are technically better than his in some aspects, and we have about the same amount of HP, there's about the same amount of equipment. I don't have as many blessings, and I don't have much equipment, and he also hits like a fucking freight train, and I do not. I don't. Very distinct thing to consider. I do not. I am a very slow boy. But yeah, this is what a normal character is going to do. And this is what they want you to do at the end of the day. They want you to have this set of abilities, and they want to hand it to you and say, this is it. If you want to play the Compassionate Priest, you want to play the Thief, or you want to play any of these characters, they're going to hand it to you and you're going to be done. Your background, these don't really matter at the end of the day. At all, really. And here's the construction system. This is where things get a little bit weird because I was actually like trying to read some of these out, and it does not want to be read sometimes. Case and fucking point right here. I love it. It's great. I adore it. But generally speaking, you have your stats are determined by your class mostly, and then you can allocate some basics, very basic points. Actually, no, it's determined by your race. And then you can distribute a little few points into various aspects, and which allows you to get some more abilities. Pretty simple. Not terribly complicated. To actually get your ability bonuses, you have to divide each final base score by 3. So because I have a 9 here in dexterity, I'm allowed to get 3. However, I have an 8, I only get 2. Yeah. That's pretty much how it operates. This was a little bit weird when it was kind of like explaining it to me, so I'm like, I guess I'll go with that. Because, fun fact, they don't actually tell you. Because it just works and you should know. Some classes give you various modifiers. Races and classes give you kind of are more suited to others. And at the end of the day, you are going to end up with the adventurer's fucking skill. We'll get to them in a bit. You're going to end up with 5 different skills. And you can upgrade some to level 2, but most of the time you're going to end up with 5 levels worth of skills, which is kind of important how the game actually functions. And you're going to be able to get 2 general skills. Yay, we did it. That's how you make a character. You acquire your items, you do some basic stats. Most of everything is actually kind of laid out for you on the character sheet here. Or it's pretty simple to understand. Like, hey, how do I determine my maximum HP? Base strength score plus class starting HP plus skill modifiers. Boom, done. Like, oh, alright, cool. MP, how do we calculate MP? Base mind plus class starting MP plus modifiers. Cool, that's it. And as you can see here, most of them are pretty fucking standard. The only odd one out is the Crimson Wizard, or the Crimson Mages, because they get 10s in their intelligence and mind, while nobody else gets a 10, but they also have a 7 in strength and a 7 in perception. Most of these races are very similar, and as you can kind of see here are the class mods, with all the different slightly different modifiers. Adventurers get the best spread, but they also have the worst kind of gain, kind of the worst increases. Like Warrior, for example, get a +2/2/2 across the board, while it's like, oh wow, but I get a +1/1/1/1/1. That's how adventures kind of function. Some of them are a little bit different. Some of them are actually very good. Some of them are very bad. It kind of depends on what it is. There's no. However, I'm going to give you all a very secret here, little secret. There are technically 5 classes. Everything outside of those 5 classes aren't human. So you can be a warrior, priest, wizard, thief, or adventurer. Everything else is kind of a secondary class in a way. Something which I'm not like a huge fan of. You're like, oh, I want to play an archer. Don't play an archer. Do not. You can spec into an archer later on, but do not play an archer. You will be punished for it severely. Mostly because you also have things like, these are the advanced classes. Ooh, wow, the big advanced, super cool classes. Crusader is for warrior, Archpriest is for priest, Archwizard is for wizard, and Assassin is for thief. You cannot go into these unless you have played one of these. That's where things get, it's like, what the fuck? That's kind of weird the way it's weird the way they decided to handle this. Because the thing is, Darkness, Aqua, Megamine, and technically I believe Eris is an assassin. But yeah, because the thing is, Kazuma, the main character, is an adventurer. That's the entire reason why he is there, because he can learn every single skill. You have base skill list, skill levels, and then our advanced classes. So here's the thing when it comes down to it. As your race, you get to choose one of these. And this is what a majority of them are. It's like, oh, you get reincarnation boon armor, you get more fate, you get a weapon, you flash of reincarnation. I ended up personally, I went with the boon of fate, with the power of fate, so I get an extra blessing because I thought that would be good. And it is good. Yeah, pretty good. Actually, no, I got the flash of reincarnation. That was it. Which was, hey, I get +3 to any check result I feel like once per scenario. Cool, that's neat. Or you can play this lolly with a weird shirt that doesn't function, and if bad things are going to happen there. All I'm saying, bad things are going to happen there. All humans in the world, excluding reincarnated people, Crimson Magic clan members, elves, dwarves, and are treated as native inhabitants. Yeah, there are elves, there are dwarves, all of that technically fall under this single race. Yeah, it's just a single one, being like, the single race covers literally fucking everything. And then we have Crimson Magic Clan, a unique race with red eye, born with extremely high magic power and intelligence. Yeah, this is a single settlement. However, you know, literally every single race in the world except the Crimson Magic Clan. You guys can kind of see they do their own various different things. All of them, you can select one of these, and that's all you're really going to end up getting. Again, for example, the reincarnated people usually have like a boon or like a very useful weapon or something like that. The native inhabitants get things like, oh, the final hit check gains a +2 when using an equipped weapon. Gain +3 action points. Gain +3 physical defense. When you choose a skill, select 3 base ability scores. When creating your character, each base ability score chosen gets +1. Cool. Well, Crimson Magic Clan gets more like, yeah, all your magic attacks do +3 more damage. Your character starts with 5 maximum MP. Add +1 to all magic checks you make. Ability, when you choose a skill, select 2 base ability scores, get +4, the other 2 -1. Yeah, so technically, like, the best raw character you can make, it would be things like Crimson Magic Clan, literally anything, because you can just jack up ability scores really fucking high. And you can technically, I believe you can actually break the cap with that because it's a skill. So, for example, if I were to play a Crimson Magic Wizard thing, I would be able to get like 15 or higher intelligence. Even a 16 intelligence, which would be pretty good. Now, these are the classes. There is the Adventurer. The Adventurer's gimmick is that they can technically select every level any skill from any class. Doesn't really matter. Any skill from any class can be selected and they get a bonus for it. The problem is you have to spend your first ability, your first class skill on additional blessings, which gives you +1. One of the big advantages of this is that as an adventurer, you're going to I don't want to order this. You're going to want to get into a different class eventually, and when you get into a different class, you get to keep all your other skills. That's kind of the advantage. The adventure class is very good. However, you know, class with no prerequisite conditions, made for those who have either decided not to acquire any class or who cannot. That said, Konosuba TRPG has no starter classes with requirements to obtain. This means the class is suited for experts. Essentially, you need knowledge of every class skill as well as your other party members may need. This is one of those other issues where it's like, wait a second, the game isn't really designed for characters like this. So they just kind of say like, oh, you just get everything at once. And like, this is the advanced super hyper class because you can have everything. But it's also not the super advanced hyper class because it's the starting class for a lot of things. Yeah, a little bit weird in that regard. Now, these are what most skills are going to look like. Let's say this is the warrior, commonly seen class among adventurers. You are a person with sword. And you get quite a few of these different skills to work with. Cool, cool. Like, let's do something example, like heavy attack. Perform a weapon attack against a target. Add whatever your SL is, D6 to the attack's damage. And if you crit, if you do really good, you add dice. The skill is striking the opponent with a powerful blow. So, you can use it as a major attack, do a major action to make a hit check. If you succeed at that hit check, congratulations. You want to add whatever it is. Yeah, and it says ST there, but that's the cost. It's going to cost you 4 mana to do this. Be successful. Let's say I have 2 ranks. I get to add 2d6, so I get to add 7. Some of these are only like 1 for such as Indomitable, which remove 1 debuff from yourself. You only can choose this once. You can't improve it in any capacity. Yeah, most of these are pretty big, and you can make, the thing is, it says like, oh, here's a single class, but you can make a lot of different things with the class. Let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. You get 20 skills with the warrior. You're only really going to have about 5 of these at level 1, and you can sub out one and maybe get like a level 2 if you really want to. But like, at the end of the day, you're going to be able to actually make whatever class you kind of want to within a certain other class. So if you're a warrior, you can go down the really tanky warrior, or you can do really aggressive warrior, or you can make it kind of a hybrid class. Anything when you can kind of define as a warrior TM, you'll be able to make, which also doubles for things like the priest, for example, which gets a bunch of spells like blessings, cures, divine guards, holy armor, faith skill, just the ability to fucking heal people again, because that's very good. It's like, oh, cool. Like, cool. You have to make a magic check, but those aren't usually too complicated. You're the wizard. Oh, Wizard Harry. You can blow people up using the power of God in anime. And most of the things are like, hey, it's a wind spell. Perform a magic attack against a target. 1d6 to the magic attack for the target. That attack does 2d6 plus 5 wind damage. Cool. Chanting skill, freeze gun. You have a lot of options with how you want to actually build your characters in this, just because that's how SRS actually works. In case you're wondering, no, I don't know why this girl is wearing a fucking leotard that barely covers anything, but she's a thief. I don't know why. I don't know why there are a lot of suspiciously young girls in this. It just happens. This is my life. I made it a point through all these games to find the lolly in it, and I found every single one. Gotta yell at Chippy that I'm streaming. I'm doing important things. But yeah, thieves are priests. Wizards are blast mages. Thieves are like off tank warrior, like off warriors. They also have things like concealment skills, enemy detection skills. Like, they're your thief TM. Now, what I mean by, like, these are the main important classes that you should actually be playing, because you actually have a lot of, like, ability to maneuver around with. And you should take the other classes later. This is the archer class. You got 3 fucking skills. This is the elemental master class. They got 3. You don't even get an artwork. You don't even get a little art piece for these ones. You're like, oh, you're the trap skill. It's the sword fighter skill. It's the knight skill. It's the lancer skill. The rune knight skill. Yeah, like, I don't know why they felt so compelled. I don't know why they feel so compelled, like, add in these other classes, but then, like, don't do anything with them. Like, they just don't. Like, honestly, you could sub in, like, sword fighter, lancer, and knight, and put those in the, and put them in with the warrior, and nothing changes. You could add in the, like, rune knight and, like, rune knight, creator, and elemental master into the wizard, and nothing changes. You can add in, like, archer and fucking, I don't know, we add in another class, because again, these aren't complicated, really, and just add that to that class in particular, to that particular thing, but they don't. And it's not like, oh, this is like a very important requirement. No, like, there was clearly thought put into these. Use a spear to fight. As a charge, you have to have a spear for all of these. Or like the knight gets all his different skills. Like, why? That's why I say, like, you kind of need, like, if you want to get some of these spells, you have to, like, go out of your class you have to level up your class to get, like, things from Rune Knight. I'm assuming one of the ideas is that you can, like any of the warriors classes are kind of encouraged to stay within their thing. Like, as a warrior, you don't want to go to, like, a thief or something. As a warrior, you want to move to maybe Rune Knight, or maybe as a wizard, you want to move to Elemental Master. So it's kind of like your upgrade. That's kind of like a side grade to a class. But yeah, no, apparently these are on the same caliber as a regular class, but they aren't at all. General skills are kind of like I wouldn't say meme skills, but they're general skills. They just let you add things like, oh, more intelligence check, or you can increase your weight limit, or you have the better deception skills. Oh no, you can break things. You get more dice for certain checks. You can also join the faith of Aqua. You can join the Axis faith. Are you laughing yet? Why aren't you laughing? It's funny, because it's Aqua, And she makes the funny noises. Why aren't you laughing? It's funny. Laugh. Hmm. I chose to personally pick up the fishing. Now, my two skills that I chose appraisal, because I am the merchant from, because I made oxygen, obviously the merchant from RE4. And I chose the fishing skill, because, fuck you, I can make the fishing skill anytime I want. Because I find that funny, that there's a literal entire skill dedicated to fishing. I don't know what really compelled me to decide, like, yes, the fishing skill is mandatory, or, like, why it was so fucking funny to me that there was a goddamn fishing skill in this game. But then it dawned on me is that the reason there's a fishing skill in this game is because Kazuma makes make fishes every now and again. The fact that there's a gifted meat skill or a or the party trick skill. It's one of those things, like, because they mentioned it once in the manga or the light novel. This is more based off the light novels, I've realized, or based off the anime, because there was a singular line about it. Well, obviously we need the fucking party skill. No, we don't. You don't need the party skill. That's completely asinine. It was a joke. The joke that Aqua's an idiot. That she isn't investing her points very well. You also get some basic magics, like, oh, create earth, feather, like, allow you to do, like, very small magic. Like, none of them are really useful. These are the advanced classes. Which, mind you, the fucking advanced classes get more skills than the fucking base classes. It's like, what the hell? Oh boy. Let's see, where is it? Can I, yes, here we go. Guys, it's the funny spell. It's the funny spell. They said it. They said the funny word, everybody. She said explosion. Everybody fucking laugh now. Why aren't you laughing right this second? Laugh. Dance, monkey. Dance. Yeah, it's like, oh. Because, like, the thing is, the cost here is 60. Nobody has that much fucking mana. Like, I have 30 mana. Like, you can cast this, like, once. Like, that's the joke, though. Megumin always uses fucking explosion, so she eats all her mana and she passes out. That's the entire joke. That is the only skill in the game that has this absurdly high one. And it's good, mind you. You know, it deals whatever the rank skill plus 1, so you might have 6 in there. 6d6 plus 60 void damage. Usually only during a 5th level extended chant skill. Yeah, add an SL times 5 to your magic attack damage, but subtract 10 from your action points. Which is like, yeah, you can literally use the extended chant skill. Like, you gotta cost 8. But then, yeah, you use the explosion, and then you just fucking die. And don't forget, you can take a spell with Crimson Wizards to make sure that's even better. Get it? Because they did it, and it's funny. Funny. Funny, haha. Be a fairly standard weapon. Most of these are actually tied to your level, which your level is actually kind of determined by your character rather than like a class level. And you're going to slowly increase your level over time. And all of that's kind of feeding into one another eventually. So, yeah, as you kind of already tell, like, this game is a little bit funky. Or down to the fact that everyone's going to be wearing the same fucking helmet or the same fucking hat at level 1. Or to put on armor, you need to be level 5. We have various accessories, various tool lists, various lifestyle costs. You're always going to need lifestyle. Always have, like, for some reason, it's the class level determines what's simple living and what's not simple living. So, at the end of the day, you can live in a simple living, like, which is like, yeah, cool, you're going to spend about 10 gold, you're going to be spending about 10, 20 gold every mission to just live nice. If you live in a stable, you're going to be fucking dead half the time. That's the least optimal thing to do. Now, these are the cheat skills, and this is like one of the big things about the game. Like, you want to do it. You're actually a goddess. Right after using the same period, same scene performs a check, the check is now counted as a critical. The dice would be added together. It is a critical. Always add 2d6 regardless of the number of sixes rolled. You roll a critical by rolling sixes. Return by death. Oh, you can't die. Belzerg royalty. Passive. Add plus CL times 4 to all damage dealt. Your power is propped up by royal lifestyle you choose. If you choose stable living or simple living as your lifestyle, you cannot receive the effects of the cheat's merit and take negative 1d6 on all checks. Intoxicated by pain. Get it? Get it? It's darkness. Whoa. Passive. Effective on your skills that use dice to determine effects. When you acquire this cheat, choose one spell you already have that deals damage via attack, recovers HP, recovers MP, or increases damage. Add 5d6 to the chosen skill's effects. If you are at least 10th level, add CL times 2, divided by 2, d6 instead. Yeah. However, anytime you use it, you're going to die. Effectively, your HP becomes 0. Yeah, do you get it? It's funny. It's funny. Or like, oh boy, destruction magic power. Add 10d6 to the damage of any magic attack you perform. If the CL is at least 10, add CL plus 2d6 instead. Guess what Megumine has? It's the literal 14-year-old fucking girl. That's what she has. Misunderstood. Lone on Destiny. World of the Strong. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Again, most of the time, it's going to be 2d6 plus your attribute, trying to hit something. That's really what most things boil down to. This is not a complicated game. Doesn't need to be complicated, and that's never been the point of these kind of games. Because at the end of the day, this is what you're going to be rolling. Hey, I need to make a dodge. Oh no, I need to make a dodge check. Actually, oh no, I need to make a dodge check. I'm going to roll 3d6 plus 3. Oh, cool. I rolled an 8, 9. I rolled a 12. Go me. Or, oh no, I need to roll a mind check, magic defense check. I rolled a 9 again. I got a 12. Go me. Woo! That's... Ta-da! That's what we're going to be doing. Ta-da! Not a complicated game. Most everything is laid out for you on this sheet. You can probably do... I put these side by side, but like... Yeah, this is like back and front sheet. Like everything you need is really there and already kind of handed to you in more than one way. And that's... People said they don't like this game because it's very dull. We'll get to that in a second. Again, like lifestyle payments, afterplay, XP point distribution. Combat is exactly the way you think about it. It uses the main process system. We're going to go over combat here in a little while because we're going to be seeing this exact same fucking game play out almost exactly. But yeah, the basic idea is you can use a move action, a minor action, and a major action. And if you use a major action against someone, they use a reaction against you. That's it. That is how the game fucking works. Congratulations, we did it. Oh no, you get hit by someone, dealing physical damage. Roll 2d6 and add your weapon attack power. Oh no. I rolled an 8 plus my 2, and I got a fucking... Oh boy, I got a 4 because technically my iron knuckles do 4 bonus attack damage. You can just really... Yeah, when in doubt, just fucking beat someone to death with magic damage. The magic damage is kind of the same idea. Void element, just explosion, man. Piercing ignores armor. Protecting allows you to kind of like put yourself in front of people. The big thing is right here. So, at the end of every combat round, all knocked out characters must perform a death check. A death check is an action check with the luck stat. Its difficulty level is determined by the current HP. If they pass, they are no longer knocked out, and the HP becomes 1. If they fail it, they fucking die. Konosuba, the incredibly, like, lighthearted thing where, like, nobody actually dies, and no one's really ever in danger, has this as the HP system. Literally, there's a better chance of you fucking dying than in most games. It's like, damn, Konosuba, you scary. But yeah, like the only other like big gimmick of this game is the blessing system. The idea behind blessings is that you get a certain number of these every turn, every session, pretty much, and you can spend a blessing to add a D6, or you can re-roll a check, or you can add. Pretty much, it's your ability to do things. And if you want, you can. That's really kind of what it boils down to in a way. If you get enough XP to learn it, cool. Awesome. When you finally level up, you gotta do your 3 levels worth of racial skills and or class skills. Earn 3 levels worth of racial skills, class skills, as well as change classes. Earn 2 levels as well as gain a blessing. But anytime you level up, that's what you can do. Which, not exactly the most like fascinating thing in the world, and it's like, cool, that's awesome, neat. And I think this right here kind of summarizes the purpose of this game, and I'm going to kind of end it here more than anything. If you want to know more, we recommend the original novel's advertisement. Yes, this is an advertisement. And at the end of the day, if you accept the fact that this is an advertisement, your life is going to be a lot easier. It's the fact that if you accept that, hey, you're a fucking, this is an ad for a particular area, and like monsters kind of get their own rules, but they follow kind of the same basic logic. For example, hey, I want to fight a giant toad. They're level 2, and these are all their abilities. Wowzers. Cool. You want to fight a slime? Oh, cool. You want to fight a fucking, what's a nice level 1 enemy? Level 1. What's a nice level 1 enemy? I want to fight some goblins? Cool. Here's a goblin. They do like D6, 2d6 plus 3 fucking damage. They're kind of easy to go down. You want to fight some cabbages? That's cool. Cabbages are cool. Yeah, like, how do I want to word this? This game is very to the point. You're not really gonna be like, oh, this is really cool and unique and interesting, and I really want to play this game because it's so cool and unique and interesting. No, you're not playing the fucking Konosuba RPG because you think this is like a cool game. No, you're playing the Konosuba RPG because you like Konosuba. If you accept that, you're willing to kind of say like, you know what, I really like Konosuba, I think the system works, it's fine. It's a perfectly serviceable game. By itself, like, the cheats don't do much, and you would think in a game really based off kind of making fun of isekai tropes, they would play more into that, or they would play more into it being a little bit more lighthearted, like it's really kind of harder to die, and it's a lot more about kind of the funny ha-has. But it's really not. It's a game that really can be boiled down to, hey, here's Konosuba, it's a Konosuba, it is a Konosuba coat of paint on top of SRS. If you really like Konosuba, then yeah, you're going to enjoy this simply because it's Konosuba. You're gonna like it. It's, if you're looking for a good game, if you're looking for like a cool, this game is going to be cool and awesome, and I can really play the world of Konosuba. Yeah, I guess it's there because again, SRS is decent. This is just dull. If you remove all of that, it doesn't really have anything that says like, oh wow, this is really fucking cool, or wow, cool, this is really interesting. It just says it's Konosuba, And if you accept that, you're going to have a better time. If you don't accept that, though, well, maybe this isn't going to do it for you. And that leads me to our next game. Which is kind of interesting in the grander scheme of things. This is, we post this right here. This is DoubleCross. Yes, DoubleCross. This uses the exact same system as we went over before, but instead of D6s, it uses D10s. That's the only difference. And you may be saying, Notepad, what the fuck are you on about? This looks completely fucking different. And the answer is, yes, it is. DoubleCross is one of the first actual JTRPGs to make its way more officially, you could say, overseas. Not a fan translation, not like a kind of a one and done kind of translation. No, this was a far more legit, like, DoubleCross Kickstarter. This was one of the first big Kickstarter games. It actually wasn't even on Kickstarter, was it? But like, DoubleCross was one of the first big ones that actually come out. This was actually, if you look at, damn it. Also, it's really hard to fucking find because DoubleCross is not exactly what we'd like to call like a fun and exciting fucking thing to say. Where is it? Drive. God damn it. Yeah. Here's DoubleCross. It came out officially in 2014, April, and this was actually a fairly well-received game. Everyone kind of likes DoubleCross. It was one of the first big ones that came out. Similar to like Ryutama that came out the year after. But there was a time about early 2000, mid-2010s, where we saw a lot of JTRPGs kind of get ported over for various reasons. However, DoubleCross itself, we'll do DoubleCross RPG. DoubleCross by itself came out, I believe, in... I'm actually having to use fucking... I believe it came out much earlier than that. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where did you originally came out? I believe it was 2011 is when the the original game came out. It was like 2011. Actually, I know we can do FarEast. We'll do FarEast Amusement Research DoubleCross. Overclocked, yeah, DX3, Yep, there we go, 3rd edition. Now, interestingly enough, if we go FarEast Amusement Research, here's the EN. Wow, look everybody, it's DoubleCross. We like DoubleCross. DoubleCross is fun. The 1st edition came out in 2001. Second edition came out in 2003. 3rd edition came out in 2009. Now, what this is, the second winner of the first Game Field Awards, behind Inosuake. What would User Strange, superhero role-playing game in 2003. Never even fucking heard of that one, so you can understand it's probably really popular. But yeah, so here's all of this. You can kind of see Demon City. There's quite a few different, supplements that came out for this game. This was actually a very, oh, cool. This is DX3. This is the 3rd edition. And let's do some looking. Let's do some looking around. Maybe right there. This is the version we're going to be looking at. Because if you look at you can kind of compare them. We see this. And we then see, I believe these are the same. I believe this is technically the 3rd edition. This isn't the 1st edition. This isn't the 2nd edition. I believe this is the 3rd edition. But mind you, I could also be very wrong about that. But look, Rulebook 1, Rulebook 2, the Advanced Rulebook. Yeah, I think this is technically the Advanced Rulebook, not the Simple Rulebook. You can say Scenario Collection, The Moonless Nights. This has been translated. Infinity Code's been translated. Because if we go here. This is the core book. I believe the first 2, and then we have the Advanced Rule Book, which is then the Infinity Code book, and then the Public Enemy book. So yeah, as you can kind of tell, there's a handful of these fucking things, and all of them do things slightly fucking different. Yeah, there's a lot. And one of the more confusing, like one of the harder things when it comes to these Japanese RPGs, what sometimes happens is that it'll be like in Japanese it'll be like rule book 1, rule book 2, and then like supplement 1, supplement 1 and supplement 2. What'll happen is that these end up being like merged together into the English release. The kind of all of them kind of get scrunched together, and like that's the release at the end of the day. Or you end up in a situation where you get into the Final Fantasy VI situation where, technically DX3 DoubleCross, DoubleCross, 3rd edition is technically our DoubleCross in English. That's just what DoubleCross is. It's not the 3rd edition. It's not the second edition. It's just our 1st edition. Things can get a little bit messy sometimes. And I believe, if I am correct anyway, I believe this isn't actually terribly big. Like, all of these together aren't actually very big individually. However, this book is 521 pages long. Well, let's do 840 yen to USD. This is $6 fucking roughly. We can say, let's be nice. This is $7 for the rulebook 1 and rulebook 2. $14. For just the core rulebook here is $15 for us. Yeah, so the prices can get a little bit wonky. Like, this is the advanced super rulebook, advanced rulebook. Let's do some translation. Google Translate, all the player parts. More enjoyable and dense. We can post a variety of additional data, such as additional rules, data, enemies, and scenarios. Playing the game for masters. Structured advanced rules, more player parts, more world bits, more scenarios, more scenarios. However, let's do a little bit of a look right here. We want the very first thing. $7. Contain how to create PC and item name for that purpose. 12 syndromes. So, unlike previous games, only 2 types: pure breed and and DX3 can handle 3 syndromes. So this is 3rd edition. Stage, game master section. Like, this is the full fucking game here. What's 2nd edition? What does the 2nd rulebook have? Let's do a little bit of looking. What does the 2nd edition have? Okay, let's show the original. Now we translate. Okay, so this is Rulebook 2 is a supplement, which is additional rules, including the full scratch and the renegade being ones. 26 different effects. Among them is the easy effect, which is newly added to the game, can be obtained via fewer experience, 7 in all syndromes. This is actually its own thing called simple effects that's in the game. Because, okay, so that actually adds up a little bit. Because I believe what they did was take the first rulebook and the 2nd rulebook and merge them into a single one with probably a little bit of the advanced rules. So let me do a little bit of a look here. I haven't even gone over the company yet, but yeah, so this is 20, mind you, this supplement is actually more expensive than the original. And it says first supplement for the DoubleCross game, where technically in Japan this is two supplements. This is the main book and the supplement book merged together with probably some of the advanced rules put in there, plus the plethora of other fucking things in there. But yeah, like the Japanese RPGs are fucking weird in that regard. Like, there's a lot of it. You can't even see parallel universe, conquered by germs, evil organization, a masked hero, superheroes from American comic books or Tokatsu. Battlefield Shimmer, fiction, Northern. Yeah, there's by Scar Edge. Makoto Sanda. There's a supplement. Makoto Sanda Scar. Cool. Look, everybody. You can You can play in this setting. That's a suspiciously young-looking girl, and I don't want to click on that anymore because I'm going to go to jail. Yeah, it's... There's a lot of shit here, by the way. Now, interestingly enough, the translation service here was called Verb Blue Amusement, or Very Blue Amusement. And looking at them, I tried to find stuff on them. Verb Blue Amusement, and this is really all I found. There's a homepage saying that they translated all these things, which technically, if you want to buy the core book, it is $23 here on their website. And if you do the About Us, role-playing games, part of the world, we have released DoubleCross game by Yano and Fear. Hope to release more games in the future. They have an errata. Let's see. Yeah, you go to their Fear homepage. That's on here. The rest of these are DEA dead. So, I don't know what happened to these guys. I would love to say that I'm like, well, I found exactly where they live. But I don't know. The only thing that I can... This is from, like, third-party sources, mind you. All that I can tell is that something happened at one point, and that something that happened involved taking the money and running, which apparently led to a group, at least in Japan, never wanting to really release anything through Western companies again. That's all I remember, was that something happened with this company, and that's why we don't really see any JTRPGs from Fear get, like, officially published anymore. Was because they contracted these guys, they took a shit ton of money, and they ran. They didn't deliver. Because one of the big things to note is that if you go here, and like, okay, here's all, like, what's the advanced rulebook, here's all the supplement material. 2014. 2014. 2014. And if we go to the official rulebook, 2014. So all these things kind of came out on, like, drive-through, at least, at the exact same time. And, like, it's an interesting situation. Let's just say that it's a fascinating situation in which you just are like, oh, what the fuck happened here? Like, what actually occurred here? Like, everyone seems to like... Everyone likes this game, by the way. World Flop will describe in doubling info, new mechanics, more like powerful, more interesting, but at a unique cost, new adventures. Like, yeah, like, to get everything for DoubleCross, it's going to cost you a few bucks, unless you go through, unique sources, of course. If you go through unique sources, then you can get a lot of these shit for free. But yeah, like, oh, the Infinity Code, except, you know, the Infinity one is 20 fucking bucks. But that's kind of all I could find on DoubleCross, really. You see, like, shit like down here. Like, if we show the original, then we translate. More scenario collections, more... If you were told... Now, this is my thinking. If you were told that you were supposed to translate at least some of this, and, like, you got the okay to translate some of this, there's a lot. It's still going, by the way. We still have a lot more to go. Like, now, am I assuming, like, all of this came out exactly in 2014? No, that's not what I'm trying to imply here. It's what I'm trying to kind of get across is, like, there's a lot of supplements and a lot of material and stuff that they probably wanted to translate. They just didn't. They did the early shit. They did everything up here. I believe it goes to about here. But, like, this is it. This is, like, the first handful of things. And even not even, like, the scenario collection, which I think they folded into the main book. But, yeah, it's... Like, oh. Okay, then. Like, let's do data collection, Renegade data collection. Yeah, it's What can we download? What can we download, everybody? Playing sheets. Record sheets. That's cool. Sample carrot indeterminate trump card. Let's look at the indeterminate trump card sheet. Wow, I can't read any of this shit. I'm not Japanese, I'm just a fucking weeb. Crawling chaos. Fucking weeb. Let's see, the Adobe Reader download fit. God, I love Japanese websites, they're the best. But that's kind of the summary of DoubleCross. That's kind of like the interesting reality that DoubleCross exists in is it's there. But I'm going to run through DoubleCross for everybody, and we have our best friend here, Mjolk Shindenvinventer. Did you not catch that? It's Mjolk Shindenvinventer. Shindenvinventer. And obviously, I chose only the most appropriate image for a man who is jacked and ready to fuck. As you can tell, very important. But I need to summarize the lore real fast. Here, give me 1 second. I need to go and summarize the... Let's see if I can summarize the lore in the most appropriate way possible. Okay, so using this anime boy as an example. The basic lore behind DoubleCross is that there's a virus called the Renegade virus. And if you get, and 80% of people are carriers. And if you experience extreme emotional problems, well, the Renegade virus starts taking hold of your body, which grants you supernatural powers and turning you into an overhead. An overhead is incredibly powerful. I can do some amazing feats of supernatural might and all that, as well as give you magic fucking powers. There's one catch, though. The more you use them, the more you're going to, and I do quote, go gamer mode insane, otherwise as it tries to infect your mind. This is your encroachment rate. However, over time, the UGN, the United Global Defense Force, or something like, I can't remember the exact name, I just know they're the UGN. The feds decided to join, create together to have overheads and humans live together in harmony as we, fight back against the renegades and the, Jura, I can't remember fucking, the Hulk Hogans of the world, who pretty much the Renegade virus has taken over and they've gone insane. So you pretty much play anime protagonists in a body horror game as you go around and try desperately to survive. And kill people and go gamer mode, and that's kind of the plot. I kind of like the storyline. It's anime enough, as you can kind of see here. You kind of see here like he's transforming and stuff. He goes insane, and the way that he kind of looks at me like, don't disappear on me like that. Like, oh no, I'm going insane. You are now in overhead. Oh no. It's like clearly using like the anime tropes and stuff like that to really kind of like punch in the fact that like you are an anime protagonist and you have to accept that. If you accept early on that this is the anime as fuck game, you're going to be a lot happier than if you don't accept it. Like, hence why I chose to use every time. It was like 2 in the morning when I decided to make this picture of the only thing all humans are equal in is a love for clown girls. Honk. Thanks. But yeah, very simple game. Very interesting though. Jams. They explain how to actually fucking pronounce that term at like page 450. So bear with me here. It's overhead. I always pronounce them overhead. Always sound a little bit more important. Then we have basic GM rules, goal of what sessions are, some basic knowledge. The big thing is that you're going to be rolling d10s. So instead of the Konosuba system in which you roll, d6s and stuff like that, what you're going to do for most checks in this game, you're going to take your 1d10, you're going to roll, and you're going to then add your attribute. Oh goodness, I add. However, this is where things get a little bit complicated. These are going to determine the number of dice you're actually going to be rolling for it, which you're just going to take the highest for. So in my mind, I'm only going to roll 1d10. I'm like, oh no, I rolled a 5. Plus my 1 will, I rolled a 6. Good job, me. However, I'm rolling my body. I'm going to roll 7d10 and then take the highest, because we want to go gamer mode, and we want to hit things very hard. And the dice do explode, by the way. So if you roll a 10, you roll again, and you keep rolling, and keep rolling, and keep rolling. And in case these stats look really, really weird for you, you don't get to choose them. Not necessarily. Yeah, so it's kind of like, okay, we understand this. And now we have to deal with, how do I want to word this? Capital word syndrome a little bit. Because your syndromes are different, your powers come from your syndromes, but you have to manage everything through the power of your lowises, but your lowises can become a Titus, and that also manages your encroachment rate, which is very important. But the renegade, it also determines what your breed's going to be, but you're always going to be the overhead. But don't forget about being part of the Universal Guardian Network, which are the good guys, not False Heart, which are terrorists. They also, if you go over your certain amount, you might become a Gaium, and you're going to go insane. But your impulses also determine whether or not you're going to go insane as well. Yeah, things get a little bit funky here. And I think one of the thing is, people are going to look at this and be like, that's 521 fucking pages? What the fuck? This is not 521 pages. Let me preface this real fast. This is not 520 fucking pages. This is more like probably the full game. To actually play the game and on is probably about 80. A lot of this shit is just raw information that they have to throw at you to get this out. So we got to learn about we got to learn about the syndromes and the powers, and we got to look at all the work and what the cover understand. We got to learn about all the stats and the skills. So this is what your character is at the end of the day. So your syndrome is how you get your superpowers. Your stats are your character's abilities. Your work is what your position in society, and covers how people see you. Your skills are learned skills. That's really it at the end of the day. There are 12 of these syndromes. Each of them do something slightly different. So, do a little bit of a more detailed breakdown. Angel Halos allow you to flashbang people. Being a Baylor pretty much allows you to be a Chuny. Black Dot lets you produce electricity as well as be a dog. Brand Stroker means you become Michael Morbius and Morbon people. Being a Chimera lets you actually play the game the way it's intended. Being an Exile, you turn into fucking Mr. Fantastic. Hanuman means you are able to achieve speed. Morpheus is unfortunately neither the Matrix or Michael Morbius. You instead just make things. And Newman is the stupidest power, which just makes you think fast. Orcus allows you to create domains, but that's also really stupid. Salamandra is fireballs, and Solaris is chemicals. I don't know why they thought like giving the power of light to something not called... The fucking thing called Solaris don't have light powers at all. I always thought that was kind of weird. But yeah, that's pretty simple. These are your basic stats. This is a majority of what your character is going to be. Because if you really look at your character sheet here, this is all chosen information. Like, first things first, this is all chosen information. This is stuff you write in. Your syndromes can be very simple or very complex. These are almost going to be entirely decided for you, and these are all like secondary attributes that are derived from these, and this is rolled for if you feel like. The only thing that really matters is your awakening and your impulse. Those are the only things that really matter, and your lowises can be important but also not at the same time. And then you choose some powers. Congratulations, you fucking did it. I think the big thing to understand with DoubleCross, one thing you got to understand very early on, is that DoubleCross is a lot of information thrown at you very quickly, but not actually very complicated. Yeah, control renegade impulses. Generally speaking, what I kind of found out is like every class is going to have like one attribute that's like spiked for no fucking reason. For chimeras, it's body. Body gets really high compared to everything else. But your mind, like, I had to burn my points for these. Like, I didn't get to increase jack shit. Like, he was like, yep, I'm going for high body and mind because I need it. You could choose the art skill if you want. Oh boy. So yeah, 3 methods of character creation. The quick start way, the simplified method, and the stupid way. So, yeah, you can also create renegade beings, but renegade beings are weird, and we're not going to think about them very hard. No, we're not going to think about it really hard at all. I will explain them later, because renegade beings are stupid. They're dumb. Dumb and silly. But mostly it's you have things like, most of the time you're going to do things like quick start, because again, these Japanese games, they want you to do quick start. Front-loaded information. Everything is handed to you directly, but it's very simple after that. You know, all your basic personal data. Wow, look everybody, we can learn all about it. Woo. Our name, our syndrome, what our cover is, all our basic stats, and that's it. Congratulations, we're done. Yeah, like right here is like, ooh. Like, yeah, here's the combo. Like, this entire section down here is for a system in the game that you can combo together if you want. This is a reference tool right down here. That's not like anything important. That's a reference tool. So sample characters, these are the quick start characters. These are the ones that they want you to, you know, they want you to copy the appropriate data or create personal data. And this is what characters look like. This is a chimera. As you can kind of see here, you know, very big, very scary. He's technically a little bit stronger than me in that regard, but I wanted to invest a little bit in more senses, because sense is good. I like senses. However, in exchange, you know, he doesn't have any willpower. And you kind of see here, oh, he can concentrate. Oh, complete therianthropy. Oh, beast strength, rearming claw, hunter style. Wow, cool. You got a bunch of powers. That's neat. Cool, you can do it. You're not as cool as me, because I'm going, you know, rumor mongering friend and beast claw attack. Cool, look at me if I oppose all my abilities. Wowzers, speeding bullet. Like, just to give you the idea also, give me one second. I think okay, let's just go down here. Vermilion blades, the idealist. Purple lightning, the Reaper's hand, the Shining Void, Adachi from hit game Persona 4. Yeah, this is just Adachi from a... You cannot tell me at any point that this is not Adachi from Persona 4. If you think it is, you're wrong. I hate to break it to you all. Like, you know, I saw it, I'm like, ah, fine. And then we have the World Hunter. Wow, found the child in this. You can tell it's a child because elementary school student. Ta-da! Ta-da! None of these actually mean that much when it comes to like these are the only important things: your awakening and your impulse. And all of these are going to, depending on your role, you're going to have, that's how you're going to create your Loises. Go over those in a bit. So creating a name, selecting emotions, about a liberal creation of Loises. So here, let's go through. We don't really care too much. The big thing is, what is your origin? And what's your, and we're gonna let's roll. This is D100 chart. Let me just, god damn it. Come on, get out of there. So, let's roll. I rolled a 22. So congratulations. Political power. I can have my father. Let's do my experience. Let's say I'm a 16-year-old kid. Let's figure out what my experience chart is. Wow, cool. I rolled a 37. That means I am news. You were on the news once. Cool. All right, let's go to, nope, we don't need all the experience chart. Let's go to, nope. The encounter chart. All right, let's see who we're friends with. Cool. We rolled a 6. Cool, teacher. So we're friends with Tsubuki Tamano. Wow. Yeah, let's see what awakened us. 36. We don't actually, give me one second. I need to just roll my base dice. A 1. We got Angie. We have 17 as our base. Let's see what our gamer chart is. Let's do it, boys. We rolled a 1. Blood set. You only can be quenched by blood of someone. Cool. We're a fucking vampire. That's it. The big thing is, like, every time you're going to complete these, you're going to end up getting a Lois. These Loises are actually fairly important, as these are the things that keep you alive. So, your relationship is going to determine here, and it's like, okay, this is someone here. Your positive emotion and your negative emotion, how you feel towards somebody, and whichever one is marked is the upfront one, you could say. This is how you actually feel about this person. So, for example, our good friend here, Mjolk Shindenvindinter, Mjolk has a relationship with Chippy the Dutchman. Now, overtly, he's scared shitless of Chippy because Chippy is a scary individual. However, underneath everything, he's like, yeah, no, I see that this guy has potential. He's gonna do very well. However, with Takemechi Kurosaki, he's like, I trust you. You're a good guy, but he's also like, I am fucking not as cool as this dude. That's it. Congratulations. We did it. So, instruction is we gotta select our breed. Overits come in 3 different breeds, which are pure breed, crossbreed, tri-breed. Pure breed means you get 1 type of syndrome, but they're very powerful. Crossbreeds, they get 2, which is kind of the default, you could say. And tri-breeds are the weird ones, which are kind of like crossbreeds, but they can get some abilities due to the fact of being a tri-breed. So they pretty much get the largest swath of powers in exchange that they can't use all of them. Most people, like, most of the time, you're probably, like, these are going to be the most common characters. Tri-breeds are going to be kind of the more unique ones, but they kind of also want you to do it because that's kind of cool. Delicious. So, these are your basic stats for each character. So, for example, let's say we want to play we want to drink people's blood. Let's say we want to play Brandstroker Chimera. That means we get to add our body together, we get to add our senses together, our mind, and our social. So our skills at the end of the day would be a 4-2-1-1. If we were a crossbreed, if we're a pure breed Bram Stoker, we'd have 2 body, 4 sense, 2 mind, 0 social. We just double it. It's like you took it twice. The tri-breed is you get to select your 2 major ones and add them together, but you get the powers of the 3rd. But you don't get all the powers. That's kind of the like, oh no, you don't get the super cool powers. You only get the basic ones. Now we calculate our stats. So, for example, this would be it. So it would be add 2 main syndromes together. Do not add stats to sub syndrome. Pretty simple. Not exactly complicated. Nice and simple. Which is how actually I ended up with a 6 as a chimera. 6 body as a chimera because they get a 3. They're very, very tough. Then you get to choose your job. What do you do for a living? And you get all these skills here. So, for example, I chose UGN Agent A. I get a +1 to my body. Right off the bat, +1 to my body. I get 1 in melee, 1 in dodge, 1 in renegade control, 1 in procure, and 1 in info UGN. I get all these little skills by 1 point. Because they're useful. Now, you can choose to be anything here. So if you say, hey, I want to be a mercenary. Cool. Body, melee, range, perception, info, military. Cool. I want to be a professor. Ride 2, will, knowledge 2. Right up the bat. Very simple. Hey, you want to be a Yakuza? Yeah, you can be a Yakuza. You go for it. You be Kazuma Kiryu. Don't you want to be Kazuma Kiryu who can turn into a code gamer mode? That'd be cool. What the fuck are people posting in my server? Why do they do this to me? But yeah, you can kind of do whatever you feel like in this regard. There's quite a bit of options, and I like that. Then you determine your max hit points, which most of the time this is going to be calculated for you. Initiative is really set initiative. It's kind of like a set initiative system. You don't really roll. I don't believe you to roll. I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, you have your select, and then you have to select your powers. Now, the big thing here is that you do get some options to kind of change things around. I believe you end up with 3 points to distribute to any stat, and you get some basic skills. I think you get 4 skills. No, you get 5 skills. That's it. Yep. Pure Breeze gets some powers. You're going to end up with, let me see, some basic powers for everything, which is good. We like it. They do actually suggest that you have some very basic powers. They don't want you to take any common powers. They want you to take good powers. Please take good powers. You end up with 4 to begin with. That's why I end up with Mighty Therianthropy, Nameless Blade, Wall of Mouth, Steel Body, and then 2 points to spread to level them up slightly. Similar to Konosuba's system, in which I chose to do this. I wanted to become gamer. I wanted to go nuts. Do not acquire tips for acquiring power during. Do not acquire simple powers. Do not acquire one power that has 80, 100, or 120% restriction. Please. So select skills. Our basic skills, that's pretty much how they work. You got 5 free points. Ta-da! That's how I spread my points around, because I just wanted some basic info, because I thought Will would be useful. You don't really have money, you just have stock points. Your stock points are pretty much like your money, but not your money at the same time. You never have enough. And congratulations, you finished making a character. Full scratch is like you just use the XP for everything. They just hand you a bunch of XP and say, go for it. I don't hate you enough for that. And I would not recommend it either. Renegade beings, however, are a little bit weird. A renegade being is akin to like a individual or entity that has been infected by a renegade virus that pretty much gets all the bonuses, but all the drawbacks of being one of them. You're pretty much a lot bigger and more important. You're like a new sentient breed of life because of you're a renegade being. Yeah, you're kind of weird in that regard. You kind of see all your little stats down here. You get all these. Or it's like, oh, cool. Yeah, your character rebuild rules. You do have the option of rebuilding your character. Don't do it too much, though. Change basic work data, full rebuilds, syndromes and powers, how these work. And this is another thing of like how characters you're going to actually end up making look at it. So we're going to scroll all the way down here. Let's say, we're going to say the Angel Halo. We got a little quote. We got a little idea of how they work. And this is what a basic skill is going to look like majority of the time. So for example, Blinding Dash. Perform a move. For this move, the user may break away. It does not stop when entering another engagement. It can ignore blockades. This power may be used whatever the level is, how many points you put into it per scene. So if I put 2 points in the Blinding Dash, I can use Blinding Dash twice to pretty much just break away from anything. Let's do Shining Blade. When this power is used, select a weapon that the user possesses or has equipped. For the duration of the scene, the selected weapon receives plus whatever how many points you put into it, attack power bonus. Hey, max level. Now, these up here determine some basic ideas of what you're going to be doing. For example, if whatever your timing is, how difficult it actually is, what the target is, what range is it, and how much encroachment you're going to get. The big idea, this is the big thing, is that your encroachment is going to be constantly building. Everything you do is going to build your encroachment. Your base rate, for example, here for Mjolk is 36. So if he uses powers, his encroachment is going to steadily increase. And this is ranked out of 100. And suddenly, his encroachment is going to go higher and higher and higher. And that's kind of the idea. The more powers you use per session, per scenario, pretty much, the higher that encroachment rate is going to go. And trust me, everything that happens is going to want to increase your fucking encroachment rate. Everything that occurs. And that's fine. We're just gonna use give you an idea of like, this is a significant chunk of the game, by the way, of all of the powers. Here's the Chimera, and as you can kind of see, I selected for Mjolk here. As you can kind of see down here, a couple other basic ones. For example, the Nameless Blade. So if we go down here, the Nameless Blade, I can, for 1 encroachment, receive my level plus 1 attack power bonus. However, I must be using my fist. Cool. For a major timing, I can do this, and I can slap your shit in. Cool. Doesn't seem like a lot, but hey, it's 2. It's, plus 2 attack power, plus 2 damage, pretty much right off the bat. And if I, combine it with something like my, Mighty Therianthropy, I can add plus 4 on top of that. So it's plus 6 power, plus, and I get a bunch of armor, and I get a bunch of abilities. I'm like, oh, cool. This is nice. This is neat. And there's quite a few of these. Similar to how Konosuba, like I was talking about with Konosuba, the idea that a single character's, syndrome here does mean they have quite a few options. Over time, Mjolk turned in from I'm going to hit the person really hard into being a raw brick shithouse. Just for the entire idea that I thought that would be interesting. He wants to combine things like his, his heavy armor, his ability to hit people really hard, with things like Wall of Malice here. Anytime I fucking feel like it, I can spend 2 encroachment, and I can reduce the target's, their damage by a pretty significant amount, potentially just negating damage for me. Oh, I'm gonna hit you for really hard for all my damage. It's like Wall of Malice. You're hitting me for like 1d10 plus 4 damage. You're not hitting me for 1d10 minus 2 damage. Try to break my 12 armor. It's like, oh. Or you can go really hardcore with chimeras, for example, and go like really heavy, or like go to things like flying debris. Like you can generally are trying your best to do a lot of damage. I went for more defensive, and for some of these, we go down here, some powers have a restriction. Mostly when it comes to like 80, 100, 120%. What that means What that usually means is that your encroachment has to be up above that rank. So Mjolk, for example, he only has 36. If he were to hit 80, if he had the Divine Beast attack power, he could use it. However, if you don't have it, well then have fun. However, if you are pure breed, if you are pretty much like a full-on, you can choose to select things such as Mighty and Therianthropy. But for the current scene, the user will receive their level ×2 attack power bonus towards any attack with a fist weapon, and level ×3 armor stat bonus. So pretty much, he doesn't go full Therianthrope. He just is too cool for that. He's full on health. That's his entire gimmick. He wants just to be a big brick shithouse. My next level, I might select it. Simple powers, on the other hand, don't actually use any encroachment, right? They allow you to take different bonuses, little things that are outside of combat, for example, such as Cat's Eyes. Change one eye that has night vision of nocturnal animals. For duration of the scene, the user can see in the dark. Cool. We're like, hey, you're a Zeke. You manipulate one body so always stays in perfect shape. Can keep the body in that shape he wants to be, no matter how lazy he becomes or how destructive his eating and work habits are. These aren't really like big things, but they are things that help you out or like give you a little bit more superpowers. Then we have things like the Exile, and almost all of these abilities are like this. Do thing happen, everybody clap. And except Newman, which Newman are stupid. Nobody likes the Newman. I missed it earlier. Was Konosuba good? Konosuba was good for a Konosuba game. Do you like Konosuba? The answer is yes. If you really like Konosuba, then you're going to like that game because it's Konosuba and it's using a decent system. It is, however, an ad. It's not great. Just an ad. And if you really like it, you're going to love it. If you don't like it, you're not going to like it. Simple as. Getting a PDF for it is hard. So, oh, okay, that's terrible then. It's not bad, it's just boring. I think that's the Konosuba's biggest sin, really, is that it is a dull game. Because it is a Konosuba game wrapped around a very simple system. And if you like that, cool, you're gonna like it. If not, well, you're not gonna like it. But yeah, it's like, it doesn't really do anything Konosuba-esque, but if you're like a Konosuba fan, then yeah, it's cool, I guess. Play a Crimson Wizard and clap. That's like the best thing I could say about it, is play like your favorite Konosuba character TM and then clap when you see the thing that you remember from the show. Or the light novels or whatever. That's really what it boils down to. But yeah, DoubleCross, again, seems really intimidating at like 520 pages. Like, oh my god, like, it's not, though. It is not complicated. It is not, like, scary, and you shouldn't feel scary about it. It's just a lot of this. Like, we are on page 227, and we don't know how to roll the dice yet. Because everything here... Let's actually see, how many pages is this? Just nothing more than just abilities. Okay. Oh, let's see. Let's do some math here. 227, and we are on page, what, 90, 97? Ah, yes, of course. How can I forget? It's 130 pages of abilities. 130 fucking pages of just... abilities, of just notes, of just being able to track it down. So when you see that like 521 pages, it's not actually 521 pages. It's not. It's references, because that's what the Japanese fucking love to do. Holy shit, that's more than good. Because, well, the thing is, what happened, this is supposed to be 2 rule books. You gotta remember that. This is supposed to be 2 rule books. They merge them together. But this is, you have it, you look through it, you pen through the book, you write down some basic things, and then you're done. The actual game is very simple. You can explain the game in about 5 minutes at the end of the day. However, what the Japanese like to do is they like to front load character. I've talked about this a few times, but front loading a character is actually a very simple concept. Is by the time you actually reach the table, this is what you should have. And you may be wondering, well, what do you mean by that? Like, well, everything I need to play my character right this second is right here. And I will never need to reference the book again. Hey, can you make me a melee attack? Yeah, sure. Let me roll 7d10 real fast. Like, oh, cool, I rolled a 10. Let me just... Cool, I rolled 14 plus my melee. I rolled a 17. Yeah, the 17 hit. Let me do a quick check. Oh wow, he rolled a fucking 8. Yeah, it hits. Cool. Let me just add everything together and like, okay, I'm done. Oh. You're like, oh. Everything you need is here already. Like the entire game is almost done for you by the time you actually get there. If you ever ask, oh well, what does my Therianthropy do? During a minor action with an auto, targets myself within view, I have to take 6 encroachment, but I receive +4 attack power with my fists. I gain 6 armor, and it's cumulative with my other armor. So I have a total of 9 armor. Cool. And you're using it with your nameless blade, right? Yeah. Okay, what does that do? I get +2 attack power bonus. Cool. Roll. Cool. Done. Kind of like that conceptually because it means you're not bogged. Yeah. And that's one of the big things too, because again, it's very to the point. You're in, you're out. And that's why it's one of the big things where if you're actually, and again, if we go all the way up here, all these powers, they don't want you to use this section of the book. They don't want that. What they want you to do is take one of these. Hey, I want to play the Bloody Bullet. Cool. This is what he is. You're a Bram Stoker Morpheus. Here's all your abilities, all your things, what you need, exactly what it does. Here's the page and reference notes. Done. What, you want to use? Yeah, use 100 guns, range attack, level +4, 30 millimeters, 30 meters. Like, hey, I want to use the Bloody Bullet combo. Cool. Here's all the abilities that are going to work together, and that's it. You know, ignore armor, stat, use after 100 guns. If you use, pay 2 HP. Yeah, ta-da. Or, hey, I want to play the Shining Void. Cool, just take that. You grab it, you put it on, you put it on the table, you're done. And this is, again, there aren't just like a handful of these either. Like this, there's a couple of these that you can select from. And pick and choose which one you feel like. And if we go all the way back down here, again, like there's, I wouldn't say like sometimes Japanese games don't want you to play them, but it's like they really want you to understand like you don't need to worry about it too much. Like if you just want to pick up and play, you can. There's an emphasis on game over a lot of different things. It's more of a game rather than, oh, here's a massive story. Perhaps we should be more like the Japanese. Student players have exactly 20 minutes to play before returning to their coffin-sized sleeping pods. I think a more accurate description of it would be, we live in a busy people and we've rented a fucking karaoke booth for 4 hours. We gotta go. It's like, oh, all right. Because a lot of these games as well, like DoubleCross is a good example here. DoubleCross is assuming you're going to play this once or twice. You're going to play a character maybe once, maybe twice, and there might be gaps in between it. And that's why things like the Game Master receives XP. Because any XP you gain doesn't go to the character necessarily, it goes to the player. Because it's like, yeah, we're going to play this game real fast. We went gamer mode. We had a lot of fun with DoubleCross. We're done now. The game is over. We've completed a full arc of a story in 4 hours. And let's all go home. And hey, next week I have this other game I bought. Would you all like to try that out? Like, yeah, that sounds like fun. Cool. I'll send you the character sheets on, like, cool. I'll send you the character sheets, through SNS. Or, hey, I'll send you, or, hey, yeah, like, just come next week, same place, same time, and I'll give you a couple, drafted character sheets, and we'll be good. And be like, oh, cool. That doesn't happen here. I mean, hell, people get weird when you say, like, I know for a very long time, people thought it was really weird that I had 2-hour sessions. Yeah, for a very long time, I ran games that were 2 hours long, exactly. And that's what I did. 2-hour-long sessions, because that's what was needed. Because I was in college during that time, and that's why I kind of kicked into gear the short-form role-playing style, because I just didn't have time. And that's why it's been kind of weird recently with this next campaign, because we've all kind of accepted that, like, oh, we can go a little bit longer with some of these games. My GMing style is not accommodating like 4-hour-long sessions. It's kind of weird, like multiple hours long, and then it's like, oh, I have to like string together a campaign and stuff. I'm like, maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. But yeah, a lot of items are things like this, very simple to get a hold of. The big idea is that you can either make a procure check, or you can spend stock to get it permanently. So for example, I want to buy a katana. That has a -1 accuracy. It's going to do 5 + 5, whatever damage it is, and it has a 3 guard. And we'll see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can either just make a procurement check at target number 11, or spend 5 stock to get a giant fucking katana. So I can say, okay, my procurement is 2, and I get to roll 2d10, and I roll. I got a 7 plus 1. I failed. Cool. I don't get a katana. Neat. That's it. I can't afford a katana. I can't request it, unfortunately. There's quite a few items. Like, oh, you just want a large handgun or submachine gun, or my personal favorite, sniper rifle, assault rifle, shotgun. The bolt action rifle. Become the real Chad. Yeah, let's see. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4 up. 3, 4 up. Activate this ability with a minor action. This weapon's attack receive +5 accuracy bonus for the main process. This weapon cannot target characters that are in the user's engagement. Yeah, you wanna fucking ping an M1 Garand and just start popping fools? Yeah, go for it. You're gonna have a hell of a time. You're gonna get some big bonuses for it. Here's all the armors. Armor is kind of weird. Because, like, the idea behind armor is that it's like, oh, you know, you say take 10 damage, but you have armor 5, you just reduce it by 5. Pretty simple. There's, like, one little, like, catch, you could say, is that there's a lot of abilities that ignore armor in some capacity. So it's like, oh, well, shit. Well, I guess that's not happening. That's like the one problem with the Chimera build from Yolk, is like it's reliant heavy on armor. And if they just have a lot of armor ignoring things, I'm going to get fucking shredded. But hopefully at that point, I can just run up there and beat you to death. Yes. We also have the ultimate clothing, which gives you -3 to your initiative. Oh no, but 10 armor. Which is the latest UGN armor that resembles a butler or maid uniforms. While equipped, all the user's RC checks receive a +3. Yes, they do. They do have a literal fucking maid outfit in this game as an item you can buy. Bolt action rifles in maid uniform. I did not. This is very Japanese. We haven't even hit the ultimate Japanese game yet. Or very basic bicycles. Yeah. All I'm saying is you can't technically purchase a sedan or a high-class car. Have no fear. Let me just fucking hit... Yeah, let me just hit somebody with my fucking car real fast. Then you have all the connections. Connections require you to spend a little bit, but you get a bunch of bonuses to it. Like, hey, for example, an officer with inside connections. +2 dice for any 1 info police check. Cool. Cool. Like miscellaneous item charts, like, oh no, I need to get a cell phone. Let me just roll real fast. I rolled a 8. Cool. I got a cell phone. I don't need to spend any money to get a fucking I don't need to spend money to get a cell phone. However, if I, for example, want to get an antidote, I need to make that. I need to get a laptop. It'll be a little harder. Night vision goggles, anti-warding masks, and a bunch of other shit. And then as a black dog, you get to acquire a lot of like cybernetics. So yeah, you want to have an arm blade, go for it. All I'm saying is, if you really want to, can you attempt to become Senator Armstrong? Yes, you can. Kind of stop this 24/7 internet spew of internet bullshit. Okay, we are on page 253 of the book, and we have finally hit the ability to understand what we need to roll. And I'll give you a hint. You roll the dice. You determine the difficulty. Yeah, then yes, you roll the dice result, plus your skill level, plus your modifier. That's what you need to hit. That's it. It's a roll and keep system. You roll and keep the highest. That's really all it boils down to. If every dice that rolls comes up as a 1, you automatically fail the check and something disastrous happens and everyone laughs at you. Mjolnir will probably never fumble a body check. But he has a good chance he has a 1 in 10 chance of fumbling a mind check. Because he's not the smartest tool in the shed, but he doesn't need to be. skill bonuses. We got all the little criticals. If you roll a 10, you add it to the next one, and then you keep rolling over and over and over again. And then the after school beast. Oh no! Post checks, kind of the same idea. You take both of your dice, you roll them against each other, and you see who comes out on top. Whoever rolls the highest wins. If scores are tied, the reaction wins. Cool. This is how the game works. Like, very simple. And there comes an idea like, would you want to? Yeah, here's all how the phase system works, how the main games work, how the scenes progress, all the master scenes, all the climax phases. Don't forget about the endings. Don't forget about after games. Then we have all the sorting lotuses. We gotta restock all the items. Traditionally, you're going to get some XP points. Not a lot of XP, but you're going to get some. After you get it, you're allowed to increase your stats or get new powers. Cool. So, you participated until the end of the session. 1 point. Completed the scenario's goal. 1 to 5. Depending on your encroachment rate after backtrack, you get more XP. So, pretty much the higher your encroachment rate at the end of everything, the good. So, let's do this as an example. One of the big things of how this game actually works is, let's say your encroachment rate is 110%. You're pretty much going to go insane. That's bad. However, you have 3 lotuses. 3 people who care about you. So what you're going to do is you're going to take all your dice, you're going to roll. And I rolled a 6 and a 7. That means I have a 13 plus. Cool. I rolled a 23. And because I have a 23, I now going to reduce my encroachment rate by that value. So at 110, I reduce it down, and it would be 87%. So I would technically get 5 points of experience. You know, because I am within that kind of ranking. If you go really low, you're not going to get as much as if you are kind of going lower. You can decide to go to, if you are really desperate, go here, and if you try to re-roll the dice, well, you're going to lose all your experience points. Help set up time and place, help with session progression. Very simple. And as you can see, it's like 10 XP for more points, 2 XP for like skill levels. New powers are like straight up like 5 or 10. Like it's pretty expensive. Now, these are the ways to actually go into to increase your encroachment rate. This is why I say, like, everything you fucking do in this game, you're going to be increasing your encroachment rate in some variety. When you enter a scene, you roll the dice to add encroachment rate. When you use power, you increase the encroachment rate. When you perform an impulse check, and when you do it, you roll check against the will skill, the difficulty is set by the GM. And if you fail, all characters that perform an impulse check must increase their encroachment rate by 2d10. If you fail, you get the berserk status. Or you can willingly increase it with a genetic shift, and sometimes you're just going to increase it by other values. The higher your bonuses are, the more dice you're going to be rolling flat out. So you go to about like 60-70%, you're going to be able to add an extra die to almost all of your checks because the virus inside of you is going insane. But if you go beyond 100%, you're now rolling +3, possibly +4, and maybe you want to go as high as physically possible because you know you're not going to end up out of this alive, and you're okay with that. And maybe that's the plan. Maybe it's okay to jack your encroachment rate as high as possible because you are on death's door. You're okay with that. The higher you go, the stronger your powers are going to get. If I were to hit over 100, for example, my name was Blade ability is now going to be doing +3 attack damage. I'm going to be able to receive +6 attack power, +8 armor, and I might be able to even add in more things, such as being able to just take more damage with Wall of Malice, because it's going higher and higher and higher. And then we have lotuses, acquiring lotuses. You're going to gain connections throughout the session. And what occurs here is that as long as they are friendly and like you're still in like still there, that's good. But let's say, for example, you are rejected outright. Like, they don't like you, they bake it off, or they die. They become a Titus. And if they become a Titus, they aren't helpful anymore. At the end of the session, you don't get to roll them to actually reduce your encroachment rate at all. And that's bad, because you're gonna go insane. That's where things go bad. However, if you discard a Titus, you're gonna get something out of it. You know, once it's discarded, it's gone. But it's the big thing. What you can use is plus 10 dice bonus for a fucking check, plus just a flat out die, or a -1 critical value for a check, or recover from incapacitation right up from the bat, which is really useful. Pretty much, if your people you care about hate you, you can use it to go gamer mode. And that's pretty cool. Yeah, this is the backtrack system. Roll, number of remaining lowest is D10, reduce it. You get a bunch of options. Yeah, again, we're at page 282 of the book, and we finally hit how battles work. And going to give you a real basic idea here. You're going to set the game up. You're going to do the initiative process. You're going to move, attack, reduce some powers. Select which stair takes action. Do that again. Then clean up. Yep. And remember, anytime you enter a scene, you're gaining encroachment. Anytime you use powers, you're able to use them. Now, initiative is raw initiative. You don't roll anything for initiative. So if my initiative is 5 and yours is 4, I get to go first. Just flat out. And using powers. Anytime you can use powers for this specific timing. If you wait, you go to the bottom. Now, minor actions are things like, I want to move. I want to change my equipment. I want to use an item. I want to restore a bad status effect. Or you can do things like, I want to dash real fast. I want to attack someone. Major powers. Bad statuses, breaking away, or killing a character. Because when you reach 0 HP, you do not die necessarily. You just become incapacitated. A character has to willingly go up to you and then kill you. That is an absolute rule, which is like, you can't really die outright. Someone has to want to kill you. But it can be declared in unison with an attack. Which is the idea of being like, I'm going up there to kill you. This attack is going to kill you, not like just incapacitate you. It's like, cool. All right. And anytime, everything is an opposed roll in this section. So for example, somebody is attacking me and I want to dodge. If I want to dodge, I'm going to take 7d10. I'm going to roll, and I rolled I rolled an 8. I rolled an 8. I get to add to my dodge. I rolled a 10. Cool, that's it. And do they beat 10? Cool. If they don't, they don't. Damage is resolved at the end of the turn, and that's that. There's no map or anything in this game either. It's just whatever is the engagement range. And sometimes there's blockades if you feel like it. Yeah, it's make an attack, see if the attack succeeds. You can either dodge or declare guard. If you choose to do a dodge, that means you're pretty much making a pose check. If you declare guard, that means you're pretty much using your weapon to reduce damage. That's pretty much how that works. If you dodge, it may miss. If they don't dodge, they're going to take damage. That's it. Congratulations. And whatever your damage is, let's say the final score of my accuracy check was 20. Okay, cool. It's 20. So that means it's 20 divided by 10 is 2. So I get to add 3 d10 to my roll. Yeah. I get to roll 3d10. I rolled 18 plus 2, which would be 20. It would be 20 damage outright, and then I get to add whatever my attack power is. So I might be able to add like 2 to that. So I did 22 damage to you, which is quite a bit of damage considering, like, hey, yeah, no, I could hit you like a fucking freight train if I feel like. Go me. But then you subtract armor, then you subtract guard, and then you subtract apply, and you apply HP damage, and then they might dodge again. Like, but yeah, that's it. There are some bad statuses, but most of them are pretty standard. Like the big one is things like Berserk, because there's chances like your Berserk impulses are always gonna go. Like, oh, you can't perform any reactions or covers. Like, okay, that's cool. Yeah. Then there's things like, oh, priority, power, priorities, what's going first, how to combine the powers together, how everything works, combining powers that change fists, because fists are very useful. Or like, oh, here's the syndrome power, here's the situational battle rules. I think this is what really summarizes the game, though. Action progression, investigations, and then we have a bunch of lore stuff. Like lore stuff, we have lore. Yeah, the rest of this is fucking lore. In some capacity, it's like, alrighty then, cool. Lore. Neat. That's cool. What, you want your friend to be Wakana Yageshi? Don't worry, she's student body president. She's very simple. She's just a 16-year-old girl who's here. But don't think about it too hard. This is not just a delinquent. This is not just a high school game, but totally is also a high school game. Here's the entire player guide. This is what you kind of need. How to be a good game master. Everything you kind of need. How to run things. How to troubleshoot. Like, well, let's see. Universal issues. No, they cannot be combined. And create an hour power like that. Can I use infinite weapon to create multiples of an item? No. I do not understand warning. I do not understand evasion. I do not yeah, it's a lot of these how to be a good GM and how to be like, hey, you want to here's a problem. Here's a fucking let's see. You want to play a overhead terrorist. These are his stats. This is the power that he gets. Oh no, you're playing a gas room. You're playing a gas room cluster. This is the abilities he gets. That's cool. Neat. Neat. Here's fucking more abilities, more power data that you can give your certain enemies. They're built pretty similar to characters. Here's more stage selection stuff. Like here's City End. Here's written format of all the various, scenarios that you can play in if you feel like it. And yeah, it's going to hand out literally fucking everything to you because it can do that. Because it doesn't give a shit. So, that is DoubleCross. Here's the thing with DoubleCross. This game is very intimidating looking. This game is very, it's like, oh my god, what the fuck? It's 500 goddamn pages. What the fuck? How do you expect me to play such a thing? The secret is, it's not complicated. It's not hard. It's very simple, in fact. There's just a lot of DoubleCross. Because what it does is that it throws everything in your lap at once. It just tosses it at you and says, go get it. You can do it. I believe in you. And if you're not prepared, if you don't kind of know what you're doing when you're getting into it, it's going to feel a lot bigger and a lot scarier than what it actually is. But DoubleCross and the SRS system, I would say, is easier to learn than things like D&D at the end of the day. Because there's not a lot of exception cases. And everything's really written out for you to do whatever you want. Yeah, as was kind of stated earlier, instead of being like D&D where you have like 50 spells you don't quite know how they work, you end up with like 6 powers that you always know how they work, even if that's the only powers you're really going to end up getting. I like DoubleCross. I think that's the idea. I like DoubleCross. It has a unique charm to it. Is it the kind of game that I like you can pitch to everybody easily? No, because at the end of the day, it's also a very mechanical game. Very, very mechanical. And what I mean by very mechanical is that it is... You gotta understand that when you say, cool, I want to do this particular thing, you're gonna sit down and you're gonna look at some of these abilities and you're like, okay, I want to select repulsion arrow because if I select repulsion arrow, I can do all of this, but wait a second, here's demon shadow. If I perform a range attack, this situation, this situation, this situation, you can't have too many of these powers because they all do something very specific. And all of them kind of tie together in various ways. And people are, if you really want to be like, oh, here's the optimal build or whatever, you can find it, but it's like, you kind of miss the purpose. But I think that's what we're used to out here. And some people are going to like that, some people aren't. I think there's going to be a little bit of a pitch here. I wish they broke up the rule book a little bit better than what they have, rather than like, here's a 521 page fucking PDF. But they didn't. Yeah, so people are going to look at this. It's going to be a little bit, it's a little intimidating. Not going to lie. A little intimidating. But I think it's also one of those games where it's like, the second you let it work, it's going to work just fine. But I think people are also going to be very scared of it. What the fuck are people doing in my server? Why are you... Oh my god. I love my server. They're all lovely people. So our final one, our final game that we're looking at. Our final game, right at the 4-hour mark, is Tenra Bansho Zero. Yeah, Tenra. Another relatively popular game. And I say relatively popular because Tenra is a odd duck in a few ways. I'm glad it's not me fucking it up this time. Yeah, you get used to it after a point. Tenra, however, Tenra Bansho Zero, is part of the fairly long-running Tenra franchise, which has been around for quite a while. It's been published by Kotodama Heavy Industries, which has done other games we've gone over, such as Ryutama, which is very good, Shinobigami, which is also very good. Tenra was one of their first big ones, and this came out in 2013, again, right kind of at the end there, and it's like, oh wow, this game looks kind of neat. Well, how many pages? It's 700 pages! Technically, it's about 700 pages because there's both the main book, which is 456, and the setting book, which is 240. That's just, and I think a lot of people are going to look at me and be like, what the fuck? No, I'm not reading a 700-page book. Same thing. Don't need to worry. It's not 700 pages. It is not 700 pages, guys. But yeah, Kotodama Heavy Industry, this is all the things that they've done, these various franchises. However, Tenra, we'll do Tenra Bansho Zero, JP. It also does come from, I believe, where is it? Not Tenra, fucking goddamn it. Tenra War. It comes from a franchise called Tenra War. Tenra War is a mixed Japanese tabletop role-playing game by Fear again, mostly published by Enterbrain. And Tenra War is, well, everything you could ever want for in a Japanese-inspired anime nightmare. The original games came out in '96, and there are technically 3 settings inside of the Tenra universe, which you can say is Tenra Bansho, Terra the Gunslinger, and what was the other one? It was, where was it? There was another one. Where was it? I fucking lost it because I'm a fucking dumbass. There was another one that was like they were all together. Oh yeah, it was Angel Gear. All of these are technically together. These are all technically the same world from the original Tenra War. And if we go to FarEast Amusement Research, oh no, wow, look everybody, it's FarEast Amusement Research. We love these guys. Nope, wrong thing. Clicked on the wrong thing. FarEast Amusement Research. Clicked on the wrong fucking thing again. If you can't tell, I'm a little bit tired right now. Because it's always a bitch to find their fucking website. Because it's never where you fucking think it is. Because these people fucking hate... where was it? Product introductions. Like, wow, look at all the fucking games they've done. Twilight High School, Full Metal Panic release, Metallic got Runebreakers. Where was it? Apparently that's there. Night Wizards, there's DoubleCross, Scream Cove. Where are you? Ah, right here, Tenra War. Here's Tenra War. And, you know, Tenra War and all the... Like, wow, look everybody, this is super cool. Tenra Universe 0. 440 special skill. Character from 2 worlds of faithfully reproduce. Just now, Sanjo. Wow, Lost Heaven. Additional day make Tenra War more enjoyable. Ooh. Ooh. Very interesting. 2010. And if we, I believe it's Tenra, if we just, that's the only Tenra thing? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so just kind of give you the idea, like, these guys do a lot of things. But yeah, if we go to download, we can see all the different fucking things. Here's the blank character sheet. Yeah, Tenra War was pretty extensive, and Tenra Bansho 0 is no different. Because this is where things get a little bit wonky. So if we go to Tenra Bansho 0, we'll go over there as well. Ironically, this is the best way to get the full thing. Published in 2000, 0 is the second edition called from Tenra Bansho. Tenra Bansho 0, it's kind of like this secondary, like, pre-Tenra War, but not Tenra War at the same time. And in 2012, everything got translated, but it's also some things from different parts of it. It's a fucking disaster area. It is a very odd setting. And this is the Kickstarter. Yes, it was a Kickstarter. One of the first big Kickstarters out there. Needed $9,000 goals. It got $129,000. Wowzers, everybody. A lot of money on this one. Yeah, I think one of the things, like, there always comes the idea of intimidation when it, like, any game. When you say, this game is 150 pages, people think like they have to read all 150 pages. They don't. Or like, oh no, this is like 700 pages, and it's like, I mean, it's kind of like the idea being like, yeah, there's like 30 pages you guys need to read, and I think the idea of just being told you need to read something is always intimidating to others. Like, it's the idea in school being like, yeah, you might like the book, however. Yeah, here's Tenra War. You can see all here. So, this is where thing, yeah, so about almost a decade ago, Julichim sat down and created a uniquely hyper-Asian setting named Tenra. The game was named Tenra Bansho, or Everything in Heaven and Earth, with the rulebook dripping cover to cover with high-quality anime-style artwork. So, this, yeah, it's a little bit wonky in that idea, because there's a lot of... It's hard to tell what the fuck Tenra Bansho 0 actually is. And basic experience, 300 unique pieces of art, 2 books, almost 700 pages. Because the rulebook and the playbook, very different things. Or a rich Japanese setting, simple to understand rules system, awesome speed. Yeah, all in one, everything you need to play. Stretch goals, final stretch goals at $80,000. They did not. They made their stretch goals. Backer rewards. So here's everything you can get. So we got more the physical book, more PDFs. Look at all the the director's cut book. With all the DLC, mass combat rules, extra character DLC, ultimate book DLC, all the kanji. The Yasuda set. Wrapping clause. The Agi shit chat. But I want to play now set. $475. Let's see how many people actually did the $475. Yeah, $520. Three backers did this. And all the different bonuses and additional things. Yeah. Yeah, some of those popular revolutionary table in Tenra Bansho Zero, Alshard, Beast Bind, Terra the Gunslinger, Angel Gear, and several more. Andrew most of the core art. There we go. All the translating progress. This is the guy, I've created a number of community building projects, RPG awards, J-Roll, and I also produced and localized the first ever Japanese RPG released in English. Though historically the second license after Tenra. The anime comedy RPG made with primary translator Ewan Clooney. Yeah, everyone does have his own. This game is served not as an opening salvo of Japanese games into English, but also as a complete fun test run from the concept of post-sales, the eventual release of Tenra Bansho Zero. Now this is where things get a little bit more interesting. Oh wow, we got a lot of stuff here. This is the big stuff, lots of stuff. So you may be wondering, everything went good, right? Everything went good. Very good, right? Right? Well, I've already gotten Fritz, so it's very, and everyone involved has been paid. It's kicking it forward. Hey, Jamie, pull up the comments section. This is always the tragedy when it comes to these. 4 years since the last update. There's zero chance of honoring their obligations, complete the project. Imagine Martin is right. It's been 30 months since we got an update. They just announced they are making additional content for Shinobagami, so whatever slim chance there was of this being finished seems dead. It'd be cool if Tenra could be available here. The 2-year anniversary of our last update from 2 years ago. Time to cut our losses. And so you post a new update on Shinobagami Chaos. That's great. TBZ DLCs when? That is the unfulfilled items, the Mytho Hunter Zero campaign, a set of scenario guides, the Tokyo High School Demon Hunters, extra character DLC, mass combat rules, Ruined Empire. Nothing is materialized in September. Ryutama got an update. Over a year since the update. Yeah, they didn't fulfill their goals. And they have different ones. Because here's the thing. If you actually consult the other ones, like Shinobagami, for example. Interestingly enough, if we go to Shinobagami, if it fucking feels like opening. Yeah, Shinobagami is really no different. Ryutama is kind of in the same boat. Where, every 6 months I think about this project. At some point it's fine. To me, that won't be fulfilled. It's expecting to expect $87,000 to last 5+ years since this campaign funded. Any news? Same question. Any update? Whole year since the last update. Wait until for the next updates. Limited editions. Where are they? 11 minutes since last update. Got a quick question. Check my pledge. Any chance of an update? No. Hi Andy. Open my back. Where's the update? Things aren't done. Now. 2 years since last update. Yeah. So here's the thing. I talked about this a little bit with the Ryutama one. These guys are somewhat notorious for not finishing their Kickstarters. And it happens. And I think the problem, you even see here, like I think one of the biggest issues, I think a lot of people go into it thinking like, oh, this will be really easy. Or like, oh, well, everything will be fine. and they just don't succeed, or they can't succeed on things, or the money runs out sooner than they expected. And let's see, they like, yeah, 2021. It's a beautiful. Yeah, like none of these guys even talk about shit here. Let's see. Yeah, these guys are somewhat notorious for not finishing their fucking job. But it's out there. And the thing is, like, right now you can play Tenra Bansho Zero, you can play Shin Megami, you can play Ryutama. But the promises that they put out there haven't been fulfilled. And that's something that you kind of need to bring up. And because if you back something like this, like, yeah, it kind of taints the whole conversation in a way. It taints it with the idea being that, like, oh, this is a really cool game with all these cool ideas, but they didn't succeed at their goal. Like, money running out from paying contributor to your project is the #1 reason why your game should be purely an amateur endeavor. Like, I think the issue here was you gotta there's a lot of sitting and waiting when it comes to it. You gotta sit and you gotta wait and you gotta translate, and then you translate more and then you translate that. It's not fun to update translation work, being like, yeah, translated another page today. Ooh. And I think it's, well, you gotta pay yourself because you're this is a 24/7 job pretty much. And they gotta pay some more people, then you gotta work because that's not going to pay much. You can't. That's not going to last you that much because you already paid everything. So you're working, then you're doing that, and then you're doing this, and then you're doing that, and then you're doing this, and then suddenly it's, well, we need more money. So we ran out, so we're going to go back to Kickstarter. Well, we can do this other translation. It's already done. We already did this other translation, and then it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I think that's kind of the one of the grand issues when it comes to translation. And I'm gonna I'll do a little bit of waxing philosophy after this, because I think it's something somewhat important to talk about when it comes to JRPGs. Because again, this is kind of going to be the last one we have to kind of go over. But let's go over Tenra. Tenra is another one of those very intimidating fucking books that aren't really that intimidating. This is the main book, 500 pages. Holy shit, what the fuck are you on about? Huh? Nani? Like, why is it so much? There's so fucking many. And you can kind of see here, like, this is a production copy, if you can't really tell. Like, this is not the official one you would be receiving. This is a production copy. But it is also very easy to get a hold of. But we don't talk about those things. 2012, actually. Ha ha ha. So it's like, okay, all right, introduction. We'll be introducing, deciding what to play. Yep. Choosing a sample character. Yep, we're back to the copy the character, mark your name, here's your names. Choose your gender and your age, do whatever. It's society and social class. Cool, choose an archetype. Pay the karma cost, and you're done. Here's the attribute copy. Possible archetype combinations. Overlapping skills, trading attribute points for that. Soul gem customization, weapons. Here's all your attributes. Don't forget about all of these. Here's your starting ones. You have 40 attribute points to spend among all your attributes. But don't worry, that's very important, but also not very important, because you're going to possibly have different qualities to augment things. I'm going to give you a secret. This is what the character sheet looks like. I decided to make Kufuneko-san. Or Miraculous Kufuneko-san! Who is a jacked man, is man with big body. He is just big man. He's a mercenary samurai, which in lore is fucking insane. Basic attributes, you know, your body, your agility, your senses, your knowledge, your spirit, your empathy, your station. But what does this actually mean? Well, using the standard, because this still uses the SRS system. It uses a modified version of it, mind you. However, so for example, let's say I need to make a movement check. Oh no. Oh no. I need to make a movement check. I don't have any ninjutsu skills. I'm not a loser. I need to make a movement. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my 7 agility. I'll get to what this is later. I'm going to take my 7 agility, guys, 7d10, and I'm going to roll, and anything 2 or less on it is a success. That's it. And with melee weapon, 3 or less. You might get a 4 in there if you're lucky, if you really do it, but most of the time it's going to be like 2 and 3, or you're going to get that. It's all entirely d6 based. You're going to score a few successes here and there, and that's pretty much it. They even encourage you being like, have a 6 or higher in stats that kind of make you. I dumped knowledge because fuck being smart. I have all the information I need. Or spirit. I have my willpower, but I'm a very spiritual person because I thought that would be interesting. Ta-da! And most everything else also is kind of just adds up to it. So it's like, oh, how do I calculate my soul? How do I calculate my vitality? Well, it's your body score. Is that it? Yeah, it's your fucking body score. Are you sure? Yeah, your body plus your spirit. That's your maximum vitality. My body is 8, my spirit is 8. Congratulations, it's 16. Oh well, what's my soul? Spirit plus knowledge. It's 12 times 2, 24. Done. Oh. Choose all your wounds. We'll get to how wounds work a little bit later. Very special on that one. And then we have... Now, this is, I think, the part, though, where things get a little bit complicated. It's like, oh, here's special characters and archetypes and powers. Here's the Miyako, the clean mirror. Or, the karma and the soul, how soul mirrors work. It's the Konagaki overdrive ability. Annelids, I think it's Annelids implementation. Oni resonance. Samurai abilities, dark arts of the shinobi, the Kijin modification, the Kugutsu butterfly dreams, the Yotsutsu Akiyashi abilities. And gonna give you a secret, it's not that complicated. Not really that hard. At all, really. Yeah, find up attribute point, pick some archetypes. So here's like just a sample character, what they might look like. So here's the basic one. So they're an armor hunter, former armor rider, mercenary. This is the karma cost. They have to pay 1 attribute. So they paid 1 from their 40 attribute points, and they're done. That's how they done it. Then you calculate all your skills because you're I'm a former A rider, armor rider. I get an interface 3, etiquette 2, art of rule 2, and I get melee weapons 3, marksman 3, information 3, melee weapons 4. Oh, another general skill I can add up to 3. That's it. Like, that's not really that complicated. Generally speaking, one of the big things is about karma, which I'm going to get to karma a little bit later, but let's just say 100 karma is the game. Let's just say that right now. Karma is how this game fucking works. Without karma, without karma, this game doesn't work. It's kind of not really a game in a way. However, because karma is there, this is what really makes the game work, which I quite enjoy. But when we get there, I'll kind of explain a little bit deeper. But this is what a standard character might look like. And generally speaking, we're pretty average. I was a little bit concerned initially. I'm like, oh, did I not do something right? Is something a little bit wrong? And then I'm like, no, this is what a standard fucking character looks like. Like, yeah, I'm not quite as good in melee weapons, but who the fuck cares? I'm a samurai. I don't give a shit. I'm built like a brick shithouse. I can just go gamer mode anytime I feel like it. And the big idea is you're going to roll some dice. You're going to choose it, you're going to roll, and it's just here. So, and the thing is, they do provide all these little comics every time you want to do something. And every time you want to do something, there's probably going to be a comic associated with it. So, for example, you just roll the number of dice equals your attribute score. I get to roll 8 dice. Skill level determines what the dice value is successful, and you try to get over a check value. So sometimes you need 2, sometimes you need 3, sometimes you might need a few less or a few more. Just roll under your attribute. That's really all it is. And it might feel weird at first being like, what do you mean like a 1 and 2 is a success? But you can also treat this the other way around. So for example, for agility anyway, or let's say agility, I have to roll 3 dice. You can do it in the idea of like, you gotta roll under a 1 or a 2 for my movement skill, or I have to roll a 5 or a 6. Suddenly it's like, wait a second, yeah, that makes complete fucking sense. Yeah, no shit. Or, hey, for melee weapons, I need to roll a 6 through 4. Yeah, no, that makes a lot more, that makes a lot of sense. Of course, yeah, duh. If you don't, the thing is, if you don't have a point in something, you can't actually roll it. It's kind of a, you're fucked any way you look at it. But that's usually fine, because you don't really, if you don't have it, you probably don't need it. That's something that you just don't require. It's not something who you are. Fuck it, who cares? It's not you. So, challenge rating most of the time is like 3 is going to be the most common one, which sometimes is going to be a little bit difficult, mostly when you have not a lot of dice, but that's where Aki chips come in. Yes, Aki chips. We're going to get to that in a second. Because there's a lot of little bit for this. And I can explain everything in general, however. It's kind of like one of those things like, okay, we just need to interface with everything. And opposed actions operate the exact same way. Which, you roll, whoever gets the highest amount of successes. You keep going for it. Yep. Opposed actions, I don't know why that's there. Same idea. Everyday possessions, the hidden infiltrator, equipment repair. Gonna go a little bit faster because we've already kind of been over this game. And most of the time, you're going to have to spend something, mostly in the cost of Ki to get special equipment or brand new things, which you're going to spend a lot of. You know, we got our skills, we've got our agility skills, our melee weapon skills, criminal art skills, and the thing is, any attribute can be used for any skill in technicality. So let's say, for example, melee weapons. Like, oh no, melee weapons! You know, you could use melee weapons for senses, determining relative power of an enemy, the knowledge of weapons, detecting an enemy's killing intent, or intimidating others. Yeah, alright. Or hey, I've invested quite a bit into my my spirit ability, and let's see, I have let's see, what do I have? Like, let's say, yeah, my my unarmed combat. Let's just do unarmed combat. We like unarmed. Like, for my unarmed combat, I could do something for, like, senses, which is sizing up an enemy, or for my spirit, detecting killing intent, or to demonstrate martial ability through words and physical action. Yeah, cool. That's fun. I like it. But they're going to tell you every single thing about it. At once. All the time. Okay. Now, here comes the karma system. Now, I could read throughout the entire karma system, but I'm going to give you all the very simple thing right here. I'll keep it right there. Tenra Bansho Zero operates on Buddhist karma logic. Your karma is pretty much your connection to the physical world and associated issues with it. If your karma ever exceeds 108, you turn into an Asura. You pretty much turn into a mindless beast that is going to hunt down and complete its obsession. Now, what happens is, if your karma actually indicates who you kind of are in a way. This influences your fate. These are your goals, beliefs, and motivations. These are very important that allow you to, generally speaking, do things, and also increases your Ki. Your Ki is your burning spirit in a way. And anytime you want to do something, you can spend Ki to gain more dice, reroll dice, and generally make your life easier. And there's no limit when it comes to spending it. This is also the way you actually level up in a way. However, every piece of Ki you spend goes right back into your karma. So you have this very interesting little dynamic between the three. You're spending you want to keep your karma in check, but that also influences how much fate you have, which influences how much ki you can generate, which makes it so you generate more karma. But there's a catch. There's a catch. The more you let go of your fate, the more your karma is reduced. But it's harder to generate more of that kind of that special, burning power. Make that sure that you feel like a goddamn anime protagonist. And that flow of karma is really what makes the Tenra work. And, it's kind of like, you get stronger by being more tied to the world, because you're able to overcome difficulties and advance and become stronger. But everything always will become back to karma. Now, this is used in the idea of Aki chips. Yes, Aki chips. These are very important. Now, Aki chips allow you, the player, to say, hey, I really like that role-playing you did. Take an Aki chip. Hey, I really like this thing you did. Take an Aki chip. Hey, I fucking hate you. Take an Aki chip. You can also do like, hey, I want your character to feel this way about me. I'll give you 2 Aki chips for it. Cool. Awesome. Now, what does this actually do, though? What does this actually... What does this actually do? The big idea is that you can spend your Aki chips to do more better fate rolls. And so you can generate more ki. You can also kind of spend Aki chips as a kind of a budget version of ki. They're not as efficient. Never as efficient, but you can always get more. More. And you're always getting stronger with it. So you're always building up. Oh, my fucking. Oh no! So those Aki chips are bennies, effectively. You're allowed to spend them to do things. So it's kind of like right here. Each scene usually receive 2 or 3 more Aki chips. They're 2. Let's see. What's the best way to explain it? Nope. Where's the best way? Scene judge. We don't need the scene judge rules because it's silly. So, yeah, you can spend it as ki. Yeah, you can't use to make fate rolls to go far more ki. Because that's the big thing. You want to use it so you can become more of an anime protagonist, but actually spending them is fucking awful. However, one of the big thing about it is that it doesn't actually increase your karma, so it might be actually a good idea. Isn't ki the little magic yell you do in Taekwondo? Technically, yes. And it's the exact term for it. What's the exact fucking term for ki? Everything has meaning here, by the way. Every single thing has, like, the correct, like... let's see. The word ki comes from ki and I, joining harmony. Spirit joining, or chi harmony. Together meaning fighting spirit. Yes. So when you say kya, it's your fighting spirit. And, hero points, a little bit like that. Let me see. Aki chips. Give them excellent role play. And we go here. And it's the reversal of the same characters, which make ki, I, and ki, which is the harmony of spirit. When you give Aki chips, you are receiving them because your spirit is joined to that of the other players. That was cool. Yay, cool. Pretty much, you're always using those special Aki chips, the Aki chips, to, I keep saying Aki, but Aki would be the correct term. Aki, regardless. You're always going to be spending those to do things because you always want more ki points. Because if you do that, you're getting stronger and you're able to do more anime bullshit. But your anime bullshit is always tempered by your karma. I like that. This is actually a very nice flow to the game because it does reward you for actually giving a shit about the game. So, for example, if we go here, this is Kufuneko. These are his fates. He has the main goal. His destiny is complete the death march, the Judo Kaiten. That's his main goal in life. Is that in this scenario is that he wants to complete the death march. He wants to go from point A to point B, and he's probably going to die on the long way. However, he has a hatred of the weakness of mind and body. Pretty much anytime that kind of comes into question, anytime he embraces that a little bit, he's going to possibly get more power. His power level is going to increase. But he has a desire to find an ambition. And that's one of his big things. He wants to find an ambition. He wants to find something that makes him him. And it's like, okay. Because that's how you're going to be generating more good boy points. Because good boy points are fun. I'll give you too many. They have this entire section about going over more and more how to use it and what to do with it. Because you can also use them to fucking bring other people into speed, adjust the emotion matrix, which is an entire other thing. You can make fate rolls. When players left with a pool, make a fate roll during a scene or even during combat as an action. However, instead of character highest fate, the character make a fate roll against the fate which is applicable to the scene. But yeah, you generally want to have more fates because fate is good. Wait, bottoms up. Time to give yourself liver poisoning. Well, God, you don't say. You know what? Give me 1 second, boys. My mod said it. Let's get a beer real fast. Woohoo! Alcoholic, I just drink myself in fucking coma. Yeah. Hello. Bottoms up. Yeah. So food-wise today, I have had a coffee, a beer, and a bagel. I am a healthy human being. Yeah, like, this is like one of the big things, and big use of Accu chips, though, are these. Bringing in new fates. This is how you don't die. Because fates can be traded in to reduce your karma. However, here's what Ki does. Oh wow, more dice, and you can spend 50 of them to add 50 fucking dice to checks. You can just roll buckets of dice in this game. You're gonna die, but it happens. And you can also use it to temporarily raise skill levels, so you hit harder to do things, you're able to do it more successful, or you can just buy an additional success. Each success after the first roll person for 3 Ki. So you always want to spend it, but you're also increasing your karma for doing that. But you can also spend it to interrupt actions. That's why the exchange rate isn't actually very good with as Accu chips as a Ki, because you can use those to generate more of them in the long run, or you can just like spend them now for a little gain. And yeah, you're encouraged to. Because you can also do multiple combat actions by spending this. You can also do interrupt actions. And the thing is, too, this is the big thing. This is the big thing you always got to remember. You can chain these fucking things together. There's no limit to these. So if you want to roll a shit ton of dice and just make double attacks, go for it. Nothing can stop you. I mean, you might, go gamer mode and become a demon, but hey, who fucking cares? I get to be a cool anime protagonist, and you don't. You can also spend it to get equipment, raise your attributes, take new skills, raise skills. This is really important. Like that's the big thing. That's very important. And yeah, like one of the big things is like this role-playing aspect here, that's why I say the karma and the Ki system and all that is the game. Because your karma is going to judge how far you can push yourself. Guys, how much you can go completely fucking gamer mode, and you're going to need to spend it. You will always going to need to be spending more Ki. More, because you are never strong enough. When things are getting so strong, you always need to spend just a little bit more. You can push it. You got 25. You got 30. I mean, yeah, we can maybe make a fate go away. Maybe. I mean, just erase a part of myself. Who cares? Keep pushing it. Go further. Go harder. Go faster. And maybe that's what you want at the end. Maybe that's what you want at the end. To hit a point where you've gone so fast, so hard, that you just go, you stop becoming human. And it happens. But yeah, no, the idea of the no self phase, this is like another one big thing about this game that you kind of got to remember, is that there's a lot of these kind of, there's a lot of like, hello, fellow Japanophiles. This is the no self phase of the Anatnam phase. You don't understand, everybody. This is the Japanese culture seeking through. It's like, okay, you can just call it the no self phase and just explain to us what the fuck it is, because I'm giving us a goddamn history lesson on it. But hey, what do I know? And this is what you really need to do. You want to create more fates. You want to raise the level of fates. You want to rewrite them. You want to discard them. Change things. Get rid of it. Become stronger. And I don't know, calculating the cost of PC fates is sometimes jokingly referred to as doing your fate taxes. Yeah. I don't know why they think that's like a fun thing to say, but yeah. The fate taxes. Cool. Yay. More fates. This is where things get a little bit, how do I want to word this? You're going to be spending a lot of time here. And that kind of spending more and more time here, you keep wanting to do this because you're allowed to increase it for free effectively. And if you increase it to 3, you get to lower your karma by 10. Increase it to 4 by 30. 5, 70. But that's becoming more and more a part of you. So over time, we'll use, for example, Kufuneko-san here. Kuf here, if he's completing the Death March, if he manages to get to Judo Kaiten, and over the time he increases it to 5, I can reduce my karma by 70 points by sublimating. Like, this has changed who I am. I've completed my Death March. I found purpose. However, this is where things get. It's also gone, and you can't generate Kiai as effectively, or your fates can't also. You can't get as much fate because you just erased 70% of your fucking karma. So if you take away your fates, you could survive a little bit longer, but you're losing a part of yourself. And this reflects that in a few different ways. But if you keep them too long, well, you're going to become an Asura. You're going to lose yourself in a different way. Welcome to a balancing act where nobody wins. This is one thing I actually do like about it. I do really like Tenra because of it. It is always this system of going back, forth, and back and forth. And you never feel like you have enough. Especially when it comes down to things like rewriting fates. Because if you rewrite a fate, let's say, for example, for like desire, find an ambition, I'd be like, oh, like, if I want to change this, for example, I rewrite this, I do Ayo ambition. Kill the Oni War Master. I have to reduce it by 1. However, I get to reduce my karma by, drumroll please, 10 points. I'm getting a little bit out of it because I've changed a little bit about myself. And that's cool. We like changing about ourselves because that's human. And, you have some basic ones, goals, emotions, secrets, love, enemy, background, other, misfortune, taboo, fates and appeal, fate patterns, closed fates, dead fates, open fates. I'm going to give you a secret here when it comes to fate patterns. This isn't like a thing here. This isn't a thing in this game. There's not like okay, this is a close fate. No, this is GM rules, effectively. And here's an entire section on a specific kind of character called Miekos, who have piloted mechs, but their mechs have pretty much a soul mirror that allows them to enter the matrix of souls. But the problem is, you as a Mieko don't have that. That's the idea, is that you, the actual user of it, don't have it. The puppet will take it on. It will take your karma on, and it'll gain karma. And if it hits 100, it hits under 9 karma, you can't use it anymore. You cut it off from it. But if you hit 108 karma, 109 karma, you might get stuck in the puppet, or you might get stuck in the mech as you enter what can only be described as soul hell. And it's like, wow, holy shit. And we see bonus properties when he gains karma. You want to gain fucking karma with these things. Oh, damn straight you want to do it, but you're going to break it? Yeah, it's like, Yeah, like, technically you can, like, cleanse it. Yeah, because that's the big thing with the mech rules, is that you can cleanse the armor, but not cleanse it. And then this isn't even dealing with Kim and the Echo. Jeez, so those guys completely fucking different. Why aren't you noticing it? It's like, what? Yeah, here's like, again, here's the comic of like, let's explain literally everything you need in various different situations of different kinds. But this is really what the game boils down to. Again, we're 74 pages in. Without the karma system, you do not have Tenra, because this is really simple. At the end of the day, you're going to be making opposed checks. We're going to use this for an example. I want to attack you. Okay, I'm attacking you. We're going to roll an opposed check. I'm hitting you, you're hitting me. We roll. I succeed, I hit you. I deal whatever my successes were, plus the damage on my weapon, to your health. However, we roll equal. We parry each other. If you're successful, you deal damage to me. That's it. That's how combat actually works. Right here, damage is equal to the winner successes minus loser successes plus weapon damage plus any special damage. So it's very easy to deal quite a bit of damage and hurt people. But that's where damage comes in. This is where things where damage gets a little bit more interesting. Oh no, I've taken 10 damage. I'm fuck-a-doodle dude. I am in pain. I am not having a good day. I've taken 10 whole damage. I got a few options here. Let's say I want to take 6 damage to my body, my vitality. Your vitality kind of operates as a method for you. This is like kind of like, you can say it kind of like your exterior health. If your vitality ever reaches 0, you pass the fuck out. You're just out of strength. You can't go on anymore. Run out of soul, same thing happens. You're just out of strength emotionally, physically, and all that, and you pass out. Then you have wounds. Wounds are a little bit more serious. They take a little longer to heal. But I've taken only 6 damage, and I need to get rid of 4 more damage. What I can do is say, all right, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can assign damage to my wounds. And it's like, oh, okay. If I ever assign damage to, let's say, my heavy wounds, I'm going to get a +1 die on all of my fucking rolls. If I get a critical, well, I'm going to be getting a +2 on all my rolls, but every turn, my vitality is decreasing to a minimum of 1. But then I can also select dead. Regardless of how much damage you take, let's say I take 35 damage, I'm like, there's no way I can do it. What I can do instead is select dead. I select dead, I'm willing to die. I get a +3 on all my dice. So I roll 10 dice, I roll 13 dice now. But here's the issue. Instead, when my vitality hits 0, instead of dying, instead of passing out, I die. The representation of this is very simple. Vitality are flesh wounds, are kind of like that immense pain that you're going through that your body doesn't like. taking a wound is something pretty serious. A light wound is like, okay, that's a good cut. A heavy wound's like, wow, I'm in fucking pain. Critical is like, I am bleeding to death currently. While dead is, the sword has gone through my body currently, and I am now angry. I am mad, and I want to kill you, and I'm going to kill you. And this system is actually very fascinating, very interesting. Could be a little bit of, how do I want to word this? Bookkeeping. And I think that's something that you gotta kind of expect. But you can kind of assign these by, choose how to spread your wound boxes around. So for example, if you take in 5 damage, you could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alternatively, you could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're already at heavy. So it's kind of your choice of how you want to spread it around. And that also does mean for something like, let's say you're at fairly low vitality, and let's say you don't want to have to deal 30 damage. That's when you take something like dead, negate all the damage, and start hoping. Because you're going to need it. And trust me, there's quite a bit of these different little things, once you're done, that's where things get a little bit more critical. Critical wound is not by itself, cause your vitality. Yeah, so generally speaking, if you start taking critical damage, you're going to start losing vitality, and that's bad. You don't want to die. So taking a lot of damage isn't actually that bad. Because right here, they even say, like, you can't die naturally. It's the antagonists of the enemy get to advance their plot without them in the way, which will probably soon begin to affect things PC cares for fates. This is a big thing. When NPC die, they have a few last words, small speech that's best. Likewise, when PC chooses to die, it's probably best to give the player some time to say a few things. You kind of have to choose when to die. The enemy doesn't choose, you don't choose, you choose. And that's actually a very important thing when it comes down to, like, again, that karma system, that everything, those there, which it all kind of culminates together. You have to be the one to mark that dead box, and you have to be the one to say, I'm ready to go. Let's fucking do this. And it's like, let's do this. Like, I'm ready. And welcome to the fucking so many goddamn ways to regenerate health and, special combat rules. Oh, we can't forget about the Aichi attack or the sneak attack. Oh, no. This is what it means by there's a lot of side stuff in this game. Like, let's say do the Aichi attack. The Aichi attack is a simultaneous strike where you technically don't do any defensive maneuvers. Like, you don't even attempt a block or a counterattack at all. You instead take the blow full on, but you get to do a full on blow as well. So technically, for my particular samurai here, I may want to take a full blow to the fucking face against someone who is not really that qualified to attack me. Like, why would I want to dodge? Be like, oh, I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna do 4 damage. I'm gonna do 7 damage. I've done 7 damage. That's cute. Let me roll real fast. Oh, cool. I get to roll my 7d10. My 7d6, and then I get to add my +5 from my sword. And oh wait, I'm a fucking samurai. Let me just increase all my stats again. And like, oh, are you dead? Oh man, that sucks. Sorry, you're bleeding to death now. Oopsie doopsie. Didn't see you there. Oops. Yeah, it's like, oh. Yeah, samurai are weird. The start must expend stole immediately against use samurai abilities. Points, forms, sustained number of rounds equals the samurai spirit. That's why stole gem weapons, completely different interface skill, butterfly dream, you already set up. The Kanguki Japanese words Range attacks can't be counter-attacked. There are sample weapon bonus attacks if you want to do if you just doing a single shot, if you want to aim at multiple targets. And if you're like, oh, I have a fucking repeater, but I'm only aiming at a single person, I get a bonus here, and here's different damages in different areas and different contexts. It's like, fuck. And yeah, weapon evasion's up rule to protect and take the blow, additional action. That's what, again, there's a lot of like, here's how you fucking do this. Yeah, then we have, again, we are at page 100 and we're finally learning how to fucking play the game, which is not. Don't worry about it. Because this is, I think, one of the big things when it's trying to explain some Japanese reasons why this is the case. And I think that's one of the reasons why the page count ballooned a little bit in some cases. Because it's like, yeah, you don't really need some of this. Like, here's the flow of play. Here, we don't need it really. You could have probably posted this here and everything would be just explained. But it's like, yeah, a requirement to play Tenra is to have friends. Oh, cool. Here's the rule book. Here's some action shit. You gotta have all these different things all together. Game preparation, all these things. Oh boy. Rules judgment, game pacing and scenes. This is something you kind of gotta embrace a little bit. Embrace the chaos a little bit. Like, here's the emotions, but you gotta do the stage play. Here's the act. It's telling you every single thing you need to play this game right here. And I think one of the issues too is that they tell you over and over again. Over and over and over and over again. They want to tell you what the zero act is. Here's how the zero act, here's how you do things, here's how the different system works. Don't forget to roll in the motion matrix. Make sure to take a break. Here's what a destiny is. Here's how you make a destiny. Here's how you do things. Don't forget about this. Don't forget about this. Don't forget about... When people read the emotion matrix, their eyes are going to glaze over. But you want to know what the emotion matrix really is at the end of the day? Hey, there's a character over there and she's being introduced. 1-4. Yeah, I think she's pretty innocent. I want to protect her. She's very innocent and pure. Write it in. Congratulations. You did it. Oh no, a ninja pops out of there with a blade. He's threatening to kill you. I got a 2 and a 3. I am salvation. Oh, he thinks he's, he's here to kill me. So what's going on, and can I save him from this path? Oh no! An old friend appears, and he's willing to give you information, but something seems wrong. 4 and 2. Dark dreams. Something is wrong with this guy, and I need help. Now, you could say, for example, with another PC. Let's say you have another PC here, and you're there, and you're rolling. You're like, let's roll in the emotion matrix. Let's see how we feel about each other. I got a 3 and a 2. Like your child. And you look at each other like, I'll give you an Aki chip if you move over to, I'll give you 2 Aki chips if you go to, admiration. Now I'll take 1 Aki chip and I'll move over to loyalty. Cool. We're good. Like, hell yeah, I'm with this guy. Let's fucking go. All right, cool. That's really all it is. It's literally there to add chaos to the game. Nothing more, nothing less. But the thing is, what it wants to do, I think this is one of the biggest issues with Tenra and getting people into Tenra. It starts on page 137. They stopped talking about the fucking emotion matrix on page 142. That is 5 pages dedicated to something I told you in about a minute. And don't worry, you gotta, the moment of truth, which is an entire separate mechanic, which boils down to you can spend a lot, you can convert your fucking Aki chips into Ki a little bit more efficiently. Cool. Like, what? Why is this here? Oh no, here's all the scenario creation things. Oh my god. Oh god, I don't want any of this. No. Like, yeah, it's scenario advice. Yeah. Like, character rulebook. Again, we are on page effectively 172. We are on page 173 right now, and we've finally fucking hit the fact of where characters come from. But we haven't, any people, we haven't done that, because this is the rules for the character in certain situations. Oh no. Ah, well, we gotta craft our armor, don't forget about mechanica, don't forget about weapons. This is for a very certain kind of character. Oh, goodness. This is for Yori armors only. Oh, don't forget about armor weapons, which are very different. This is an entire mech system. Oh, Onmyo Jutsu rules. Magic is synonymous with some. How a sorcerer is called Onmyoji don't fly around, throw bolts of fire at each other. They inside creatures to do that. There's an entire system on how to create fucking goddamn shiki, which are like pretty much spiritual entities to do things for you. And they require things. And don't forget about all these. Oh, the shiki lifestyle. Ooh. Oh, don't forget about its physical appearance. They always obeys. Don't forget about the destruction of Shikigami. The Shikigami ability charts. Don't forget about all these. This is what Tenra is. The fucking talisman, the creation of samurai. Yeah, the samarization process is an entire multiple pages about how to fuck it and make it work. Intermission without a way to reduce their chance, you'll become a lost soul in the Sura. Starting the game with a talisman. Permanent summoning. Oh no. Making use of the Kimigenyo. Shaky ability list. Oh my fucking god. Do you want all the little differences? This is like, yeah, samurai have their own entire thing, which are tied to shikis. So you gotta learn that mechanic to make your own samurai charts. Technically, this is one of the handed out samurai charts right here. 45 points, I get a few different little abilities, as this is what you end up with. Because I have Battle 3, I can increase my agility and my strength by 3, I get regeneration once I restore 1 vitality every round, and I can find anybody within 10 feet, and I'm allowed to be possessed, and I have 15 soul gems in me, and I toss 5 of my soul to actually trigger it. I could technically edit some things to increase my vitality or increase things up even further. Become stronger, become tougher, become better. And I could. And hell, I can even pick up things like chitin. You can do a lot of editing when it comes to like, samurai. And this is even dealing with like Buddhist magic works. Here's all the Buddhist magic stuff. You know, here's how I make mechanica, how mechanical limbs and shit, which all do separate things, mind you. Oh, we can't forget about these armor, very different. Ugh. Which are entirely different from everything else, but so we can't forget about that. Which are, if we go down here to, oh, don't forget about this. You can play ninjutsu rules, completely fucking different from everything else. And the butterfly dream. How can we forget about the butterfly dream? Oh, we can't forget about playing Alex Mercer from Prototype. Did you really think we were going to miss that? Nope. We're still going, by the way. There's still fucking more. Now here's the Oni resonance. You can play an Oni if you want. Completely fucking different. Don't forget about the Shinto rules, which is different from the Taoist rules. And the Akiashi. Here's the Akiashi. Very different. I'm like, oh my god, okay, we've made it through here. The Art of War, very different, completely different set of rules and requirements here. And one Tenra of many, one Tenra against the tide. That concept, suggestion, more demands there, armor and detraction, notable plate. This is an entire section about the fucking lore. I'm going to tell you where you actually need to do to actually make a character actually functional. So, we have to go to page 389 to the archetype system. You're usually only going to have 2 to 4 archetypes, and what you do, you select them, and you add everything together. So, for example, I chose Wanderer. Actually, I chose Mercenary. So, because I am Mercenary, I take 30 Karma. And I get Melee Weapons 3, Marksman 3, Information 3, and that's really it. And I have a Fate if I want to take it. Emotion, Ambition. Cool. If I want to be a Assassin, cost me 15 Karma, 3 Melee Weapons, Information 3, take 1 attribute penalty. Oh, but I get a special Feyblade Katana. Cool. Oh no. I want to be a weapon collector. Here's some cool, I get a bunch of different weapons. Costs me 19 Karma to do. Be an armor rider? Cool. Oh, don't want to be that armor rider? Very different. Don't forget about being an armor hunter. Oh, we got all this sorcerer. This is how you really play the game at the end of the day, is you select a couple of these, you kind of add everything together. You can do a lot of different customization, mind you. This isn't saying you can't do customization, but the archetype system, kind of picking and choosing these various archetypes is really what makes the game work. And you can select quite a few different ones. And you can even see down here how to make new archetypes, how to add everything together. It's not too difficult. It's mostly based on choosing different things and adding them all together. And here's how to make weapon rules. It requires heavier, more station, more gem blades, more everything. And don't forget about using the sample characters, who are all down here and use different fucking things. Yeah. That's Tenra. That, no, it may seem like, oh, well, you kind of went fast through Tenra. Yes, I did go fast through Tenra, because Tenra is a lot of Tenra. But at the end of the day, you want to know what Tenra is. It's take a few D6s, roll everything together, and you're done. If you want to know how long it actually took me to make Kufuneko? Probably about 30 minutes. It took me 30 minutes because I misread something and I wanted to double check how to make something work real fast, and then I decided I didn't want to make him anymore, so I chose a bunch of different things, then I chose a bunch of different other things, and then I settled on something a little bit more consistent. It took me 30 minutes to make him, not because it was complicated, but because I kept debating on did I want to do something different? Honestly, this game isn't complicated. This game is very simple even. Absurdly simple at some points. It just wants to throw every piece of fucking information at you at once. And I think people who are really invested in, like, really want to play this, cool. But this is a game. I can tell you this right now. This is a game in which the GM has to say, okay, everybody, you're all playing samurai. Okay, can I play a mech? No. No, you may not. And it's like, all right, everybody, here's what we're going to do. If you need help, let's do it. I want to play an Oni. Cool. Read up on the resonance rules. I want to play a Wandering Sword Master. Awesome. Cool. Big weapons. Nino Burrito. I want to play a Kimabuki Taoist. No. It's going to be a lot of that in this particular kind of game. It's a lot of, like, they hand you every single rule, and you sit down, you're like, we're only going to be doing this. And honestly, this is a game that needs that restriction immediately, that early. If you don't really know what you're doing, it's like, let's have some restrictions in place. Okay, everybody, you're always going to have this in place. You're only going to be playing, again, it's everybody is a samurai. Okay. everybody has to be a wanderer of some kind. So you're already kind of restricting it. Like, cool. Like, you're kind of restricting the values a little bit. Okay, I'll allow one of these guys. Or, hey, we're going to be fighting, fighting big mechs and big scary ghosts. So everyone's going to be in a mech or something. You can do the mixed. The more you mix up, the more you kind of got to consider. But it just hands you everything and says, oh, go for it. It's kind of like Hero System in that regard. But instead of Hero System having just an absurd number of stuff to consider, this game is like, here's everything you do with what you want to do. We don't really care. You do you. And some people are going to love that. And some people are going to hate that about Tenra. But overall, the game is fine. The game is really easy, in fact. Like, this is something you can play with somebody who's never really played a game and explain in 5 minutes. Hey, you are going to roll a number of d6s equal to your attribute. Try to roll under how many dots you have in it. Oh, what do I do for combat then? It has to be really complicated. You're going to make an opposed roll, which is the same fucking thing, except if you're just going to be adding some more things. That's it? Yeah. Well, I've taken some damage. What happened? Well, you can reduce your vitality, or you can take your damage to your wounds. We don't do anything right away, but may give you some bonus dice if you take heavier wounds. Oh. What does this dead box do? Well, when you select that, you mitigate all the damage of that combat, but if you lose all your vitality, you're dead. Oh. How does the karma system work? Well, if you reach over 108 karma, you are dead. You become an Asura. However, karma equals the number of different, abilities and stuff you can have, as well as how you can spell your ki chips, which allows you to build up your superpowers and let you be stronger. Oh, that seems complicated. Be like, it's really not. Here's some Aki chips. A very simple game, just. Yeah, the rules are pretty light. It's one of those things like, I think, as I kind of said, like, during someone's initial game, like, if nobody's ever played this before, a mixed group can be kind of weird. Because, again, it's not complicated. There's just a lot of it. And some people are going to try to, like, absorb all the information at once, and that's not right. Take it in stride, be pretty simple. Again, for the longest time, I thought Tenra was fairly complicated. But then after kind of going through it a little bit deeper, and sitting down and really digging into it, I realized it's like, not really that complicated. Like, it's not a complicated game, mechanically speaking. The only weird part, again, is as you say, is the karma system. But if you really think about it, the karma system isn't even really that complicated. It's just, don't hit over 109. Don't hit 109. But even if you do, you can sublimate a fate. You can, the more you build, and it's like, okay, this makes sense. If you explain it as like what it is, it's like, hey, your karma is your connection to the world, and it's also how strong you are, how powerful you are. Your fates represent your connection to, your fates represent your connection to the world. However, if you sublimate a fate, you can reduce your karma. Pretty much if you find peace through it. It's like, oh, that's kind of neat. Yeah, it hardwired to a Buddhist point of view. Nah. It is a Buddhist point of view. A little bit of A, a little bit of B there, ethical. But yeah, 100. And actually for a while there, I thought it was exactly 108. Like if you hit 108 or higher, like it is 108 or higher, you lost it. But it's at 108, you're still good. At 109, you're not. Which is, by the way, when I was reading through Tenra, I'm like, did I do something wrong? Because I actually went back to Gachimuchi Nirvana Seekers and double checked everything there. Turned out great. I'm like, yes, I'm doing it. I'm doing it, everybody. But yeah, I like Tenra. I think the issue with Tenra, though, its presentation is very throw the book in your face when it really doesn't. You really want to actually, like, how do I how do I get people to like really understand the game, like at its core? You really only need to like hand them the karma system, like the comic for the karma system, and like the two comics in the karma system, how basic combat kind of works, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Like very simple game, just a lot of stuff to consider on top of the game. But that is the end. Das Enden. Das Enden, dude. We need to do some Japanese tabletop role-playing games are a fascinating and very unique look at a very different culture's perspective on how these kind of games work. And it's a little bit of you can kind of argue there's a little bit of cultural anthropology at work here, with the idea being like they got their start with games such as Call of Cthulhu, games such as the BattleTech RPG, which is a lot more story-based, a lot more focused, and a lot more story-driven. Out of all the games we looked at today, that phase system was present. It's very story game. You want to tell a story. A lot of these games can be played in 1 or 2 sessions and be done with it, which is something admirable in a way. However, one of the big things with Japanese RPGs that will always be present, something that is always kind of an issue in some regard, well, there's 2 issues, is the first one is there's an investment that's sometimes a little bit difficult for people to go over. Due to going down kind of just a different evolutionary track, people look at them and be a little bit intimidated. This isn't like my D&Ds. This isn't like a game that I've played before. It's a little bit different, a little bit weirder. And that investment, if you can get people to kind of cross that investment threshold, then yeah, you can get some actually very good games. A lot of these games I would recommend to beginners more than anything, simply because some of these games do hand a lot of people the absolute tools you need to run a good game, even if you may not feel really confident in yourself. Being like, yeah, here's the phase system, here's this, here's this, here's this. And it's even like, hey, you're not really certain about how you should play your character. Here's their background, here's their story. Roll in a bunch of charts and you have everything you need. It's like, cool. You learned a lot about it. And usually they have some fun mechanics along with it that aren't really too complicated. And if they are complicated, there's a good explanation for them, most of the time anyway. But I think the second biggest issue with Japanese RPGs does boil down to translation work, which I kind of talked about a little bit earlier. But one of the main issues is that a lot of these games are translated, and translation sometimes is a complicated endeavor. Let's just say that. And I say that in the nicest way possible. But probably out of all the Japanese role-playing games out there that are currently in circulation, we probably have about, I would say, 5% of them, if we're lucky. And that's including fan translations. A lot of games just aren't being made. They probably won't get translated because there isn't enough interest to kind of justify people wanting to, invest more time into that. Like, oh, I'm like really excited. I want to, like, yeah, that's cool and all, but who's going to translate? Like, everyone kind of looks at each other. Nobody really wants to translate it. Oop. And you end up with a lot of, a vast majority of like the adventure planning services games. Not many of them have actually been, oh sweet Jesus, not many of them have actually been translated. A lot of these games aren't going, and most of these games probably won't be translated for a variety of reasons. Even ones that are fairly popular just probably will never get translated due to the fact that they just wouldn't sell. And you'd have to rely on, Kickstarter, and then you got Kickstarter goals, but there's a number of problems. But this is also a company that you need to license the game from. And then you have, then you have Group SNE, which Group SNE wants to keep their shit. Like, Hell, Ghost Hunter is one of their most popular games, and there still isn't a fucking like a really official translation of fucking Sword World. Like, you know, one of the most popular role-playing games in Japan. There just isn't a translation for it. There's a fan translation. Yes, it's a very good fan translation, but it's still like a fan translation. And it's weird because I'm like, I don't really want to go over it because why would I? I'm not really interested in it personally. You know, you have Ghost Hunter. That's a fan translation. You know, half zombie player aims to survive tomorrow in Tokyo. It's like, yeah, it's like a couple of these books just aren't here. You know, the Goblin Slayer TRPG. Ugh. Goblin Slayer. And how can we forget again? It's things like Fear, for example, and their variety of games that are just not present. Like, we aren't going to see most of the fact that we have gone like as many Fear games as we have is kind of a weird thing. But it's like, we don't have an official translation for Tokyo Nova. Like, we aren't going to get a fucking translation of like Psychic Hearts. We're not going to get that. Oh, hey, hey everybody, I want to see a full translation of Tokyo Nightmare. We ain't going to see this. Unless somebody's paying somebody some money, and people don't want to do that, like, honestly. Like, yeah, like, we're not gonna see this. Yes, that playing card you're using Bubba and Poker or something. Yeah, we're not gonna see Tokyo Nightmare get translated, and if it is out there, it's probably translated into fucking Russian or something. Scream High School. It's here. Tell me more about Scream High School. Fuck? What is that man? That is a man. That is a school child, I think. That is a school child who is fucking ripped. Jesus. Horrifying. I would like to see more of the translation from Boken. The one with Mage seems really cool. Magiologia is translated mid. It's not a perfect translation, but it is translated by the Russians. Make You Kingdom. That one I thought did get translated and then stopped being translated. Learn Japanese, Notepad. Be the translation you want to see in the world. I thought about it. I honestly have. It would be, the thing is, it would have to be as I've told people before, it would have to be jank-ass Japanese. And it would probably be like what the Russians did, being like, get the basic concepts down and then write it out. However, Japanese is a fucking weird language. Fun fact, moon runes are moon runes. And it's, what the fuck? But yeah. Japanese RPGs, I would wish we'd get more. I wish there'd be a little bit more consistent understanding of them. Like, we get a little bit more consistent drip feed of them. But I actually genuinely think I would like to see a lot more foreign games in general. But until then, that's what we have. And that's kind of its own sadness to it. But I digress. It's that time of the day, everybody. Let's go to Kickstarter, because I can't have nice fucking things. Fuck. Kickstarter even up? Oh god, no. Why do you do this to me all the time, Kickstarter? Why? Games, explore games, Magic, newest, not that. We want to do tabletop games. Let's fucking go. Super Battle Pets. Wow, never heard of that one before. Let me guess. Oh my god. You're gonna tell me this right now. Tell me, this guy has to be on this team, right? $12,500 goal. Okay, oh, sweet Jesus. The French and the Italians actually have a pretty decent industry. Germany has a few, but not many. Germany has Dark Eye, and you're gonna like Dark Eye. Poland, like Eastern Europe, has quite a few of them, but they're all very weird. Play as civilizations instead of single characters. Okay, Sins of Adventure. A level-less tabletop about accomplishing dreams. Oh, wait a second. It's Zine month next month. Oh, God, it's Zine month. Oh. Era Hitman. Educational card game. Hidden Worlds Incursion. Refined. Pitch of Arms. Collectible board game. Trick Draw. Magic Flippin' Cowboys. Cepheus Deluxe. 3 New Savage Realm. Craze Key. Rumor Brokers. Warehouse 20. Oh, looks like Steve Jackson's making some things. We like Steve Jackson. He's cool. He's a cool dude. Cool, cool. Wars of Orcs and Dwarves. Batman. Arkham Asylum Files. Infinite Rabbit Holes. Halflings in Space. Oh my god, Maria de Jesus. Kunoshi Sexy Waifu 3 of 4 part STL files. Yes. Maria, my love. Maria. Company of Heroes, the board game, seconded. Midnight Saga. Story of... Okay, I guess we're going to click on that one. I do like my anime bullshit. Not Maria, go away. Splintered Lands. Egyptian-themed 3D miniatures. Yeah, it's like, the French go insane. I know that much. From Germany, and our RPGs are special. Yeah, but every now and again you can find something interesting in there. It's usually the indie stuff that doesn't get anywhere. Omicron Protocol, let's see, 3D Resin, Mystery Dice, Service, Historical Fiction 5e. Why? I'll make it 5e. Wait a second. Didn't they make an RPG about this? I remember that. They made an RPG about that, which I thought was weird. Okay, I'm not going to talk about that. Monster Wrangler. Relaunch. OSC, OSR, we love OSR. The Go Fuck Yourself coin. $22,000. My God. Mein Gott. STL files. Okay, let turn of the century. Let's look. Group setup, individual setup, gameplay. Okay. hiring an artist and designing a book that I will be happy with for some years to come, restarting my LLC in a new state, and setting up an online shop for 2nd edition. You can tell your friends how great a time you had playing Turn of the Century. Okay, wait, it's called... oh, that's not confusing at all. His company is called a 2nd edition. 2nd edition is game making site of No Dice, run by 3N. No Dice, let's see, No Dice podcast? Yeah, so it's these guys. Out of pocket. Easy ma. Are these the guys? Gary B. Diggs. Nana, played by Lou, by Alina. Benjamin Callicott. Callicott? Run by 3Yen. The fuck is 3Yen? Yeah, Book of 3Yen. Okay. Well, there's his picture. Fuck, who the fuck are you, man? Okay. I don't know what the fuck your game is. Point and buy-in, Old Spice play setting where all the characters are sticks of deodorant. Oh. Sins of Adventures. And soon became fortunate. Later, cages. Nowhere to go, but we decorate the bars. About monsters can no longer be tolerated. Monsters are not inherently evil and always been byproducts of reckless adventures, flippant use of magic. Eradication failed. Desperation gave way to evolution. New breed of evolved monsters burst forth. Monsters in the landscape. All monsters have a core solution, a non-violent way to return them to the original form, bring their souls to rest. You are priceless to survive outside of them. You are an adventurer. Your ancestors fought for gold for the eradication of monsters. Damn. Oh. Oh. Gastrointestinal disease? No, no, no. What the fuck are you? No. You had me interested and then you lost me immediately. Translate. Intelligent weapon, bit complicated. D100 in which players played a word weapon bearer's intelligent weapon of another player. Yeah, there was there was a game like that. I can't remember what it was, but it had an interesting idea like that. New and improved rulebook. Complete game. Other rulebooks required to play. You're a hitman assassin who eliminates targets for money. Well, I hope that's what hitmen do. We build tabletop RPG. Become a superpowered assassin. Okay, what's the system? Control gravity, time, and the elements. Are you really in a... Okay, it's an era. It's era games. Era D10 rule set. Tell me more about the era D10 rule set. Part 4. Okay, so it's a D10 system. Okay, that's cool. See, the problem is what this is telling me is that's not a purpose-built system, is that it's a generic system on top of the era D10, and looks like they already made their goal with only $363. Where are you from originally? You're from England. You need $300. It's already done and probably not really. Hidden Worlds Incursion. Ding. Nope. Not interested. A Company of Heroes, the $8 gorillion super game that makes $8 gorillion billion. Wow. Cool. That's more... You like Company of Heroes? We can play Company of Heroes. No. Maid Knight Saga. Alright, everybody. If I can't play a maid, what's the fucking point? A localization company. Published on Japanese board games. Wow. Take the exam. Maid licensure exam. Look, oh my god. So you're maids but knights. Welcome to London. Oh. God. You know what? Man, I can't wait for when it comes on Tabletop Simulator for free. Yeah, okay, so this... I know this was a game. I know for a fact that this was a tabletop game. Am I losing my mind here? Did you make something else? What else have you made? Oh. Wait a second. That's where you look familiar, because you made that. Actually, what am I thinking? What am I... Stonewall Uprising TTRPG. This came out. I know it did. There we go. Stonewall 1969, a war story. I remember this came out. And it was a fucking Italian company. Yeah, okay. Made its money. Did it ever come out? No, I guess not. Not yet. Huh. Interesting. Monster Wrangler. Let's see. Why did you fail the first time? Let's see. You failed the first time. Why did you fail? Tell me. Tell me, why'd you fail? Welcome back. We're launching. Unfortunately, we're looking. We made a funding goal. Okay, so we weren't going to make our funding goal, so we canceled it. Many such cases. How does it pay? Tell us more about the monsters. Yeah, I remember this game. I thought it was kind of weird. Why does every game that tries to be a Pokemon game always look a little bit wonky? I can never put my finger on. Like, something always feels wrong about it. Thank you for checking out my project. Hi, Ethan. I'm board games for about 6 years now. Strategy intended for younger audiences. Played on a chessboard. You made $1 of $400 goal by one person with 4 days to go. Good luck, mate. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. I believe in you. Cyberpunk 2077, the board game. Pathfinder, Savage World. Pathfinder for Savage Worlds. Curse of the Crimson Throne. Something about this is very funny. It's like Pathfinder for Savage Worlds. Very different. Why this axe? Radical Resources. Wasteland Saga. Tabletop, post-apocalypse tabletop role-playing game. I'm just not interested. Nothing. Hey, these guys made their money. The hostess, the Japanese Hostess Club game. I'm in. Okay. Okay, we're done with Kickstarter right now. Let's go. At the behest of Ironside, I will go to fucking stupid fucking site. I fucking hate this site. Nothing good comes from it. Let's see, is there anything good here? Wow, no, not really. There's nothing really good here. Not really interested in anything here. Solo. That's in Spanish. Board of Blades. Wait a second, that's Xenoblade Chronicles. Yeah, that's just Xenoblade Chronicles. I know that leotard anywhere. GMless superhero. God, no fucking GMless superhero game. It's a GMless superhero game. It's so much fun. I'm having so much fun. I'm like, why? The Morris Bonds. Heist. Frosty Drinking Art Catalog. Techniques of Interrogation. French. Every day we stray further from God's holy light. So, you know what? Fuck that. Don't. Why do I keep looking? Why do? Every day it hurts, and it doesn't get better. It doesn't get better. It only gets worse the more I read. So no, fuck itch.io. I hate itch.io. Just checked out the game with the weapon is on called Bloodlust in French and in Germany Hyperborea. Because the weird thing is there's actually a game called Hyperborea. Yeah, it's literally just called Hyperborea, the RPG. It's right here. It's by these guys looking goblinoids. But yeah, apparently people really like this game, so that's a thing. That's cool. So I'm going to call it there for today. So thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon, and this has been a 5.5 hour nightmare. So I will see you all on Monday. And on Monday, we are going to go over, what else are we going to? We're probably going to go over the games. God, the final thing comes down to, tomorrow. Tomorrow evening is when I get to determine what games are going to be on the list. And when the games are on the list, we get to double check everything and we get to go over it. So I'm going to have fun. So thank you all for watching. Godspeed, good luck, and